Do your thing, yeah. Do your thing, yeah. Breathe it in now, baby. Feel it in the air, we're free. Breathe it in now, baby. Feel it in the air, we're free. Do your thing. I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. heartless sinners out to play. Beneath the shadowed veil, upon the meek they pray. Fight to survive, let no one seal our fate. Nowhere to hide from these wicked games. From these wicked games. From these wicked games. Futile struggle, lights begin to fade. There's no escaping from these wicked games. Until we fall, until we fall, until we fall down, down, down. Until we fall, until we fall, until we fall down, down, down. Our kingdom is crumbling. Surrender. No, we're never gonna back down. Assemble our armies. Surrender. No, we're never gonna back down. Nowhere to run. Souls fall before our eyes. Stand up and fight. We're fighting for our lives. Until we fall, until we fall, until we fall down, down, down. Until we fall, until we fall, until we fall down, down, down. Our kingdom is crumbling. Surrender. No, we're never gonna back down. Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe outline. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem. Find it all be. Eyes ablaze when laser focus. Dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light against all odds. We'll set a flame in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn. We find our beat when the chances take form. Can't forget the past, so you gotta learn from it. Heavy on the passion, let it burn on it. All the way you can outrun me. Ain't no way you can win this race. Ooh, when they turn the bait to the right, face down, paint 'em all in black. Ooh, just remember that when everything's falling, we built this to last. You can see it in my eyes, only want the best. And we rebounding every night, won't settle for less. Got me looking to the sky, got me feeling blessed. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest.
Yeah, I lit my own flame, and I put that on my own name. Couldn't get this way with no pain. I feel the fire in us. Whoa, they looking for the goals. You can feel the pressure, bring it everywhere we go. And I deal with the highs, the same way I treat the lows. Oh no, don't close your eyes, I'm taking everything you owe me.
You can see it in my eyes, only want the best. And we rebounding every night, won't settle for less. Got me looking to the sky, got me feeling blessed. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of. Got this fire Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. I will be the one to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own. Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. What's behind you? The wolf is at your door. He will get you. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will it make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly you're terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
She's such a misfit, always ready to brawl. It's like her business, roughing up your friends. The law, there is no difference. If you believe you're strong, she's a bulldozer, making sure you're flat on the ground. She's like a boomerang that never gives up. She flies in circles till she hits you and you're bowed in the dust. So just remember this: when she's chasing you down, face first, you'll be thrown into the proving ground. She'll knock you out. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vine. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack and sing for the beats. You should never pull back, just resist. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you
days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. It's not me to turn and run. Met the bitter truth and I choked it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
too deep in my feelings. What is remained of the past? I wonder what the deal is. And if there's no looking back, I feel the sky turning somber. It's over. It's over. Somber. It's over. It's over. My story.
I'm gonna show 'em.
Welcome back here at Teamfight Tactics Esports. We're so delighted to have you back, and we're so delighted to be back ourselves. My name is Makes, and I am joined here by Counterfeit and Impetuous Panda. I hope you guys are fantastic. Peter, it's been an intense set. I feel like always the winter set, you know, there's so much going on. How's it been for you?
Oh, it's been really good so far, especially keeping track of everything that's been happening on the land side of things. I feel like this is gonna be EMEA's season. I feel it in my bones. I've read it in my Weetabix this morning. I think it's gonna be a very good set.
Well, I think it's been a very good set up until this point. Into the Arcane truly had a bunch of great mechanics for us. Panda, where does it rate for you? How do you feel about Into the Arcane?
A little bit behind set 6, I would say, with the introduction of augments, but still, I think anomalies have been fantastic for adding more complexity and you know, decision making in the late game. And I'm just excited for what is the climax, the competitive climax, especially of the sets, and how this new patch shakes down, especially this weekend.
Well, we are going to be talking about exactly what is yet to come and what was until now. Here's our competitive roadmap. So let's take a look together. As you can see, 2 cups in the winter set, just like it was last year as well. And then actually this time around, Tactician's crown is not going to be next weekend, but the weekend after that. So mark your calendars accordingly. Make sure you know when that is all going down. I'm sure it's going to be an absolute delight to watch it. But back to our Golden Spatula, Panda. Talk to the people a little bit about how the format works, because I know it's hard to remember all of that.
For a long time, viewers and followers of this circuit, not too much has changed. It's still fairly simple to understand. We're gonna have 6 games per day across these 3 days in total this weekend. The only major change from past EMEA finals is the fact that we are now cutting from 32 to 24 players into day 2. So 8 players at the bottom of the standings will not be advancing to day 2 at all. Very important in day 1 to try and stay consistent, try and go for those top 4s as much as possible. In terms of qualification, similar to how it's been already since last set, with 2 players qualifying as the winners of the LAN events at DreamHack and at Gamescom, 2 players coming in as the winners from the Cup events, in this case only 2 instead of 3 because of the shorter set. And then of course the 28 remaining players qualifying from the consistency side of things, with the qualifier points from tournaments and the ladder points from all the different servers in EMEA.
Yeah, and of course, as we'll be looking in a second at the overall field of players we've got coming in today, one notable thing is, first of all, we only have 2 returning regional champions out of the entire field. In fact, the majority of the field have never been to a championship or a crown level event before, so there's a very good chance by the end of these 3 days, we'll not only have a whole batch of fresh blood heading to the crown, but also a first-time EMEA regional champion. But particularly as part of this, as mentioned by David before, it's really exciting for this to be the first set. We're getting multiple players being directed straight into the regionals from the lands.
Yeah, I think that is so cool. We, of course, have a bunch of very notable names on that list here, but we do want to focus in on our LAN winners because just last weekend, the Gamescom LAN finished. Unfortunately, I couldn't go there, but Panda, you were part of the DreamHack LAN that happened at the end of last year. Maybe tell our viewers a little bit about how that experience was for you.
It was an absolute blast. I think I have to say, first and foremost, the socializing aspect of meeting all these players in person, getting to, chill and relax with them outside of the tournament hours was really fantastic. I got to compete as well, which is a rare thing in TFT, so that was really exciting for me. And I think the meta was a complete new patch, so really exciting to see how people figured things out on day one, and that turned into day 2 as well. And we had a day 3 on stage, so couldn't ask for more, really.
That's right. If you have any chances to go and participate at any of the upcoming LANs, we wholeheartedly recommend that you go and check it out. It's super fun to meet all of the players and to be part of that spectacle, so to say. There's always a good fair amount of being able to watch as well, so I really recommend it. And if you need any more convincing, we do have a little video for you guys at home to give you a taste of how the LAN experience feels like.
Well, my dream ever since I started competitive TFT was to make it to Worlds, so that's definitely my expectation, and I won't settle for anything less.
I am qualified for the Golden Spatula. This is my 4th time already, and this time I feel very confident. I can make it to Worlds. I feel very prepared, and I hope I make it this time.
My name is Tan. My in-game name is Red Jungler, and I'm 21 years and I'm from Germany. My achievement I want to get is to make Worlds. When I qualified to the top 8 in set 9 for Worlds, I needed to go first in the last game, and I managed to do it, and I barely qualified to the top 8. I think that was the best moment.
I've been playing for a lot of years. I've been having a lot of failures, but every time you fail, you have to get up again, and I feel this is the time to succeed.
This is my best set ever. I've never performed this well. I'm kind of reaching new heights this set, and hopefully I'll reach another height that I've been chasing for so long. I'm going to be the next Golden Spatula champion.
Honestly, with Panda and me on this desk, it is a little surprise that we have German and Spanish players in this recap video, but can you blame us, really? We'll take any chances we can get to talk about these players. But speaking of, we do want to mention a couple more players that are participating in this weekend's Golden Spatula. Starting us off with the man, the myth, the legend himself that just won a Gamescom LAN, Stinky. You know, this set, after the second cup, there was a little bit of a mentee bee on Twitter saying, okay, I can't make it to the finals anymore, which obviously is always an emotional realization for players. But Stinky able to overcome and comes back at Gamescom LAN with the win, solidify his placement here. Still needs a lot more to make it all the way to the Tactician's crown, but a promising player that maybe will go all the way.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, exactly as you said, for him to be in a position where the only way he made it to regionals was winning a nearly 200-person event, but he absolutely did it. I think as a player with some massive highs and lows across his TFT career, the big question for me coming into this event is whether or not that LAN win was his high for the season, or if he's got the capacity to take it to at least one more event and get through to the crown.
Talking about LAN winners, we have to talk about Lusher as well, who won DreamHack all the way back at the start of the set. Really strong performance, and this is someone who also made top 8 in Gamescom. So the 2 LANs we had this set, he made 2 top 8s, which is incredibly hard and very consistent thing to do. And Lusher's a player who has a full-time job, isn't really grinding ladder as much, but when he locks in and when he really has time to zero in on the prep, I think he's one of the best players in our region, and I think he's going to showcase that as well this weekend.
You know what I personally love about Lusher? Of course, German efficiency and all that, but this is a player that usually gets all eggs in a row, makes sure he knows the stat, makes sure he knows what's strong, and then on a whim just abandons all of it to play a very fun comp that he sees a chance might succeed, and more often than not, he actually is successful with that. You mentioned it, Panda, an absolute beast at lance, and without cursing too much here, we have the TFT Open in Paris this year at the end of the year, and it would be such a shame if Lesher couldn't come, so I'm really hoping to see him there and then show us all what he has as an absolute land beast that he is.
Well, another player, Megs, who has been showing us exactly what he has over these last 3 sets or so, is going to be Coco, one of the most hyped players coming into today's event. You know, his stats are absolutely eye-watering, nearly a 45% first place rate, and only missing out on going to the crown last season because of a bit of a disaster of a regional. But, you know, everything seems to be lined up for Coco to be really one of the, if not the front runner for today's event.
And following up on that, Peter, this is not the first time that Coco's considered one of the favorites in our region. I think it's been maybe 3 or 4 sets now where that's been the case, especially if you ask the players he's competing against at the very top 10, top 20 of ladder, they consider him to be the best in terms of just raw skill. But weirdly enough, all of his results for maybe just unlucky or things going wrong did not really line up to showcase that across the last few sets. This is maybe the first time where it is a bit more aligned. And I think he has a chance to finally make it to that global stage again and showcase why we consider him to be one of the absolute favorites in EMEA.
Well, somebody that has already showcased just that is, of course, Double 61, and we never tire speaking about this guy, and for good reason. Only player to hold 2 EMEA final titles, our first global champion, runner-up just 2 sets ago, and honestly, I would be happy for a rerun. I'm always ready to see Double 61 on top once more.
Yeah, he's absolutely wild. He's very much EMEA's final boss. You know, honestly, you know, he said his second place before, he was almost the first ever 2-time global champion. Ended up having to give across that accolade to title in, of course, the last Tactician's crown ultimately, but still, he's a player with the potential to be very much the best in the world.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to see him. And honestly, of course, we have more players that we are very excited about. There's only so much time in the pre-show, so make sure you watch the one tomorrow as well, as I'm sure we'll have more players to mention there. But now we do want to zone in on the core of what we're going to be seeing today. It's time for meta talks. Once more, we did have a patch followed up by a B patch that reined in some of the outliers that were caused by that patch there. So, Panda, why don't you give us the key parts of what happened and what that means?
The big picture idea, I think, with this patch coming into finals is the fact that after 13.6, I think the devs really tried to shake things up in a drastic way. Maybe not kill, but drastically reduce the power of comps like Sorks, comps like Scrap, comps like Renata Reroll, for example. And maybe it went a bit too far in one direction, and 13.6 introduced a lot of new comps that took over those spots very quickly, like Family Reroll and Zeri Reroll. And this adjustment with the B patch, I think, has created perfect parity between options with Reroll and options with going fast state and playing around 4 costs. And it's really one of the widest metas we've seen, especially with the addition of Corki. The 5A debuff, I think, is huge in terms of opening lines around emissaries, around sentinels even, around Scrap even being not incredibly strong, but still relevant enough to be something in the meta.
Oh, for sure. I'm really hoping that, you know, with things slowing down somewhat, because not everybody is re-rolling anymore, that we do get that wide field you're talking about there, and hopefully there'll be plenty of options to, you know, for our players to move forward and surprise us today. Of course, as we mentioned before, we do have a couple of players who will be going in the bottom 8 overall, so they really can't afford to have, you know, more than one game where they go towards the bottom bounds.
Yep, that's right. And we do, of course, with the end of the set, also always have a little bit more of an open meta, something that I'm very excited about. I love seeing players find all of those niche situations and show us all of the different comps that are viable, which to me is always like the best part of the set. Now, somebody else on this desk said there are too many viable lines, not to look at anyone in particular,
yeah,
Panda. But what? I can't believe you just threw him under the bus like that. That was your
I had
statement.
to throw someone. I will say
There's
it
a
was
lot
a
of
joke,
angry
but
emoting happening.
it is true that you have to have very good prep coming to this weekend because there are a lot of meta comps, yes, but there's a lot of comps that if certain conditions are met, you have to be prepared to play them, and they can be very, very strong. A lot of reroll comps, like for example, Nocturne Akali, with the right artifacts, they're incredibly strong. Similar case for family reroll, obviously. So you have to have a very wide understanding, maybe too wide compared to past few sets of reroll and forecast comps and all these different augments that also open up new lines.
Honestly, I love that. I love seeing how emblems change, how augments change, what is viable. And I truly think that while I agree it's harder, we'll see the players with the best skill expression really pop off this weekend. That's something I'm very excited about. But something that I'm also very excited about is our list of co-streamers. So Counterfeit, if you would please introduce all of these amazing people to our audience.
Yeah, I think we've got at least as many co-streamers as we've got comps floating around the meta at the moment. But yeah, we've got faces and names all over, so whoever you want to experience the Golden Spatula, you can. All players, or all rather co-streamers on here, are excellent choices, and you can find a link to their stream in the score sheet if you head across there. But makes, we do have a single, secret weapon to keep people on this stream as well.
We do, and that is our Twitch overlay. In case you aren't familiar with this just yet, let me tell you all of the deets, because there is a little bit of an overlay that you can click on our Twitch stream, and that will show you every single player's board and positioning at any given time. That means you're never missing out on those crucial repositions, on those crucial upgrades. You can always follow your favorites right here, right now, and that is something that I personally absolutely love. I think it's such a great extension that we got built there, so I wholeheartedly recommend you to try it out as soon as games start, and that will be very soon. But before we go there, we will talk about our last minute predictions, because of course we mentioned him. I've seen tweets. Everybody knows Coco looking mighty strong, and for good reason, is a favorite for many here. But to make it a little bit more interesting for our viewers, I will just throw you under the bus and say, you can't pick Coco, Counterfeit. Who are you picking as a prediction here this weekend?
Well, one player who is a crime we haven't mentioned as yet, because he is the winner of our second cup, is of course from the best place on earth, Lalana, Tacticians Cup 2 winner, and coming in representing the players who've been around the block from all of the few times, but still have got some, extra gas in the tank to be able to put out a good performance. I think we're going to be seeing some very good stuff from him, because his season as well has almost been as good as Lococo's.
Well, for you at home, I can convince you this was not a French flag, even though it looked like it. That was a British flag that Peter just held there. But Panda, what about you? You can't pick Coco. Who are you picking as your prediction?
I was going to avoid saying any of the Spanish players in case they blame me for cursing them, but you know what? I'm feeling spicy today. I'm going to go with Chuso, and I'm going to say, honestly, Chuso did not have a good Magic and Mayhem set 12, maybe his lowest competitive level ever, but he completely turned in 180 in this set. He's been incredibly dominant to the very first patch of the set on ladder. I think he had one of the biggest improvements from one set to another, and I think he has a high chance of maybe finally having a Spanish player qualify to the global stage.
Well, I always get blamed for a little bit of cursing on my German players. I just would like to remind the class that more often than not, my predictions have come true, and therefore this is a caster blessing. And I will put forward Kevin Parker, because Kevin, while he has reached a second place on a global stage at the TFT Vegas Open, he did have a little bit of a faltering after that, maybe some inconsistencies, and he himself has stated that this is his best set ever. And honestly, I feel like that rings true from everything I've been saying, and I'm really excited for what he's going to be able to show us in this weekend. Also, looking at these lobbies, some of these look crazy. I'm very excited to see how they play out here. But with that, I believe we are getting closer to our games, and of course, to bring you through the games, we have two more secret weapons here on our broadcast. Here is Stuart and Ellen. How are you doing, guys?
Thank you very much, Makes, and the entire analyst desk. And thanks, Panda, for throwing me under the bus, even though it definitely wasn't me who said that. It was definitely you. But hey, welcome everyone to the caster desk for the first 2 games. My name is Stuart. Joining me is the ultimate yapper of EMEA, Mr. Alan himself. Alan, welcome to the caster desk. Welcome to the EMEA finals. How are we feeling about this set? How are we feeling about the pressure of these players and what games we're expecting to come up?
Oh, hello, everybody. Glad to be here once again, Stuart. Happy to be by your side. And man, this is the best time of the set for me, where it just concludes the whole pinnacle of the content and the competition throughout the whole set. And I love how Counterfeit just swing by with the French flag, and he just knows he couldn't help himself.
We've got Makes cursing all the German players. We've got Panda with the Spanish players. We've got Counterfeit with a French flag. Everything's all hell's broken loose already. We haven't even got into the first game yet, Alan. But we'll get the lobby asset on screen for you now and show you what lobby we'll be taking a look at. And I think there'll be kind of no surprise really that we'll be taking a look at lobby number 2 for this first one. A lot of French flags in this one, Alan, but also a few underdogs in this as well with players like Stinky Abuser that the analyst was talking about before. Who's kind of your highlights in this lobby that you want to keep an eye on?
Excuse you? Underdog? My boy Stinky? I ain't going anywhere. He was at the world's last set. He performed now. Just said easy peasy. I'll get in through the LAN. I didn't get through the qualifier points. Right? Yeah, OG. I got this. I like how the Makes just gave a protective shield to Coco from caster cares, just preventing everybody from picking him to win it all. I respect it.
No, I think the big thing is everyone had talked about Lococo right now, but I think the one thing to remember is that in the last 2 regionals, he hasn't actually performed up to his standard. He's been put underneath the pressure of having such great sets, has won 2 Tacticians Cups over the last few sets, has been one of the best performing players, but he still needs to do more at this regional finals to try and get to the Tactician's crown in a few weeks' time as well. But we can't go past the likes of, we're Jungler as well, and also Cannabis, which Cannabis, again, we're talking about perfectly planned with Stinky Abuser. Cannabis as well. If he had 1 placement lower at Tactician's Cup number 2, he wouldn't have even made it, Alan, to this regional finals. And if that isn't perfectly a part of the plan, I don't know what is.
Hey, listen, if there is a time to perfectly calculate how much effort do you need to put into the competition, Cannabis does it just right. Barely makes it, but it looked like it was all planned and just enough to make it. However, we have a pretty big powerhouse joined by the players like Moshnia, who didn't get to compete just yet too much, but he has been performing very well in this set overall. And then we have just all pretty much present players like Opal, Clemu, Yobidashi that are just competing pretty much throughout the past sets without failure.
Yeah, Yobidashi is actually his first time at regionals, and even for Mojnio as well, the last time he made it to regionals was all the way back in set 3. So a few returning players, there's a few of some newer players coming up as well, which is also always great to see. It's also good to see all the returning players, but it's great to see that some players can shine above the rest as well and make it to the regionals for the first time. And anything goes. I feel like, Alan, at this point, Analyst Desk spoke about it quickly. We could talk about it as well in terms of the meta itself. I know you've been watching on your streams in terms of other regions, trying to analyze the meta, what things are looking at in the B patch. What are some of the highlights that you've been seeing from watching games from other regions, and what you expecting to see over the next few days?
Since I've been following TFT and playing TFT, I think this is probably the most balanced meta there have ever been. After the recent patch, before the B patch, there was some hoops and bumps, but after they deployed the B patch, this is looking very good for the players. There are so many things that you can just lean towards. So if you name yourself as a flex player, this should be a heaven for you. Because as Panda mentioned, there might be just too many even comps to play.
Apparently I was the one who said it, but hey.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Now you're the one throwing him under the bus as well. No, it's all good. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think in general, there's it seems like a lot of people are definitely defaulting a lot more to these level 8 compositions, trying to go for early econ augments, trying to play towards either the 4 emissary, towards academy lines, even Silco as well with Dominator has suddenly risen from the grave basically after not being played for like the past few patches. There are some definitely rerolls that can still be viable. I saw a few games earlier on in the APEC region, also in the TOC over in China. The Zeri Watchers was still very playable. There are some players even contesting each other for Zeri reroll. So I think there's definitely a few things going around there. But we're starting things off with the encounter being Caitlyn. Everyone's going to get a bit of extra gold, which I was just talking about. Everyone loving econ and everyone loving to try and get to level 8 as fast as possible. Caitlyn's definitely going to help us out with that.
Absolutely. There will be a decent variety of the comps across the whole weekend, given there is not a single forecast, I think, that is unplayable. And I think this is one of the few regionals that we have that the fortune trade, this time it's Ken Baron, is actually playable, because oftentimes it's either giga broken or it's completely dead, and that has been the case for past few sets. This time I think it's pretty much nailed for the finals.
What would you say is probably the best way? Because I know that there are multiple ways in which players are looking to play Ken Baron. You know, some going for that 500, 600 cash out for the perfected items. But there's also like reroll alternatives as well. You know, the likes towards Smeech and also Renata. So in your opinion, do you think it's better to try and play for that 500, 600 cash out, or maybe play a little bit more safe and try and go for 200 or 300 and play towards the rerolls?
That's an excellent question. If you want to lean towards the 500 or 600 cash out, more so like 500 is realistic nowadays, you need to hit specific breakpoints on specific runs. For example, on 2-6 you need to have already 4 Ken Baron, and then you need to roll for like 1 Silco at 3-5, or if you get 4 Ken Baron even earlier, then you can delay Silco even to roll down even to 4-1 to get a 500 cash out at 4-2. However, whenever you get a spot to get like extra 20 HP from Silver Argument, you can aim for those even 600 cash outs, or if you get like Undercity War Under City argument and you get that extra HP, you can go for those juicier cash outs. However, you still need to hit those 4 or 5 Ken Barons. And in terms of rerolls, you not so much, you don't lean towards so much Renata, but you go for like either fast 8 and you play of Reni as your main tank, especially if you get to get Piltover armor, and you play 6 Visionary with the Reni main tank, which is less common in comparison to playing just a Smeech reroll, where you play the standard Singed, Reni and Smeech, and depending on the cash outs, you aim for 100, 200, 300, depending where there is a Smeech plus small Nico, 2 Smeeches, or Smeech 2. You don't look so much for an item as much as for units in this particular cash outs.
No, I totally agree. I think it really depends on the situations, and it really depends on augments as well. We're already seeing augments on the right-hand side. Pale started things off with Starry Night, which was something that I was mentioning. Can go into multiple different lines with Starry Nights. Most of the time you can see the Zeri re-rolls. You can also see the likes of Tristana as well. These 2 costs can really help you out. Surprisingly built different though. For the first game for Lococo, one of the favorites coming in, built different is the first augment that he goes with, which we haven't actually seen that much this set. I feel like, Alan, even like throughout the whole set, I feel like this is kind of really one of the only patches where built different has actually been chosen. But I think with what Panda was saying before, with the likes of Corki being buffed, some of the 5 costs still being very powerful, with the likes of Mordekaiser as well, you can create some really strong compositions later on to try and cap your board out.
Yeah, the build different really relies on how strong are 4 costs without the their traits and 5 costs. And this set has a particularly good units like Twitch or Mordekaiser, where they cap very well based on the attack speed and extra HP. However, the biggest way to cap with it is just hit Golemify on 3-2. You just have you're just playing for first easily, just off base of that.
I could definitely help you out as well. A few early rounds to start things off. Seeing if players are looking towards wins and lose streaks. Pale already nearly up to 20 gold to start things off, which is, I believe it was a econ opener as well. So not only do we have gold subscription from the help of Caitlyn, but we also had a gold opener from the early rounds. So players either deciding to keep units on the bench, which it seems like a lot of people are doing. A lot of people are trying to keep the 2 costs, you know, the really strong 2 costs like the Rels, the Zeris, to try and go towards that line, because some of these 2 costs, if you can get them 2-star early on, Alan, it could be really stable to allow you to get up to level 8, save a lot of HP, and sometimes even go to level 9 with how strong these two costs are.
Absolutely, and it also depends how many players will opt for the rerolls in the lobby, because we've seen already a Starry Night, we've seen the investment strategy, which both indicates some sort of reroll comps, like where investment strategy goes even so much down as 1 cost, up to even 3 costs, such as TF Lori's reroll. Players opt to even, or usually just to go for some sort of 2-cost bow as most efficient way to go about it, due to the other people rerolling other 2 costs, which allows them to hit earlier, hence preserving the econ not only to scale up with the investment strategy, on top of just pushing levels easier, hence hitting in front of, ahead of tempo.
Yeah, the extra HP definitely will help out later on, because you can see that most of the players trying to hit their econ thresholds, as we're seeing right here between Cambis and Clemu, two of our French players. And this lobby is very French heavy, Alan. A lot of French players in this lobby. I mean, I feel like the broadcast team was already cursed, you know, the British, the Spanish, the Germans, but no one's actually cursed the French yet. No one's actually been like,
fine. I got the rest.
You got us? You got our back?
Yeah, of course. I think Clemu is winning it all today. I got them.
Okay,
sorry, buddy. Someone had to go under the train.
So someone had to go for it in the end. Okay, well, I think we got everything covered now. We got every major country covered, which has the most participants, but we still got a lot in there as well to see how things are working out. Interesting, our Stinky Abuser as well, a player that we were talking about at the start, the analyst desk was talking about at the start, you know, really had his breakout set last set, you know, getting to regionals, getting to the Tactician's crown. Conqueror start, which we don't really see too much, to be fair. I mean, I feel like you can really only take this augment if you're able to get the 4 Conqueror starts to start things off, but yeah, it could be really interesting to see where this direction goes into, Alan.
Yeah, absolutely. The interesting part about the Conqueror +1 is that when you get it, and you get to hit early 2 stars, Conquerors, and you get to snowball the cash outs and actually not even win the runs, but just kill as many units as you can, it really shows the difference. And we can see that Stinky already has the 2 slams where it just showed in Last Whisper on top of the Conqueror with GP, which is one of the better Conqueror emblem users at the end, while having also those 4 Conquerors. But the problem is, we are facing Rennie with 3 items. We kill nothing.
No Conqueror stacks this round, Alan, unfortunately. And that's the difficulty sometimes. And I think that's why Conquerors in general are very high risk, and that sometimes it can be a bit of a backfire. It only has 1 cash out so far, but as you mentioned, wants to try and get them stacks early on to try and get the bigger cash outs, try and get the 5 cost, try and get the items, as well as take a look back at Lococo's board, going for that build different. Already has the Rage Blade slams, as you mentioned. Twitch being one of the strongest 4 costs, not only in built different, but just in general right now. Snipers still being very popular. So Rage Blade in general, probably one of those popular items, I would say right now. Bows in general are very contested when it comes to carousels.
When you play BD, it's usually you play towards the AD type of the boards, where you play around like the Vi, where you play around the Twitch as your main carry, and you try to get stuff like just some sort of tank items in general for the bruiser type of units like Vi. Not necessarily, you're not trying to itemize the tanks like Mundo or Ilaoi, due to the fact that you have already so much HP worth from the BD, that you are not looking towards that. You just want a bit more damage due to lacking damage that comes from the traits and the bonuses. So you need to make up for it. So if you start to build too many front items, you might fall under the category of just not doing enough damage. And yeah, that's the problem eventually.
Yeah. 2 players streaking this round. Cambis sitting at the top on a 5 streak. Opale, though, sitting at the bottom with a 5 loss streak right now, was the player that picked up Starry Nights and still is maybe figuring out what direction he wants to go into. He does have a family opener in terms of his board, but he does still have the 2 Zeris on the bench, Alan. So I think it really depends on what he naturals with his Starry Night augment, trying to get some extras online as the gold orb drops for a TG, which will help out in definitely in the family composition. But be interesting to see what direction he would go into.
I believe that Zeri is pretty much uncontested, so if you can play around it, you probably will, given that we naturaled very few copies of the...
He's rolling. Oh, interesting.
I mean, it has to be due to the item drops. Like, the problem is, the only reason he decides to go for the family is because he didn't drop any items for Zeri to support it further. He's just opened BF for the Gunblade and nothing to go alongside. However, he does have a TG, he does hit the Darius too, which will be a perfect holder for the TG for a while, and then all he needs to do is just slam some Sterak, keep the belt, keep the chain open, or perhaps he'll go for the Sunfire Slam right away.
Actually decides to go for Sterak Slam on Darius and put the TG on the Violet instead, so right items, wrong units, which is very interesting, but maybe realizing that Darius, as you mentioned, getting that 3-star early on thanks to Starry Night Augment means that he can be the main carry. Looks like unfortunately losing the round though for now, and but yeah, as you mentioned, with Zeri pretty much being uncontested from what we can see in the lobby so far. A few Zeris on the board, but no one really looking for the rerolls. Very surprised they went towards that angle. As you mentioned, no other components to make any more Zeri items. Rolling for days can be another option, or misconnections. Two very good options.
We have Starry Night and we have a choice of misconnection or free rolls. However, when we have the Starry Night, the free rolls might be slightly better than the misconnection, which helps you finish off those compositions versus just having more rolls, which allows you to see more 2-star units instead in the shop. So I really like the decision of going for the rolls instead of the misconnections. However, we see already double econ argument playing into family. So if Opal doesn't hit early enough ahead of tempo, it might not be looking too good for him because the comp really needs to hit on time. Then Coco hit a restart mission with BD.
This is crazy. Restart mission into not getting any units that even connect with it. Like, it's the perfect board, no? Perfect restart mission. I cannot think of a better restart mission position. You know, you already have, as you mentioned, the build different coming in, the restart mission with the extra upgrades as well.
The units that can utilize the items with Shojin, the Rage Blade, on the unit that actually really likes this type of items.
I mean, this is an incredible position here for Lakoko. We already mentioned how the built different. You know, you need to make sure that you try and go towards that spot and get everything else. Also even has a spatula as well as a helping hand. Not really, maybe look for a +1, but
while playing BD, I think that's the worst possible gold drop outcome he could have gotten.
I mean, if you could get maybe another spatula, you know, from somewhere, I don't know, maybe another gold orb with another spatula, but yeah, in general,
that's scope.
Yeah. Come on, you gotta believe. You gotta have
Okay,
somebody.
so at this point, the least far-fetched angle is like stage 6 spot carousel. This is like the most optimistic, because he's not gonna be getting the spatula from the carousel. He's gonna be last pick until stage 5 at least. And at stage 5, we can't see really spots. So stage 6 is the earliest he can actually hope for a way to utilize that spot.
It's gonna be a bit difficult, but he got saved in the end with the restart mission. You feel like Lakoko's just never going to lose a round, as everyone else was able to get gold drops with TGs and everything else. But actually, definitely not going to help out the built different board. As you see, where jungler also going for snipers as well. Again, not really going for rerolls, as we can see our boards at the bottom. Fortunately, also going for the lesser champion duplicators. Looks like that potentially might be a Morgana reroll line with Renata put in there as well. This is actually a board that I saw over on the TOC. A lot of players over in China really like the Morgana rerolls right now. Renata in general, not as strong because of the nerfs that happened. But Morgana and Vex can still be great carries if you're trying to reach them 3-star.
I mean, the main condition for the comp is having blue buff on the Morgana. There is just like no way you can play this comp without blue buff. It's not even close to being strong. While we see the Moshna is utilizing also Kembaron cash outs to itemize that Renata with extra units, while getting some small Nico from the 100 cash out, being able to go for that 3-star Renata Rainy eventually.
Yeah, this is something that, you know, we was talking about earlier about this. There seems to be so many different ways to play Kembaron now, whether you want to try and play towards the lower cash outs. We were mentioning before about Smeech, but this is the kind of Renny Renata alternative that we can also see.
we talked about hitting ahead of tempo for Opal, and we see that there is already Violet free on top of the Darius and Powder. There's just the Darius Draven missing. So we might just see Opal deciding to push levels while being level 540 and just getting the Draven on like level 8 randomly with booster where it's actually 50-50 to get the unit upgraded.
Yeah, surprisingly, that's actually his first round win of the entire game so far. So it meant that it had, like you mentioned, it's very low on HP already. As say with Motioneer as well, down there on 38 HP. As we take a look here at a Quick Striker board with your favorite. Can I say your favorite unit, Ambessa? Is that right to say, Alan?
I mean, it depends. Do you like to wipe... I'm not gonna say it. I mean, I hate this unit. It's just so... it needs so much to work. Like, she needs to have a 4 emissary buff, she needs to have 4 quick striker buff, and then she needs 3 damage items to actually start doing anything. It's just a trade, but usually...
You took the bait, Alan. It was perfect. You took the bait so well.
I know.
I had to throw that in there.
On this unit forever.
Yeah, I had to throw it in there somehow. But Quick Strikers in general, a lot of people are actually looking to play towards the Twisted Fate and try and go for the Twisted Fate Loris variation of Quick Strikers. Most of the time, if you want to play like the Nocturne Akali alternative, you really need that +1 range for the Nocturne to really make him a lot stronger. But with none of that, and also with AP items in general, you can see a lot of players trying to go for the Twisted Fate alternatives, which can do a lot of AoE damage later on once it eventually...
Hello, who is there on the Stinky's board on level 7?
Huh?
Yeah.
And there's a Garen as well. There's a couple of Garens on the bench.
I mean, who cares about Garen? Let's be honest. There is a more.
I mean, I care about Garen.
Please. Also, look at those items. QSS.
Oh
my god. Eon QSS. Holy, he just got spoon-fed items for Morde.
And he's even going to go to level 8 already of 4-1 and just... Hey, doesn't even... Feels confident enough that he doesn't even need to roll. Has the 6 Conqueror in already. Has 200 stacks, is going towards that 330 cash out. Trying to figure out what items. There you go. Edge of Night QSS, as you mentioned, Alan, the 2 items. 2 of the core items.
This is a very interesting spot because he could have went for IE that could have been a bit stronger, but the problem is you need to activate this Mordekaiser somehow, and like without Eon QSS, he's not doing much. So like just because he could have made a bit better items overall, like he needs to have active that particular unit. Slams on top of that Hodge, I think I'd rather see here first the Reforging component, perhaps Glove, and then see what do we do about slamming at the items. I'm not a big fan of the Omnivamp items on the Morde. He needs to go boom, big boom.
Big boom indeed. I mean, maybe with the Dominators not in there at the moment, maybe feeling like he needs the healing, but as you mentioned, with the Dominators eventually going to be placed in later on, can be a good option. Does
Mochnia is looking for some help.
No? Yeah.
18 HP. Okay, Fun Blazing Soul, that's something. He has 2 normal Nikos and 1 Nico for the Chem Baron units. He did, in fact, hit already Singed, and he did hit the Morgana. He has everything. However, is that gonna be enough? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that's the difficult, as you mentioned. Is it going to be enough for now? Because leveling to level 7, I mean, you can just triple Nico if you want to right now. That's exactly going to be his bailout. He feels like right now he's trying to play for placements. He's not trying to play for the win out. He knows that he can't really save these lesser champion Nikos for much longer, these duplicators for much longer. Level up, find a few Rennies, get that 3-star, and hopefully he can stabilize his boards.
Not sure if that's not a mistake to not, like, he could have popped the TG from the Rennie by putting on the unitemized Rennie from the bench the Singed items he could have used the remover for, and then itemize the with TG instead, which I think should have been stronger overall, because the Rennie is just so much tankier and can drain a lot more, especially when we don't have Steel 6 Visionary. And that will be just enough to take down Stinky's pretty strong board.
I mean, we talked about Stinky views this board, we're already finding multiple 5 costs. Mentorship on top of that as well. Stinky Abusers having a field day really in this game. But look on the other side, 2 experiment +1s here for Clemu. Already has the Twitch on the board as well. This is looking incredible. So 7 experiment already at level 8, which is absolutely crazy. Even has the Caitlyn to get online now, has the Vi, which is one of the best units to try and put this experiment on, since you have the Enforcer to help out the Caitlyn damage. Some of these boards, Alan, are looking crazy high rolls at this point.
Very interesting choice to not put Experiment Emblem on the Hex. He keeps the Urgot for the extra attack speed, for the more damage output. Not sure if that's correct idea. I think I'd rather see here healthier clones instead than the extra attack speed on the cast for the Twitch. But he probably knows better. And all you needed to do is just get a spot from the Golden Orb.
Oh, yep. That's exactly that. Oh, hey, I was talking about another spatula. Does Lakoko still have his...
I mean, I'm sure he does, yeah. But like his last pick. You think, and there is like...
Do you think he's getting it?
It's not happening.
No,
nah,
no.
There is Caitlyn as well with the
Caitlyn,
spot.
yeah.
Like, hello? No one allows this. Wait.
Okay, no.
Oh, I mean, yeah, Opal is looking for that extra +1 family if he does indeed have a Reforger. Otherwise, might be looking for something else.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, that was the only real option there for Lakoko with this spatula, was trying to get another spatula. But with his restart mission and how strong his board was with Built Different, he's just been winning every single round so far. Him and Stinky Abuser sitting up there on 70 HP. Mojna still sitting at the bottom on 18 HP right now. As we take a look at Opal's board to see what's going on. But yeah, Stinky Abuser, as I mentioned, the mentorship coming in now, already has the Mordekaiser to help with the 5 cost of mentorship. Also the Malzahar as well. So you got the front line being buffed up with mentorship and the back line as well. So definitely a very strong spot here for Stinky Abuser. If he can keep killing units with the Conqueror.
We're looking for the 2-star 5 cost cash out just in a heartbeat now. Just needs 40 more kills and we'll get there. Not sure if we are getting here now. Oh, this more the damage is just unreal. But will not be just enough to cash out or win the run. But not in a rush. Stinky has a choice to make a bit more gold here in case he needs all of that to roll for anomaly. But 60 should be just enough to get that more some juicy evolution.
As you mentioned, has a lot of gold already.
Okay, that's really good with the extra cash outs. Rolls it past it.
Interesting.
That's not bad. The freestyling is also very good with the Conquerors, given we have already so many trades online and we are getting pushing 9 after the creeps. Yeah, I think attack speed was looking slightly better, given again the cash outs eventually will provide you so many components. This more that would be just unholy.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, Stinky Abuser sitting in a very comfortable spot, has a ton of gold. I'm not even going to try and calculate how much gold he has on the bench right now, Alan, but he has a ton of gold on there. He also has the extra gold as well from his bench as well. So there's so much gold in Stinky Abuser's pocket, which, as you mentioned before, he's in no rush right now. He feels comfortable. He has the HP to play with as well. So he can sit comfortably. He can kill some more units, try and get more Conqueror stacks, and try and get to level 9 as quick as possible.
Looks like he's aiming for the pivot into the 4 Emissary 6 Conqueror for a start, but eventually we should see some sort of a pivot into the just 5 cost, 6 cost once he gets closer to the cash outs. All we're seeing, Opal, despite 2 econ arguments, is just holding somehow strong against those pretty strong board already.
Yeah, we haven't even mentioned about 6 cost yet, as they're... There's 0.16% chance of them trying to hit a 6 cost at this point, which we know how powerful they've been throughout the whole set.
Jace is so good.
Okay.
We sell that GP for sure. Or so now that there is 2 angles, you can either go for form swapper, or you can go for the 4 Emissary, 6 Conqueror, and you cut GP.
How would you say the Conqueror spat is on Jace? Is there ever a scenario here where you try and just put the Conqueror spat on Jace and he becomes your kind of main carry now since he's already 2-star?
Yeah, absolutely. But like Conqueror spat doesn't give you that much damage. It's just more of a stacks. Like you're looking to put like free real items so instead of the Conqueror emblem on him. However, if you have nothing else, it's better than nothing.
Taking a look at Wet Jungler's board here, has the Pandora's bench to try and get some of the extra units online. Pandora's bench in general, still very popular, has been an augment that's been around for such a long time, but it's still very popular with some players because not only does it help you try and reach these 4 cost 2 stars, but you can even go beyond that and try and reach some 5 cost, try and reach some 4 cost 3 stars if you're lucky enough as well. Where Jungler playing a very stable board as well. This was the go-to board before the P-patch, Alan, and you're still seeing that players are still defaulting towards this board if you don't have a lot of other options. But no attack speed on this Twitch, Alan. Going to be attacking very slow.
Was a small issue for the Stinky there, that he was clamped on the backline, so it got sniped pretty fast by the Caitlyn. But the board is so strong after so many cash outs that it's just good enough to take down jungler. And there is still an issue of having only Garen 1. We've seen that Stinky was holding that Garen 2 on the bench forever, declining from the players Garen, and there is a lot of players that want Garen on right now in the lobby.
Just talking about the Twisted Fate and the Loris, they're both online, as well as the Akali as well. So this board has really come online right now, and still no one has been taken out just yet, Alan. We're in stage 5. Nearly at the next carousel. Mojang is still sitting on 8 HP, but in general, the lobby is very close together. It seems to be one round difference for most of these players, you know, but it all comes down to positioning at this point of the game. And Elise, if she casts, is on the right side here for the extra experiments, and another Jace too as well. There's so many Jaces across all these boards, Alan.
I mean, that's Jace 1, unless you're referring to different board. However, it's way too strong board of a TF to just lose to the experiment. Even Void 7 experiment, it should be dealing with it pretty easily for the quick strikers. Like, it's hit pretty much above the tempo. Like, no econ argument. Having already Akali free, TF free, and Loris free, this is giga high roll.
Yeah, an incredible spot here for one of our players coming into it from France, but his first regionals coming into this tournament, so seeing how things off. As we see, Mojang actually got defeated in the end, and unfortunately is our first player eliminated in round number 1. Just wasn't able to spike the board enough, trying to play that reroll visionary with the Chem Barons in there, and will be our first player eliminated. Wet Jungler now on 5 HP, has found the Garen 2, as you mentioned, Alan. Question is it enough for this board to win out on some of these really camped boards on the other sides?
Against the 7 experiment, I think we're just tanking 7 here. Like, there's just too many units that are gonna be targeted with the experiment emblems. Wait, there was a swap of the experiment hex, I believe, but that will not matter. He will still be taken down by Clemu.
Not a good start, unfortunately, for Wed Jungler. 7th place to start things off. Just a reminder for everyone tuning in, this is round number 1. We will be having 6 rounds today, and the bottom 8 players will be eliminated after today's 6 games. So for players that have started things off in the 8th or 7th place, it's definitely not a great start, but you still have some extras to come on in afterwards. There is a Conqueror +1 again. Stinky Abuser is the last pick. Do you think he goes for this extra Conqueror +1?
It's a matter, like, if we have anything to drop, I suppose we could cut the Draven eventually, or just upgrade another unit with that Conquer, or stacks multiplied with the AP and AD, which should be reasonable. Perhaps we get even later the 9 Conqueror.
Is that
upgrades?
Is that some 6 costs I see? Not 1, but 2?
I mean, to be fair, I think Coco didn't roll before 9 this game. He waited with the econ until pretty much stage 5 when he went fast 9, and he just went all for it, sucked all the HP, but because we still see that Leonas and sets that come from the restart mission from early on.
Yeah, still keeping them in there just because they don't have any of the sharing traits, but Malzahar 2 and the Mordekaiser 2 as well is hopefully going to be enough to take down Clemu's board for now. Malzahar's just attacking away in the backline with the spread damage, but Twitch is still very strong. But as you can see, Victor, the glorious evolution from Victor, allows Coco to win that round against Clemu. Stays alive for another round as well. Clemu goes down to 7 HP. Cambis as well. Not too sure how his fight's looking, but he did lose the last round. But Cambis at the moment also on 11 HP. Goes down to 1 HP for Cambis. So a lot of players on low HP, and it can be a 1 round difference now for most of these players to see if they can try and make it into that glorious top 4.
We see that Calvis had a pretty good start with the high voltage opener, but then followed it up with the rolling for days, and then I believe it's a scavenger. So it's not the best type of the arguments, especially if we can't get initial kills. We're essentially playing the start of the combat without an argument. And then we see Clemu hitting that Caitlyn 2 while having also a free item Jace, free item Mundo. But will it be strong enough against the quick starters? Last time this fight was lost by Clemu, but then we didn't have the Caitlyn 2. We'll see if that changes anything.
Yeah, the Caitlyn 2 is the big upgrades. Me on the right-hand side, Cambis as well, also trying to battle for his life in this first round. Unfortunately, only has a LeBlanc 1, and the Mordekaiser is going to rake through Cambis. So Cambis gets knocked out. Clemu is also going to get knocked out, but who took the biggest amount of HP? It looks like potentially Clemu's going to get a position above Cambis. We'll have to wait for confirmation on the HP on that one. And it is Clemu gets 5th, Cambis gets 6th. Unfortunately for Cambis, I think with everyone getting 5 cost 2 stars and everyone being level 9 this game, Cambis was unfortunately stuck on that level 8, only had the LeBlanc 1 star and just wasn't able to cap out his sorcerer board.
Yeah, we've seen that hitting that Mordekaiser 2 was crucial to start winning the rounds. Like, this unit is just putting all the work.
So important. Also the 6 cost as well. Mel is also going to give Lakoko an extra lifeline if she's able to cast enough. You also got the Victor as well with the CC in the back as well. The Ashen knockups as well. Extra gold as well for Lakoko, which means he can roll down some more and maybe try and replace, as you mentioned, you know, the Leona and the sets. There's the Jinx too as well. Let's see if there's any other units that he can put in instead of the set and the Leona, but it seems like they're going to stick to that for now. As we take a look at the quick striker board as well. Sorry, everyone getting more gold. Pretty crazy.
Pretty strong, given that he hit not only the 3 stars, 3 costs, on top of hitting also Ambessa 2 on 7, while having pretty much just silver econ argument. That's pretty impressive for a board. And we'll see if that's gonna be enough against Coco. But the Morde is... It's against Stinky level 10, never mind. This board is just way too strong with so many stacks. And will take down... Clemu? Was it Clemu? No, that wasn't Clemu. That was Yobidashi's board, sorry.
Yeah. And Lakoko on the other side, on left-hand side, unfortunately for Lakoko, gets knocked out in 4th place. Still a decent start for one of our favorites coming in to the Golden Spatula, Lakoko there. But as you mentioned, Stinky Abuser's board, level 10 now with this board, getting legendaries all over the shot. Unfortunately, still doesn't have that Mordekaiser 2, though, which, as we were mentioning, is one of them important units. He went from high rolling a Mordekaiser early on at level 7 to now not finding any other Mordekaisers. Has a LeBlanc 2, a Jace 2, and even a Rumble 2 as well. And Stinky Abuser, the player that wasn't even going to make it to the regionals before Gamescom. 10 days before his Gamescom win, he crashed out on tiebreakers in Tacticians Cup number 2. And he was even talking to himself on social media saying he was so disappointed with himself. But he went to Germany, he went to Gamescom, he won Gamescom, he made it to the regionals, and now he's looking in prime position to win this first lobby, Alan.
Yeah, it didn't help that Coco had like the Morde 2, which was denying pretty much 3 Mordekaisers from the pool from the Stinky. However, it doesn't stop him from having everything else upgraded on the board. But then we see Yobidashi, in fact, goes third. And it's so impressive that Opal from his spot, that he actually goes at least 2nd here. It looked like pretty doomed after his initial roll down on level 4, but then it caught up pretty fast with hitting that Violet free, Powder free, and Darius free pretty early on during the stage 3.
I totally agree. I think after Krugs, it was very difficult because only finding a Darius 3, but as you mentioned, the rolling for days, that synergy of rolling for days and Starry Night really allowed Opel to stabilize his board and try and get push levels now to level 9, and has even a family +1 on that Savika as well. But this could potentially be one of the last fights. The Stinky Abusers level 10 against Opel's family at level 9. Has even the Zonyas as well on the Mordekaiser to keep it going online. And the level 10, the Conquerors for Stinky Abuser are just way too strong. Unfortunately, he's 3 stacks away from the 750 cash out on the Conquerors as we're going to be looking at the last carousel here.
And Opal will be probably forced to out deny.
Okay.
That's fine, just good TG, all good. Like not only Opal doesn't benefit at all from that Mordekaiser, but Stinky gets a TG, which just makes him pretty much stronger, and then finds the Morde regardless, which will probably just seal the deal.
Yeah, I think for Opal, as you mentioned, I think it was the right choice there to try and deny away the Mordekaiser too, but being in level 10, still having that little bit of extra gold from the win streak, meant that Opal can get these legendaries online. Savika 2 found for Opal, but I don't think it's going to be enough, Alan. I think this Conqueror board is just way too powerful.
Opal had to sell Darius free to get that Savika too, but definitely a correct call to do something. And we see the Savika casting on the crystal, which is so bad for Opal. That's exactly what you didn't want to see. And then she cast it on the Morde, but like he just hammered her down, and that will be the end of Opal.
Stinky Abuser carrying on the momentum from the Games Con LAN win. One of our players to keep an eye on in this tournament ends round number 1 with a first place in one of the most stacked lobbies I think we'll see, Alan, throughout the entire weekend. And for you, as a Polish yourself, that must be a very proud moment for you to see Stinky Abuser coming in already. The momentum already, you know, with last set being his big breakout set, making it to regionals, the Golden Spatula, making it to Tactician's crown. Carrying on the momentum is a great feeling for him.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen often that Conquerors just does not work out. This time it did. And we'll figure out why with the analyst desk just after the short break. Stay tuned.
I'm gonna show 'em.
I'm riding free from the cage full of lies. They're gonna say I won't make it. I'm sorry that you feel that way. I'm a champion. No, I ain't afraid to take a hit, babe. Put it in my face, you can hate me. I'm sorry that you feel that way. Sorry that you feel that way. Like I care, like I'm here to bring you down. Like the air that I'm breathing will be around. I'm sorry, did you feel that?
I'm gonna show 'em.
Welcome back here to our analyst desk. And of course, after that first game, we always have a little bit of a glimpse at how the meta unfolds. Although we know what we are expecting, sometimes players have a little bit of a surprise. And honestly, I'm personally quite happy to see how open the field is. I know we had some conversations on, oh, are there too many lines? Is that even a thing in TFT? I personally wouldn't say so, but let's take a look here because in our top 4, we found 2 reroll lines and 2 players going really for that long game, for the high cap board, of course, supported by the gold subscription as well. But I really loved seeing the family board from Opal come to life here. It almost felt like a little bit of a nostalgic moment to me to see them come back into a game and claim a second place. Of course, enabled by the emblems here, but really, really awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, given the amount of emblems that were knocking around in that game, I was really hoping we'd get to see a second family emblem coming in as well, which would have been absolutely fantastic to see that secondary stacking coming in. But I do want to bring up as well Yobidashi, who came in 3rd place overall, bringing out the TF Loris reroll, with especially using the Akali as kind of a real tank unit with a double Crown Guard and a Bloodthirst as well. Really interesting board, which I think didn't really have the top end that some of our later boards managed to put together, but still, I think it was a really good choice for the moment.
Look at the rest of the top 4. We saw 2 very unique games from Lakoko and from Stinky. On the side of Stinky, our lobby winner, takes the very risky path of going for Conquer +1 at 2-1, which basically means you have to snowball this game. It's the classic snowball trait of the set. If at any point in time you lose your momentum or your high roll potential with Conquer, it's GG. You're not going to top 4, but he finds a very early Mordekaiser, finds perfect items like Alan mentioned. A lot of things went right for Stinky in this game, and by the end of the game, I think it was, you know, impossible to lose with how far ahead he was of everyone else with all the resources from those Conqueror stacks. On the flip side, Lakoko also went for one of the unique paths in the current meta, which is built different, and had a restart mission, a great second augment pick, but especially I want to highlight picking up dual wielding with an early Jinx and having the anomaly come onto her means that you're able to find extra items for a combat that has so many good carries, but also perfect items for that Jinx that you just found to be able to make it to that fast 9 strategy and try and cap out your board in the end top 4 for Lakoko in that stage 5.
I really loved how transformative emblems were in this game. I said it in passing before as well, but notably for Stinky with those 2 Conqueror emblems, but also for all the other boards in this lobby, we saw a lot of, if I have this emblem, maybe this route opens up for me, and that's not always correct. You know, some of these players unfortunately had a little bit of a harder time with that, but I suppose that will be something we'll see more of during today, and of course the other 2 days as well.
Not just emblems, but also spatulas, right? We saw Lakoko, who was dominating the early game, but had a bit of a, not a blunder, but just a little bit unlucky that he got a spatula in a comp that obviously does not want any traits with built different. And on the flip side, Opal, 3 spatulas in the stage 4 carousel, able to get the family emblem, which I think was a major part of him being strong enough to make that top 4 in the first place.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I was honestly, for Canu, I was really excited to see what that Experiment 7 board could do longer term, but I think that may be one of those cases where there were just so many great boards come out in our first lobby of the day that something had to give. Even if under other circumstances, that board could have absolutely gone for a top finish.
Honestly, I am cautiously enthusiastic. Let me phrase it like that, because with how many different lines we saw in this very first game, I feel like anything is possible during this weekend. Would you guys agree?
I did say the meta was too open. I think that does, guide in the direction of anything is possible. Are you just copying my point mix, but with different wording?
It's reinforcing the point.
I am saying it lovingly.
Right.
That is the difference between the two of us.
Let's take a look at their standings, guys, because, of course, this first round is still very important before we do our post-game 2 reseed.
That's right. Of course, we are starting here at the bottom. So all of these players, unfortunately, starting off a little bit harsher. I'm seeing familiar names that might have been called out as favorites at the top of the show. But don't worry, they're ramping. It'll all be good in the end. And of course, here on this page, we're seeing our high performers with the first places already going into game 1. And a lot of Polish players are on that front page here.
I mean, I want to jump in front of David because I know otherwise he'll be all over this, but given how many French players are in this competition, like a full third of the field here are French, to see that many non-French players up at the top of the table is really surprising.
Shout out as well as a high Pikachu, I believe the only Turkish player in the field this weekend. Starts off with second place, showcasing that maybe the Turkish ladder is a little bit stronger than we expected in this set, particularly with him being the player that qualified via that Turkish ladder.
Yeah, honestly, last finals, I was really excited for an influx of players from Turkey showing up really great. This set, I feel like we're seeing less of that, but maybe High Pikachu can rally that banner and bring them back for next set, maybe raise some ambitions as well. But with that, I believe our phenomenal casters are ready for game number 2. Back to you, Alan and Stuart.
Thank you very much, Megs. Appreciate the breakdown as always. We get ourselves ready for lobby number 2, game number 2 here. We'll be taking a look at another lobby this time around. All the lobbies have stayed the same between round 1 and round 2. So that means that we'll have to see how this new lobby shapes up, Alan, as we're going to be taking a look at some of the other players that we were talking about at the start of the day. Players like Kevin Parker is going to be in this lobby. And another one of your Polish friends, Travis, as well. A lot of Polish players, as the analyst desk was mentioning, Alan, at the start, doing really well.
Listen, we go everywhere where we could go. And it's just time to perform. On the last Tactician crown, we had 2 players. Now it's time to bring 3 players. and we are nicely spread out so we don't take each other points across the lobbies. And it's all properly seeded and planned out.
Everything is aligned. Everything is perfectly aligned right now. We'll have to see how this game number 2 goes for us as well. But I'm not too sure if we're expecting to see maybe Conqueror again, Alan. I think the Conqueror was one of the compositions that not a lot of people were talking about. I think as Panda was saying on the analyst desk, you have to get the right scenarios, the right items, high roll a little bit as well with the Mordekaiser. But I don't think we're expected to see maybe many more Conquerors throughout the day.
Yeah, seeing the Conquerors to win out the lobby is a very unusual side, but if there is a game for it to happen, getting more the Ambessa on 7 on stage 3 definitely helps with that. So, did you notice the portal we've had?
I think it was no. I don't think we're having any portal or any encounter this time around. I didn't see no Heimerdingers, no Caitlyn's pop up, no Victors, no Warwicks. Lucky enough as well for us, but yeah, no encounters this time around. So a somewhat standard game, you could say, Alan, of teamfight tactics. With nothing...
it's the best form of the portal. No portal. Wouldn't you agree?
I know. I mean, imagine if augments weren't in it as well. We'd be thrown back all the way to the early sets. You know, no portals, no augments, nothing else.
Still water.
Nothing else to give you the extra influx of items or econ in general. So it'll be interesting to see how these players adapt to it being no encounter, because even though it can seem it's a little bit, I guess, boring in a way because there's no encounter, I think this is very preferred by a lot of players because they really want to make sure that they're able to use their resources in themselves to try and get a lead.
We've seen just a second ago from Experience board trying to go for that Camp Baron opener with having already Mitch and Powder too, perhaps Ambusher game if he gets a bit better items. Well, on the side of Sappho, Twain from the box, a patch before considered like the best free cost to get. This patch pretty close there, while having already some Sorgs in the backup. And then we'll see a Silver Augment start.
And Silver Augment, so no encounter and also a Silver Augment. So definitely a slow pace to the start of this game. Very different to ones before as well. As we see, branching out potentially being an option. High risk, high reward could be an option. Just goes to the complete item.
Sappho goes for like more of a consistent type of augment selection. Usually from the silver augments you want either something that has a win out potential, like emblem, and perhaps go for like the +2 and win out. However, getting the Nashor here while playing 4 Sword early on, getting already Nami and Swain is pretty strong. However, from the silver arguments, especially if it's no encounter, you look for some sort of gold argument, because in terms of power, the gold arguments, econ arguments on the silver tier are probably the strongest.
Yeah, I see a lot of players just going for as much as possible. Good for something. For Jedisor on the other side, just going to be playing towards the lost streak, trying to get the extra drop in terms of economy. And we're seeing across the board as well, players taking the likes of over encumbered as well, as you can see on your right hand side. Support item options, plenty of options as you mentioned, Alan, you know, as we expect in terms of items and gold to try and get these boards online a lot quicker.
So one of the stronger econ arguments is getting exactly that. The delayed start gives you board, gives you econ because it sells your previous board. So you not only get to one of the 2 strongest frontliners now, like that's such a high roll. The lowest case possible, you just get only frontline or only backlane, and then you're kinda cooked. But this is the case where you get very good backlaner while getting very good frontliners and maintaining that solid econ. While on the side of the Kevin, he picked up a reroll argument. How do you like it?
I think it can be possible. I think for Kevin, he already has the Infinity Edge slammed as well. Could be going towards the Tristana, which could be a great option here. Most people are going to be lose streaking. I feel like in general in this lobby, if you scout around, you see experience board, as you mentioned, with the delayed start being very powerful already. It's going to be very difficult to try and keep your win streaks, but Kevin, a player that we were highlighting at the start of the day, hasn't had the best start in game number 1, finished in 7th. So needs a game to turn things around, and an augment like that, a reroll composition like that could be the way to turn things around for him.
Yeah, we've seen already 2 players having Rage Blade slams, which lean towards thinking either some sort of Zeri, Twitch game, or perhaps Rebels, where we've seen already pretty much committed Sorks. I don't think you are, like, it could be also like from the Safo could be Dominators. However, without a single tier, it's more very unlikely. So it will be probably just Sorks from this spot. But the player will have to keep an eye on especially the 3-2 will be Parker, given that his argument allows him to keep the 3 rolls and just spend them on level 6 later to get the board. And finds the early Tristana, which allows him to get a stack or 2 there, while the Kai is slumped already.
No, I totally agree. I mean, getting the early Tristana, I mean, even if you get them off of the early minion rounds as well, you can try and get the stacks early on as the minion rounds. So, again, definitely leaning towards that with the early Tristana is going to be great as we take a look at our first carousel. Gives us an overview of what everyone is looking at. Digger Sparta does have a Chem Baron start with over encumbered as well. So, I mean, that's a perfect spot. You don't need to buy units with Chem Baron, so you get the extra items. You also have the Chem Baron in as well. And again, we were talking about Chem Baron in the last game, Alan, about what direction people can go into. Is it the 500 cash out? Is it in the reroll? I think it really depends on what items Digger Sparta is going to get from this.
If Digga had the Chem Baron since 2-1, this spot looks really good for the 500 cash out, as long as he gets on a 3-5, 1 Silco. However, on the Travis side, he did get the Akali from the Caretaker, which might lead in giving already the PT Slam. We might see Crown Guard Slam if he'll find himself in danger of losing the fight. Most likely, it should be the Quick Strikers reroll, just leaning towards the TF, Ambessa, substantial carries. However, we might see a rare case of just playing Rebels, but it's definitely not as strong as playing Quick Strikers.
I'm quite surprised that we didn't see any Rebels, if I remember correctly, and from that last round. And in general, it seems like Rebels are a little bit popular with just how easy the composition is, you know, especially if you get that +1 Rebel. But Quick Strikers, I think, being still a very strong composition, especially you can get that early 4th Quick Striker with the Ambessa and the Twisted Fate. But as you mentioned, we'll have to see what direction Travis goes in after the next augment, because if there is a Rebel +1, that can also be a great option for Travis.
Very good heads-up play from Travis. He was holding on the rod before he decided to commit to slam Crown Guard, and that resulted into him winning or losing the fight. Without that Crown Guard, he always loses that one. So very good heads-up play there.
Spirin here might be going up against Travis, our 2 win streak players at the moment. Of course, Digger Sparta sitting down the bottom right now with that Chem Baron, wants to keep that lose streak. Also found a Renata as well, so has that 4 Chem Baron in already for Digger Sparta. Have to keep an eye to see if Digger Sparta does come up against Kevin Parker, as it's not going to be Travis again Experian for that win streak. So both these 2 players are on a win streak, might be able to keep that win streak going into Crux.
Absolutely. Experion, I'm curious if he's gonna lean towards snipers or some sort of rebel game. We see that when usually if you are scouting and you are trying to figure out what players are playing, you can usually tell by the units they're holding on the bench on top of the component stand. And when you see the media on the bench already, then it gives you a tell that the player might be looking more towards the snipers than anything else, and like 0 rebuild units. Even though like you would like to go for that direction because you want to play snipers yourself, that's not something you might have planned.
We can see that actually Digger Sparta in the end winning the last round. So 4 Chem Baron in. Unfortunately for Digger Sparta, he did win that previous round. So unfortunately not going to be able to get that big loss streak that you really need for Chem Baron. Does that change a person's game plan? You know, someone like yourself, Alan, if you were to win a round when you want to try and get that big lose streak, does it ever change your game plan with Chem Baron, or do you just reset the lose streak and kind of try and go again?
It just depends on the components, but it's mostly from the spot you play either Rainy Visionaries or you play the Ambushers, and there's not much. You are not going for 500 anymore, most likely, unless you get the 20 extra HP and you try to go from there. However, we've seen also good play to keep in mind from the Jedusor, that when good for something, you can stack that on the creeps, and if you sacrifice units on the creeps, you can get extra gold. So even taking out your carry and just putting a bit weaker board, sacrificing 1 or 2 backlaners to the cracks can net you 1 or 2 extra gold.
Totally agree. As you can see with Digger Sparta actually deciding to cash out already, went for the Lesser Champion Duplicator for the Chem Baron units and has incredible items really for this Smeech. So as you mentioned, definitely going for the more reroll option, trying to get towards the Smeech 3 and maybe even Rennie 3 later on as well. As you mentioned, it kind of really depends on the items, but over encumbered extra items for ambushes is definitely a big plus.
I love that he went for the 100 cash out, given that, oh my, he actually hit Titanic, but yeah, he already cashed out.
Bad.
Whoopsie.
I mean,
It doesn't mean that it's bad, because again, you cashed out Nico, you are going for the Smeech. It's a very good spot to be at. I really like the Find Your Center with the Smeech. Both the extra HP and damage jump is very beneficial towards Smeech, and given how the unit works, jumping to the specific targets based on their amount of the items, it doesn't hurt him to put in the middle.
Yeah, definitely agree. Going to get the extra stats, the extra bonus HP and everything as well on there. The extra ambushes in with the powder as well. You can see things like rolling for days as well for Ken on one side, trying to go for rolling for days. Travis still has that Akali, trying to get the extra Akalis online. Level to 6. I don't think he rolled at all, but since it's a silver, there's going to be no +1s or anything. So I feel like at this point, Travis is definitely just committed towards these quick strikers rather than going for the vertical rebel composition.
I mean, yeah, we can tell that by the board. We see that a bunch of sentinels, so leaning towards that 4 sentinel. And once he goes to 7, he's only 1 of Akali, so that should be no issue. Perhaps he might even decide to go fast 8 and roll on 8 while getting the quick spike of Akali 3 instead of rolling on 7.
Travis, our only player right now on the win streak, keeping things online and making sure that he can keep getting the extra units. Kevin Parker, as we mentioned with the reroll augment, was able to reroll a lot of gold at level 6, but hasn't really found a lot, I feel like. Only has 4 Tristanas, which is pretty low considering how many rerolls that he probably would have gotten.
I mean, keep in mind it's a full upgraded board with Ezreal 2, Leona 2, Rel 2, and Illaoi already on the board. It's not too shabby of a board.
Trying to see if he can stabilize his board and try and win some rounds, because Kevin at the moment on a 7-loss streak, down to nearly 50 HP already going into stage 3. I think at this point he wants to try and get some more stacks towards this Tristana, get some more wins and try and stabilize his board. That's why he rolled down to below 50 gold to try and get the extra units online, but it's going to be the case. And now Kevin looking for that BF sword for the Gunblade. And in general, I kind of wanted to talk about the Gunblade in general, because I think Gunblade has been one of the most popular items this set, Alan, with so many units having so much splash damage.
The unfortunate part is Enzo is playing the family pit fighter, and like this comp loves swords. If there is one item this comp cannot get hang of, it's just swords. And on top of that, you can deny the lowest HP player the component they exactly need. Man, this cannot be better from Enzo.
Kevin has to deal with a belt instead, unfortunately, try and get some more frontline items. Has to wait for that BF sword, as he can make the anti-heal, he can make the Sunfire if he wants to. Still a decent item to get in with the Sentinels. And yeah, as mentioned, has to wait for the BF sword to try and get the Gunblade online. As take a look at Enzo's board here, playing towards the family, has the Prowler's Claw as well. So definitely one of the stronger artifacts here for Violet.
The issue is, like, we're a bit off on the units, like, we're not hitting on tempo. We're still 3 Dravens behind, we are 2 Violets behind, we're 3 Powders behind. And again, it does help a lot that he got Prowler Claw, one of the better artifacts to get, but it won't help if we won't hit fast enough.
Especially if you're coming up against the likes of the Scar 2 already, a Garen on the other side as well, Zeri 2 with that Rage Blades. really throwing back towards the B before the B patch when this comp was very strong. But I think when you find the early Scar 2 and you find a Zeri 2 as well with the likes of Gunblade keeping his front line alive and the Rage Blade, it becomes a very difficult composition to deal with.
Absolutely. On the other hand, we've just seen a board from the Ken where there was pretty much full upgraded front line on top of Zeri 2. We'll see if he leans towards re-rolling Zeri or will decide to go into the 4 sniper kind of board, but should be re-roll at the end, given the value of the items that Zeri already had, like a Gunblade, half another Rage Blade, already one Rage Blade, so very solid spot. And Travis now, he already fought Ken, which is really helpful because he should be the strongest, and now fights Kevin. And Akali is getting targeted, so it might be actually an issue where he loses the fight because, never mind. Just dash away and lose targeting from the Tristana.
Dash away and you'll be fine. Is able to heal it back up with the Bloodthirster, but the Sunfire Cape is also going to be a little bit of a struggle as well. But again, I mean, Tristana just keeps on changing her target, but maybe it's still enough. Maybe the Tristana is able to do enough damage with, and that's going to ruin the streak, unfortunately, for Travis, even leveling up to level 7 as well. 20 gold, trying to get the extra units online, and unfortunately for Travis, loses his streak. But as mentioned, you know, Kevin Parker stabilizing his board is a big bonus because now he's up to 70 gold. He has more free rerolls thanks to his augment as well, so he can try and get some extra resources online for his board.
Yeah, we've seen Travis roll a bunch trying to get that final Akali without going to 8. However, it failed and he ended up not preserving streak. On the Diga side, we've just seen a cash out of the one Rennie and the pretty much just useless salvage gauntlet item. So he opts to just save and try to go for a better cash out on 200.
And try and potentially get an item for the Smeech or the Rennie instead. If you can try and get something like that, there'll be a big bonus. But normally you try and go for like 200, 300 cash outs, which is normally when you try and get, you know, 2 Rennies, 2 Smeeches as a possibility for the cash out. It's still rolling here, trying to at least find Smeech 2 here. I think you really need Smeech 2 to stabilize this board and at least try and kill some units. But unfortunately, has found one.
Ooh, Echo 7. Really good.
Finds an Echo, but unfortunately no Smeech 2. Do you think the Echo is enough here, the 4 Ambusher, even though he doesn't have that Smeech 2 just yet?
I mean, we have a Spark Slam, we have a Titan Slam, pretty good items to go for Echo once he gets to transfer them. I would love to see a bit deeper roll for the Smeech 2. The problem is he's getting free streak, and he wants to get 200 cash out. So I think the going for the loss here and not rolling deeper might be the better line, given he wants to utilize the HP due to the fact that he has very good combat arguments. Like, he has open center and he has extra components from over encumbered, which should lead into him winning out the lobby if he gets it, if he hits there. So just making sure he makes the Mox Decon and he gets the 200 cash out in a reasonable time.
Yep, I mean, at the moment, he has to go for one more loss to try and get that 200 cash out as mentioned. As we take a look at Sappho's board here, definitely going towards that Sorcerer line, and the Piercing Lotus is definitely going to help out with trying to get the extra damage for some of these Sorcerers. There is a 5 cost there as well. You really want to try and roll these 5 costs early on to try and hit that LeBlanc with this Sorcerer board, because I feel like LeBlanc is such a big enabler for this composition, because not only does it do a lot of spread damage on the backline, but also gives your units more power as well.
You'll see that Sappho is going for that free cost rerolls, having already 5 Namis, 6 Swains, while rerolling free cost, definitely going for 1 LeBlanc would be pretty optimal. We'll see if he decides to play some sort of just for Emissary for Zork eventually on 8. That's why you're holding the Tristana, that's why holding Garen, and eventually just dropping the Zoe and the other low-cost Zorks. And there is already Swain 2 on the Jedusor side, while being very healthy.
Yeah, exactly that. Already a lot of Swain. Swain definitely one of the most contested units with players going for Sorcerer. It also works pretty well with Dominators, even though it's normally transitioned out a little bit later on, but can be very good with Dominator boards early on. So as you mentioned, going for that reroll line, trying to play towards that can be quite difficult, but we'll have to see how many he gets later on, as there was another Nami as well for Sappho. So Definitely going for that reroll line. As we take a look at Kevin's board here, has hit the Tristana 3 and the Leona 3 now. So again, with that reroll augment playing towards that reroll line, has found a BF sword as well. So this comp is definitely online now.
Yeah, Kevin is looking towards some sort of Jace from the carousel, push 7 to get the Academia item, which I don't know if we've seen so far. It would be helpful if it was just some sort of AD item for the Ezreal, and then try to finish that 3-star Singe, 3-star Ezreal, 3-star Rel on level 7.
Yeah, for now, keeping the Singed on the bench, and you can see the Tristana has been stacking up since right at the start of the game. So with the Tristana 3 is able to do so much more damage now. The Rage Blade for the extra attack speed, Infinity Edge for the damage, and the great thing is that because Tristana does so much burst damage, you also got the healing with the Gunblade. So the front line is just going to be healing up so much over time. As we get into the carousel, no Jace for Kevin Parker, but he is one of the last picks as Digger Sparta is down at 26 HP with his reroll line as he picks up another Rennie. I'm not too sure how many Rennies he's on, but it does have a glove, which can be a strong item.
Yeah, the glove is the item that you never can get enough while playing ambushers. While having that Echo 1, the problem is like he really needs to either hit Smidge 3 or Echo 2. That's one of the conditions that stabilizes the comp. While other players are playing rerolls, they're playing mostly 2-cost rerolls, which doesn't necessarily help the case of ambushers when the Camille stops being an option for a carry for the comp.
Yep. Exactly that. As we take a look at Jedusor's board here, and for standard Dominator line right now has the Silco 2 in the back line with some really strong items. No attack speed, unfortunately, for the Silco, which, if I'm not mistaken, most of the time, Alan, you want at least some attack speed for the Silco to try and cast more often. But I guess when you don't get any bows as an option, you have to go for this full burst build. As there is a Smith 3 on the other side.
Definitely helpful, and Sweet Diga having the cash out on the 200, which I believe had to be some sort of Nico, double Smith, or just Smith 2, which allows you to hit on stage 4 way ahead of curve. That's why it's so strong. And we'll see that Silco, as strong as it can be with the free items, it's just not going to be enough to stop the board.
Yeah, finally Digger Sparta is in a stable position now with that Smeech 3, with the Find Your Center as well, giving over the extra stats to get online. As might be stable enough now, as Ken on the other side, unfortunately, still sitting down at 22 HP as we take a look at the anomaly choice for these players.
Worth noting, I think Diga did a small mistake there by not not selling Garens and just going for the more econ to make sure he hits a good anomaly on that Smidge for a potential win out. He was not even making 10, which leads into having very, very low amount of the gold for the anomaly. While Jedusor is thinking about Share Your Energy, one of the strongest anomalies you can get, providing all the EHP value on top of the damage to the surrounding units.
He's definitely have a long think. He's also trying to decide what unit he wants to try and put on as well. Looks like maybe the Nunu, but as you mentioned, all that sharing of stats to all the units around it can be so helpful. And let's decide to go for the Mundo instead, and just hoping that he can upgrade to that Mundo 2 later on down the line. Take a look at Experian going for the Vertical Academy line. Has some really strong upgrades actually on his board. Found an early Jace, Corki 2, Ezreal 2, and Alawi 2 to get online. So really strong position for Experian to be in.
Yeah, the problem is we have all this Jace, you have the Heimer. While playing Academy, we are not having enough items to itemize all our carries. Because what we had is like double econ argument, and then followed up by combat one that's not an item. So which is a bit an issue, but he did hit one of the better anomalies for the comp, which is the one that starts the whole board. You remember
Dramatic Entrance, yeah.
Dramatic Entrance. There you go. Oh, it's written on the screen, right? Yeah. Obviously. Now you sound so smart,
Alan, but
now you sound so smart. Okay, buddy.
I wasn't gonna say it, but I thought you would have seen it as well. But hey, I mean, it's fine. You got there in the end. It's all good. But yeah, I think I totally agree with what you're saying. I mean, Dramatic Entrance can be very strong because the extra knock-up in the CC just allows your backline units to do so much damage. Another player here, Ken, also going for Share Your Energy. I think only just now found Scar 3, so is very behind tempo. He's still only level 6 going into stage 5, Alan.
The problem is with this positioning, like you pull the units towards your Zeri. Once she jumps to the side, like she'll grab an aggro from the, like, just any random backlaner. You cannot position like this. You have to not buff some of the watchers and just make sure the Scar have time to walk up, and there will not fly towards the right side, towards the enemy carry.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, Zeri jumps to the other side. She's completely exposed. You know, nothing else can to do it there. So in this scenario, you think that, you know, just putting some of the watchers in the front line, just leaving the Scar behind is probably your best option. But I think the problem now is that you have your tank items here, and you put your tank items on Scar. So you still kind of want Scar to be on the front, but then you also want to share your energy at the same time. So I think it's a bit of a difficult situation here for Ken in terms of positioning.
Yeah, and having that adaptive in the third row, making it not a real tank item, just like a mana item with a bit of AP, and definitely suboptimal. Missing on those extra resists as well. Look at that, the card is kind of melting. However, the extra stun on the backlane, oh my, he almost cast it again, which might actually cost him a round that he didn't cast. Oh, it will be, might be just enough. Yeah, that will be just enough from the Zeri.
Yeah,
probably with the
damage.
In Sorks, I think you cannot pick front lane anomaly in the meta where it's so much pressure on the back lane. Sorks really want that extra damage anomaly usually.
Yeah, here you can see Sappho, as you mentioned rightly, going for the Emissary option with Swain 3 and also the Nami 3 as well, trying to get the extra power online. But as you mentioned, the anomaly on Garen, not the most optimal option, but maybe didn't have the goal to play with, because we knew that he was rolling very aggressively to try and hit the Swain 3 and Nami 3 as quick as possible.
Let's check out the Travis board. We haven't seen him for a while. He just went to 9 with that Akali. See how he does if he went for that eventually reroll TF. Oh, that's a Warwick from the Jedu Store.
Blood Hunter.
That's a unique.
Blood Hunter is online. We love Blood Hunter. Look at Warwick go. I mean,
can we just agree to not call it Warwick but Fafik? It's a Polish word to name a dog. It's a Fafik.
Oh.
It's a cute way to call it the doggo.
Is Warwick cute though? I don't know if Warwick's cute.
I mean, when he's on your board.
Scary.
When he's on your board, he's pretty cute.
Yeah, but then when you're playing against Warwick, I'm sure you've been against plenty of Warwicks, then not so cute, right?
I mean, I was close to breaking a hand or twice whenever I've seen Warwick on 4-1, just pretty much making me take 8-0 for fights.
Unfortunate. And yeah, for Sappho and Ken, 2 players being knocked out already, unfortunately, so not going to be able to go towards that line. Both Ken and Sappho trying to play the reroll line, so reroll not having as much success this time around, and Kevin Parker, I believe, the only player left that's playing the reroll line with Enzo on that family line. So Kevin Parker still definitely very stable, but looking at this board, hey, another 6 cost. Travis, level 9, hits the Victor already, has the Akali 3 online, still only has the Twisted Fate 2, but really trying to enable the Akali with the extra quick strikers.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen that dramatic entrance from the one side and then the Victor following up from the other side, just to fairly balance it out.
Nice and balanced. That's what we love to see, right, in TFT, Alan? Everything nice and balanced.
I mean, listen, this is the best meta we've ever seen. Like, there is no shot you're gonna be complaining about meta in this patch.
I'm not. You're normally the yapper, Alan. I did call you the ultimate yapper of EMEA, so I'm not the one saying anything.
I mean, doesn't mean a complainer. Yapper is not equivalent to that, buddy.
No, I'm not. Not a complainer. I mean, you are right. I mean, even when you look at like some of the compositions that we're seeing, even from today, right? Conquest to start things off as well. So much flexibility. I feel like every single board that we've seen so far has been unique in their own way. You know, we've not seen any contest in terms of compositions. Everyone's playing their own board and doing really, really well. Biggest bar, stabilized board though.
Interestingly enough, Kevin didn't go for the +1 artilleries to go for the 4 artilleries there. Probably plays some sort of 6 sentinel board, but I would love to see him picking up that artiller's emblem and capping out eventually with the 4 artilleries, given that he should be able to push level 9 Never mind, he's at 0 gold. I guess he's not going 9.
He did just hit Singe 3. I'm not too sure if the carousel did give him that Singed, but he did just hit Singe 3 after the carousel. So I'm not too sure if he preferred to go for the Singe 3, which even though it is a 1 cost, can really help buff up your attack speeds and your damage for the Tristana. So maybe that was the only reason why. I couldn't quite catch what unit he grabbed, but Enzo unfortunately knocked out here as Digger Sparta on a bit of a streak now, trying to stay online, but with only being level 8 and the rest of the lobby now being level 9, as Kevin Parker's the only other player sitting at level 8. But as you mentioned, 6 Sentinel boards, does have the Singe 3 online now, and is still trying to go for that Rail 3.
But pretty strong board. It might be win out. Like, Tristana overall has a good matchup into Smitch. Given there is 6 Sentinels, so Smitch will take time to go through all of that. However, Diga having the share your energy is pretty strong. The Tristana should be already at like 40% stacks probably, maybe reaching out to 50 slowly. But we'll see if that's gonna be strong enough against Fafik.
Yeah, 50% already for this Tristana, has been stacking all the way since stage 2. And Kevin realizing that with his opportunity with Silver Augment going for that reroll, but at least stun into the back line is really, really huge. And with the extra Warwick, the Blunt Hunt is going to be enabled, but it does get one shot by Tristana. And maybe the Tristana damage and the scaling is just way too much as Kevin wins another round. And that was looking close for a second there, Alan.
Bro, that was a gigantic ball. Imagine getting smacked like by 1. Don't you just get knocked down immediately?
I'm not going to repeat what you just said, but yeah, Alan, totally.
What are you thinking about, buddy? Like, it's just like a hammer ball. Hello? I don't know, this casters, man.
Hey, it's all part of the fun. It's all part of the fun. But yeah, Tristana up to 55% now damage for Kevin Parker, and maybe this is the way for Kevin Parker to come back after his disappointing round 1 result of getting 7th place. This is a player that even himself has quoted that this is the best that he has performed ever. So what better way to top it off than for Kevin to make his first Tactician's crown, his first global championship. But he still has a way to go, even in this lobby with so many other strong players still up for grabs. They have to try and take them down, but I think this Tristana is just going to be way too strong.
Well, we're on the topic of the Kevin. I think he's just like excels particularly this patch, this set, at deciding what kind of reroll to play, and he usually has a right decision to do. And yeah, we see here once again it's paying off, playing the Tristana and just with 6 Sentinel and pretty much stomping lobby so far.
Even has the mini Tristanas behind her as well, so Tristana's just even doing more damage. Like, look at the Tristana go. I mean, is anyone stopping this Tristana? The mini Tristana's behind as well, even giving Kevin a helping hand from the Anomaly. As on the other side, Experian, I think, did get knocked out. I didn't quite catch the end of that last fight, but I think Experian will be, unfortunately, knocked out of this game, knocked out by Jedusor in the end. So we're down to our top 3. Travis still playing that Caretakers towards that Akali's Quick Striker, Jedusor on the Dominator, and Kevin Parker on the reroll. So 2 rerolls in the top 3 this time around.
We see that Jedusor just didn't get to cap the board well. He ended up pivoting out of the Silco into
he pivoted out.
Black Rose board. Yeah.
Wow.
But this board does not do a lot of damage, which is a bit an issue. We'll see him facing Travis, and then pretty good position from Travis. Akali gonna be safe for a while. Will target Fafik very quickly, which will help a lot, not allowing him to ramp up even without items.
Yeah, exactly that. That's going to be really huge. And the Victor knock-up as well is also really huge. And the Akali is just unstoppable right now, just dashing all the time. Even one more. Oh my God. I was going to say even more. One more LeBlanc cast might be enough, but no, just gets completely one-shot by the Akali. But Jedusor does survive another round and is going to be staying alive thanks to Mel has been casting enough. But how do you get this board to become stronger here? Because we have a bit of an awkward spot. We got like 3 Form Swapper, 3 Sorcerer online. With this Mel coming in, and these 6 costs, it's a little bit more difficult. There you go. The Nami coming in there, gets the 4 Sorcerer online. So maybe the extra damage will help out.
What's the problem with the Sion positioning? Like, if that Sion was just sending a round of Akali there, getting some CC, it would have been so much more time for the Jedusor. So just a bit of better positioning against Kevin. He's just playing against Ghost. Travis will be playing against the real Kevin. So Jedusor was, if he goes down to the Ghost, it will guarantee pretty much Travis second. I don't think Akali can fare against that much of the stacks Tristana.
Yeah, I think Travis has way too much HP to kind of go for it. As you can see, the Ghost board still doing a lot of damage anyway. The LeBlanc trying to one-shot. Oh, is able to maybe do enough. Oh, one more call.
Oh my god, the Miasma will take it down.
That was close. And Travis did lose that round. So Travis is also down to 13 HP. So could come down to this next one. Here's a Black Rose +1 opportunity here
that helps for Jedusor. Travis tried to deny it, but he knows. So now it comes down to that, what the kind of Ghost will Travis get, and Jedusor is fighting real Kevin, so we don't know how much weaker was the Ghost of Kevin here in the first place. Maybe it wasn't stacks, maybe it wasn't something, but he'll get to face a real one now, and we'll see if he can stop it with the +1 Black Rose.
As you mentioned, it's definitely going to help out with that +1 Black Rose for the front line, but Kevin, up to level 9 now, has eventually found that Rel 3-star. It's the golden board that everyone dreams about. The Tristana is up to above 60% now. The Illaoi 2 online, and this board is really online, Alan. I don't think there's no one stopping him in his tracks.
I can like Enforcer on the... I was thinking about Singed, but again, no reposition like against Sion. So, and the Sion getting a full cast, pretty much solid value. The Leona is not getting too much value out of the items or her cast. Like, this was the best possible fight RNG for the Jedusor. If he cannot win this, he's not winning at all.
Yeah, this could be the last straw here for Jedusor. Yeah, the Tristana is way too strong. Even that big, massive Lee stun. It's actually a double kill for Kevin Parker in the end. Coming back after a difficult round number 1, Kevin Parker wins round number 2, and he shoots straight back up the standings.
You might say that we've seen like 2 rerolls at top 2, but not quite, because one of them was Caretaker, Carry Akali, one of them was a Tristana. But we see how comp can be strong when everything just comes together.
Exactly that. I think that recognizing, as you mentioned, Kevin Parker is a player that can recognize the right position right at the start of the game, recognizing that he has the items, he has the opportunities with the early augments to get early Tristana stacks, build up to that Tristana 3 as well as the Sentinels as well, and even going to level 9 in the end is absolutely incredible.
But we'll break that game further down after the short breaks. Stay tuned.
I'm gonna show 'em.
To the bone, left over in the dirt. Hard times not for you but me. Darker days as plain as it can be, but I'm over it. Now I'm breaking free. Hit the ground for the longest time. Now I'm the one who's broken down, but you can beat me up to the ground. But when I'm going strong, wait till I get you gone. Now I'm the one who's broken.
I'm gonna show 'em.
Welcome back here after this quick little break that we had after game number 2. And while the day's flying by, we are seeing a little bit of a trend after those first 2 games, and that is 2 cost kinda good, ? I'm very surprised by that, and I did threaten my co-casters that I might need to leave to play some Akali reroll myself, as I am very excited about that perspective. But Counterfeit, we did see Tristana throw around a lot of, to quote my co-caster, big balls.
Thank you for that. I was honestly, when I see the Tristana comp come in, particularly with the way that Kevin brought it into this game, which was, bringing out the patience of the virtue, playing slowly during the other game. Normally you would kind of expect to see that make it hard for the Tristana to get the stacks that she needs to really be a bit major menace. But I think just being able to hit the 3-star much faster than you should have been able to because of all those free rerolls meant that once she did start stacking, she got really destructive immediately and took over the game.
And there was a worry point in stage 3 because he had only those 4 Tristanas. Experian was also playing to the Corki line, so was holding Tristanas and playing Tristana as his carry in stage 3 as well. But KP managed to, again, as you mentioned, snowball that into a crazy lead in the late game. Looking at Travis, though, opposite case. He was very strong early game off of Caretakers, off of a very strong tempo board for the Akali, had a 9 win streak, which made it very easy to not reroll. As Alan mentioned, he's already getting the 3-star from the augment itself, so doesn't go for the Loris 3 and the TF3 like we saw in the last game in game 1. Instead plays only the Akali 3 and pushes levels. And Crown's Will once again picked up for this Quick Strikers comp with the AP focus on TF and Akali. Maybe a good augment to pick up if you're trying to go for this line. And for Yedizor, it's actually interesting because he started off with a Silco line. It's a comp that back in Macau, it was like his one-trick comp to make it into that top 4 on the final lobby in day 3. And I was thinking, wow, this buff was just perfect for Yedizor specifically coming into this patch. In the end, as Alan mentioned on the cast, he had to pivot off of Silco, just wasn't really working out for the late game, and still managed the top 3.
Honestly, another trend I'm kind of seeing after those 2 first games is that both Experiments and Sorcerers not faring too well just now. And of course, this is a very small sample size, but I do just feel like it doesn't really compare with the power curve that some of the other comps are delivering right now when you are trying to switch from the Sorcerers into something like the 4 Emissary that we're seeing a lot. And I am a little bit cautiously worried about where players that are running this as like a comfort comp are going to be ending up at the end of the day.
One thing which we want to pick up as well from this coming out of this game is I was really happy personally to see the Smeech coming back into play, because it can be such a menace to some of these compositions like the Tristana composition that have got so much of their board power led into 1 or 2 units that potentially Smeech can take out early on. The Sparta getting in 5th place, isn't a great start for him. Even, we had some very, very good itemization for that board.
For the Smeech line especially, I think it's important to highlight the difference. It's not just the same exact line with Camille, just switching Camille for Smeech. Instead, you're playing into Chem Baron, you're playing into the duplicators from that Chem Baron, the chance to get those, a few cash outs to have just extra resources in general. We just saw Diga, despite the early loss with Chem Baron, was able to navigate that perfectly. Not quite a top 4, but I still think Smeech is one of the comps that's going to have a lot of potential this entire weekend.
Yeah, I think so too. Generally a great spot for a lot, not all, but a lot of the reroll lines that are available to players. I'm really curious on what else we're maybe going to be seeing on stream here, what players have prepared that might not be on our radars just yet. But while we are reseeding, we are also making sure that we're getting new lobbies very soon, so this may take just a few seconds longer. In the meantime, is there any encounter/portal you guys are hoping for at the beginning of the game while we are looking at our standings now?
I mean, I'll say it. The no encounter, it's always entertaining to see, but given the environment we're in right now, Panda, I think our players are always going to be expecting to have to adjust their game plan, and I don't think that's necessarily any kind of bad thing. But let's take a look at those standings, because this is round 2 done, and the reseed will be coming in.
Let's now talk about this first page. Let's wait for it to move on to 16, because a Spanish player that I maybe mentioned has to pick things up for the next 4 games. You want to be in that top 24 coming to day 2. And looking here, once again, we're seeing one of these smaller ladders in our region. The Russian ladder bringing in Nettlemage as their competitor coming in from that qualification route. And all of a sudden, after 2 games, 15 points in the very lead of this entire tournament. So really impressive coming in from the smaller regions.
Interestingly enough, we're seeing a lot of players that are going 1-2 or 2-1 here at the very top of our standings already. Might be early to call it, but it seems to be a great read on the meta right now for Travis, Noel, Stinky, and Nettlemich here. For Stinky, I think to no one's surprise, of course, that Gamescom LAN win is just so fresh, so recent. You're always going to be a little bit of recency biased in his favor and expect him to do just a little bit better on this current situation.
I mean, to be fair, I was still holding out, expectations that Stinky, again, looking at his previous record, he's been really up and down, like going from, finishes in the hundreds on some cups into doing really well in others. So I'm really, really glad he stayed the course here. We mentioned Kevin Parker before, of course. He had his star-making performance in Vegas. I think for players like Stinky, hopefully in this tournament, this will be the time to to build off that LAN win and start making themselves into a big presence in the EMEA scene.
And a reminder that Gamescom was on 13.6 patch. It's not the same exact patch, obviously we had a hot V patch since then, but all in all, you have a lot of extra, games to be played and really trying to get a feel for the meta in a very competitive environment that a LAN event presents to a lot of the players that were able to compete over in Germany. So you can see that carrying over directly into this weekend.
Raw, Germany mentioned. I'm hoping to have a German player in our next lobby personally, so we're going to be seeing if we can get that going. There's a little bit of caster bias. Come on, I'm allowed. Anyway, while we are reseeding, we will, of course, see new lobbies on the overall, and we were kind of mentioning in passing that at the top of the day, there was one lobby in this tournament that looked brutal in terms of who was sitting in that one. I'm curious if we'll see any more of these breaker lobbies come our way, because, of course, in a tournament that's as stacked as this one, it's very hard to have a lobby that people would clarify as Disneyland.
I mean, that's the thing as well, with the snake seeding kicking in, it does mean that, from this round onwards, the players who've done well will get to get that little bit easier ride because they'll be playing against other players who haven't done as well. So hopefully, as you say, we won't get those kill lobbies kicking in, but there's always going to be some, one or other lobby that's going to be harder to win out in than others.
It might seem a bit early after just 2 games, but with the changes to the format, with the bottom 8 in the standings not making it to day 2, with only 24 players advancing, it's going to drastically change how early players start taking massive risks. If you started off like Chuso, for example, with only 5 points in the 32nd position, you have 4 games to turn things around and try and claw back up at least a few spots. And it is sad to have, make it all the way into this weekend and then after just 6 games, not being able to advance in the tournament, but you have to be as consistent as possible. If you've had, low rolls or just maybe a bad meta read, you have to adjust, not in game 5 or 6. This isn't a 12-game stretch. You have to adjust right now to try and change that.
That's right, and that also means that sooner instead of later, we are going to be seeing those high-risk plays like you called out just now, and maybe also some high-risk portals. So we'll run back to that conversation because I personally would like to see some Golemics. What can I say? I like to spread a little bit of chaos.
Oh, no? I mean, I'm here for it as well. I think bringing in some trader golems, keeps our friends honest. But I think as we've been talking about, during the course of the day, the field is open enough that I think even in a usually very varied portal like the trader golems, it's a lot less likely to run into trouble. But we have got our next lobby coming up, and we're seeing Lusher. He's feeling the heat today. He knows he's in a good spot already. But Nettlemich, one of our front runners as well in this lobby.
Honestly, both of them just kind of jamming out there, chilling, waiting for this game to start. But looking across these names, I feel like I might have had a little bit of intel talking about some whammy lobbies. Double 61, Canvas, Lusher, Nettlemich, Wet Jungler, Lakoko, Clemu, and Chuso all finding themselves in this same lobby here. I am really excited for the
Golemics. Oh my goodness. Can someone kick this caster off of this team for game 3? Why are you bringing in the chaos, man? We need Chuso to lock in, play a stable, safe top 4 game, and suddenly he better have some good combination of emblems makes, or we're gonna have a problem.
They're all gonna have great great combinations, because TFT is a great game and there's only great combinations, right?
Yeah, like the family automata comp that I play so often on my ranked ladder games in Challenger.
To be fair, they did change the trader golem so you at least got, you know, some amount in there. So in this case, yeah, I mean, maybe it's not ideal for double 61 in this fight, but at least we've got, you know, one class creeping here. So hopefully our players will have at least one line that will fit with a couple of their emblems.
Honestly, we've seen Quick Striker do quite well in the first two games, so that might be an angle here. We're also getting a glimpse of a Conqueror option for Nettlemich, if that is something he would want to pursue. Also has the family and the bruisers here available. Really curious on what everybody is on. I'm like trying to see all of the emblems, all of the golems.
And it's really important in this stage 1 especially to already, you know, obviously scout. Most players will have 2 options with their combination of emblems that they can go for. Usually it's almost impossible to have all 3 really feed into one specific comp. That'd be a bit too much of a high roll in most cases. So if you see someone else that has maybe similar emblems to you, you have to see what units he's holding, what items he's slamming, and try to make sure you're at the very least not 3-way contested on a line.
But if you were brave enough to branch out, maybe you could land double. Okay, no, we're not brave enough. But maybe one day we will be, Bex.
Somebody else might be, you know, with the silver augments coming around, there's always that chance that somebody else went for the branching out or is going to go for it, as we do have them spawn in on the right-hand side, just waiting for Chuso and Nettlemich here to decide what they want.
With Nettlemich having, for example, the family option, Double has it as well, but Double also has a better pairing with Automata and Quick Striker. So this is what I mean when you have to be scouting and trying to see what lines will be available or open at least coming into stage 3 and 4.
Okay.
I'm taking a photo with my eyes right now. Hold on.
There's a lot of emblems to take in, but I'm seeing we've got a fair amount of Enforcers in the mix. We've got a couple of Conquerors, a couple of family as well. So we are at least seeing a degree of crossover between several of our players.
I approve of Chuso's combination, Mix. Thank you for bringing the portal.
Oh, well, you're welcome. Like you mentioned, Counterfeit, I'm seeing at least 3 of the Enforcer. We also have 2 Snipers coming online, at least 2 of the Conqueror. So could be interesting to see where these players fall with what they have been offered thus far. Of course, a lot of extra traits there, like the Bruisers or the Scrap. So definitely always an option to just tag one more in for these players here. But honestly, looking across these, I'm not sure there's one where I feel like, oof, this could be harder.
We did just see for Lusher really quickly, had a Watcher emblem and had a pair of Zeris in the shop plus a Zeri on the bench. So could be playing a Zeri 2 very early in stage 2 and going for the Zeri line despite the recent nerfs. And there it is. Does upgrade the Zeri 2. Is going to have a little bit less econ because of obviously 6 gold being into 1 unit, but still very, very happy to have this strong of a board, especially with the 4 Watcher coming up soon on level 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a ton more frontline. Well, you know, I suppose at least we don't have necessarily the best item set up for Zeri as yet, but we've certainly got plenty of time for her to eventually chew through the board. The Silver Spoon as well, to give a little bit of acceleration on this early board, because of course everyone's got the extra unit in place to allow for potentially more run overboards. Coco on the other side, gonna eye for an eye and sit back in this early game.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing what Lusher is going to be doing here still before we hop on over to Double. And this was the first one we saw. I was kind of hoping we're going to be going into the direction of Quick Striker, but with the addition of Pandora's Bench here for Double, seems like we are lining up for yet another family game.
All right, I'm absolutely here for it. I mean, even with Draven taking the nerf more recently, it still seems pretty solid. I mean, we're only going to get to use one of the emblems in the short term at least, but like more or less what we've got so far. Double 61, of course, right in the middle of the pack here. We've got a lot of our players, David, in this lobby, who really need to start picking up points, unlike Nettlemich and Lusher and Cambiz, who are already ahead of the pack.
This is maybe why Double wants to go for family. Family's a comp that if you hit the right augments, if you hit, you know, specific artifacts, like the Spectral Cutlass, we saw Prowler's Claw last game, for example. It's a comp that can definitely win lobbies, so it does lean a little bit more into taking those bigger risks.
Definitely does. We're going to be going into our carousel next as win and loss streaks are building out for our players. Looking to see if there is anything. And of course, we're also getting another glimpse across the emblems of the golems here once more in case you're looking for that. In case you're looking for that without the carousel, you can use our overlay. That is the reason some of the streams on Twitch look dark. So if that is happening to you, just click on that overlay and you will have access to all of the information at your fingertips right there and right then. So you can see everything in real time as well. Hopping over to jungler.
Yeah, so I mean, we've talked about this briefly already, but having the Enforcer and the Sniper together, it's always going to be very powerful. I mean, with Enforcer working the way it does, getting up to 4 Enforcer early on and 6 Enforcer earlier than you should be, just, real huge board amplification power, as long as you can start getting those wanted stacks off of weaker units rather than the primary tanks.
I love this from What Jungler, just having these 80 items on the TF, just because, red buff's gonna be spread pretty well, IE is still, some amount of crit, and just the raw stats on this TF, and Set holding down the line. I'm curious to see what comp What Jungler ends up on, if he goes just purely vertical Enforcer, if he goes more into Force Sniper after the recent buffs, and the changes to how Sniper as a trait works as well.
I think with the items that we're seeing, he's definitely hoping to maybe get an early Caitlyn somewhere, because she would really love to have that red buff and that IE. So I would think for Wet Jungler, at least hoping to land on that full Enforcer line. But of course, with how many other players also have that Enforcer emblem, you never know, right? So trying to stay a little bit open to other possibilities as well in his case, as we are taking a look at Lakoko.
Yeah, this is one which we haven't touched on yet, because I don't think we've got scrap on anybody else in the lobby, but these, as far as I'm aware, and please do correct me if I'm wrong on this, but for scrap purposes, these are 3 completed items that we're seeing added to the board here for the scrap. So if if scrap has become more circumstantial to go for, these are very good circumstances.
And scrap after the 30.6 patch was written off as just a dead comp because of how big the nerf was, but the 5 AD buff to Corki has, I think, made it just viable enough to be a consideration and to be strong enough under the right conditions. Is a +1 from Wandering Trainer strong enough for that stack just to be met? We'll have to see from Lakoko if he wants to commit to that in stage 4.
Checking in with our actual golems now, as well as PvE rounds roll around. Of course, another option could be Twitch for the items that we're seeing on Wet Jungler on the other side if you just wanted to lean into the full Sniper. But there is another player on that Sniper angle. Let me just recheck who it was. I'm pretty sure I saw a second emblem of that, no? Okay, hold on. Maybe I just mislooked. All right, then maybe that is the better option for Wet Jungler here, to just lean into the snipers.
On the flip side here for Gamu, I think he is going to be going for Morgana reroll, it seems like, or at least open to it with the Visionary +1, and that means he really needs a tier from Krugs. If he's able to hit that, I think he will be more than happy to commit down to 33 gold after as soon as stage 3 starts, and trying to hit as many 1 costs as possible when he has these favorable shot odds.
Well, something I want to bring into the conversation, as so we'll keep an eye out for that tier. Ooh, looks like we're not going to be lucky today. Is that given that we've got several players coming out of stage 2 win streaking, and we've got these extra M's in play. Presumably, this game is going to get out of control a lot faster than it would be otherwise, because our players will be able to hit the higher bounds of their traits much faster than they should be able to.
Well, a big part in that will be the next set of augments that will be happening after this round here. If anybody else is able to maybe find that additional family emblem for double, like we were seeing earlier, who's very much angling for that family board, that will be a very high cap increase for these players. So something to look out for, as we are getting another glimpse of Chuso's board. And you were quite excited for this one, David.
Yeah, he was holding family units in stage 2, just being open to maybe having a spot to play for it with the +1 on the Wandering Trainers. But double, of course, is fully locked into family, looks like. And Chuso's now starting to build up this Sorcerer backline. We'll be playing, like we saw from Safo, the other Spanish player last game, into that Sorcerer with the extra, of course, benefit of having the +1 Sorc and +1 Black Rose. So 2 emblems really favoring that 6 Sorc comp in stage 4.
Yeah, we're looking out for our players who've got that built-in combination from the beginning. We'll see what the second one's going to be. As you mentioned, Makes, we were hoping to see more emblems, but instead, the only place we can get those is from branching out, as it will be silver into silver.
Well, that is a little bit of a bummer in my book, but I already got the golems, so I will not complain about this one. I'm also not seeing any branching outs thus far, though. Lusher picking up the Pandora's box there at the very top. Players trying to stay open for maybe being bullied out of the lines that they find themselves in as of right now. Although I think for Lusher, probably pretty safe sitting on 2 Zeri 2 as of right now, trying to go for that vertical Zeri reroll. So I don't think anyone else is coming for that one.
I want to quickly mention for this next round, or the next 2 rounds, really, Clemu has to hope to build a bit of a loss streak and be first pick for the stage 3 carousel. Needs to finish up and guarantee he has that blue buff built on Morgana if he wants to. Well, I think he is committing to Morgana Visionary reroll as his comp for this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely night and day having the blue buff online. Checking with Jiso, of course, yeah, we've got the 4 family 4 sorcerer, a combination that can really only be put together on a portal like this. But his win streak looks like it's coming to an end. Lusher has maintained his at the top, but Wet Jungler will knock Jiso down.
I mean, that is quite something here. Lusher on stage 3-3, still on 100 HP as they are separating more and more. Very, very strong start for him. On the back of that Darius too, holding some nice items, just helping out in that front line to buy the Zeri some time.
More upgrades coming through. Still on Scar 1 though, but I think you're happy to... I guess with the win streak, you do maybe want to roll a bit deeper. But I think you're strong enough here at this point in time. This is where players have to scout and really be able to identify the board strength and know, hey, I'm still the strongest player in the lobby. I have, double Zeri upgrade. I have a lot of frontline upgrades as well. I can be greedy here and go for that level 7 push instead later on.
We did note one of the parts about Lusher's play so far is that he did decide to go into this line without the items he would need for Zeri. Picking up the Pandora's item second is a fantastic way of making sure he has everything he needs later on. So if we've got the 6 Zeri ready, we've already got Wilkins' Rage Blade. Lusher should be able to show us a very good version of this board.
Yeah, I think so too. Clemu also able to get that prior on the carousel that you were calling out there, Panda. So something that will matter as we are going into this carousel now. Can he find that blue buff?
Does have it on the Kog'Maw there. One thing I mentioned with Lusher as well, he just sold an Amumu pair, it looked like to me, to make 50 gold there, which is interesting because now with the buff to Amumu, it is viable to go for Amumu 3 as kind of a different chase 3-star in the Sniper Watcher comp, but instead just opting for some extra econ there and not really giving it too much importance. It is sometimes the case where if you find so many free Amumus just rolling down normally for Zeri, you can have Amumu be your main tank in some cases, at least in the early game.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's a very delicate balance Lusher's going to be running here. Again, for anyone who came into this game a little bit late, Nestle Mage on 15, Lusher on 12, Cambiz on 11. There are 3 frontrunners. If any of those 3 get a really good game here, they set themselves up super well to stay a million miles away from day 1's elimination.
Well,
oh, you hate to see it. The bench is so locked up.
Yeah, we'll have to deal with that. But at the same time, we also have a lot of players that are trying to go for high risk, high reward. So players like Chuso, who are really hoping for a high finish here to avoid elimination at the end of the day, is definitely something we'll need to keep in mind here as well. But yeah, you mentioned it, Clemu having some issues there with that bench.
This is the strongest bench in the history of TFT, just a 3-star chilling, watching the action, saying, one day I'll get in on this action myself.
Bench this bench.
It's okay, one more econ loss.
I'm impressed. Coco and Clemu, yeah, they both managed, well, Coco just breaking it there, but they both have managed to run a very, very long loss streak, and I think a big part of that is just that Lusher continues to run roughshod over the lobby. He keeps his streak again. I think we might be seeing him go through and get 2 full stages of win streak.
No. Okay, at least one of the upgrades does come through here on that Singed. Will be quite helpful. Still looking for that Morgana, though. 2 copies away. We are digging deep. There she is.
All right, an 8-loss streak. We got every unit you could ask for. David, Camus comes into this one with 6 points, so much like you, so needs the huge finish. Is this position good enough to fight back and get, ideally, a top 4, ideally better though?
We've seen players hitting their 3-star 1 cost at the start of stage 3. This is the end of stage 3, and we're down to 0 gold. You do have the Vextry on the bench as well, so I mean, it goes to show how bad the econ start was. It's going to be dicey. I think Camus has to try and level and fit 6 Visionary as fast as possible. And finish this item on the Morgana as well. But no, we're not at 3, and this had to sell the extra copies as well in this case to make any amount of econ back.
It's okay though. He has that gamer posture locked in. He's ready. He now has hit his upgrades, and we are going to be getting a little bit of a buffer from Wolf, so some of that econ will come back at least to try and scale from there. He really needs to make sure he builds something of a win streak. I'm not sure there's much losing left for Camus aboard here, as he's already on 42 HP. And Lesher, honestly, he's smiling, he's vibing, he's cruising through this game, still on 100 HP.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff. Completely undefeated so far. Again, coming into this game with a lot of points in the bank already. So, he's pretty much guaranteed to come out of this one smelling of roses. And we've got the chance. The Pandora's items again paying off huge, great itemization for our Zeri. And the only thing, only slight, flying the ointment here is we haven't quite got up to Zeri 3, but Lusher has navigated through this game masterfully.
I do wonder, especially at 4-2 for Lekoko, what his game looks like, because he had a very heavy loss streak. He's on a 2-win streak now, maybe just face weaker players, but we'll have to find hopefully some high rolls on the scrap line with maybe a Rumble, for example, to try and stabilize the stage 4.
Getting a glimpse on Nettlemidge's board on the opposite side there as well. Trying to go into a similar direction that we saw in previous games as well. Has the fully itemized Twisted for now. Getting some extra copy onto the Akali, but also quite far from any upgrades for a potential full reroll on this board. So we'll take another loss here. Served by Lusher. Moving on into our augments, and it is going to be Prismatics to turn things up here.
I mean, Call to Chaos, you've got to think for some of our players, particularly the ones on lower points, as Coco is here, very surprisingly, you've got to take the chance. Hull breakers for days. I mean, right now, the frontline itemization isn't amazing for the scrap board, but we're still waiting to see what this can pull off in this lobby.
I was curious where the win streak came from. He already hit a Rumble, so I guess he rolled on 4-1, rolled very heavily, knowing that he had such a massive loss streak, had to turn things around. 4 now still missing a few key upgrades. The Rumble is big, but the Hull Crushers having already 2 items on the Rumble is a little bit awkward. Definitely not, I think, what Coco was hoping for.
Well, somebody got something they were hoping for. I'm looking at Wet Jungler being able to pick up that Enforcer crown, as a third augment was already on the Enforcer line. Now also served 1 more there. Definitely has to be happy about finding this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the Trainer Golem lobby is all about. You get potentially these really strong starts, and then you can turn them into incredible finishes. But I take your point from earlier on, Camus and Coco both fighting to try and get up from the bottom of the table. They need their wins to get their economies back online, and for Coco, it's looking like his streak is coming to an abrupt and swift end.
See where we're going from here on out. That is still Lekoko's board. Anything else on the augment that stands out to you guys? I'm just looking across them as they rotate away. Coronation, I think, was picked up by 2 of our players. Is that right?
Cambiz has definitely got 1 of them at least.
Yeah, it's just a very generic, good combat strength kind of augment, so easy pickup. Swain 3 is an even bigger pickup for Chuso. So playing the same exact line Safa got 7th with in game 2. This Emissary Sork line from a much better spot though. We're in middle of stage 4. He's already hit his Swain front line. He was already level 7 with 4 Emissary in and 6 Sorcerer thanks to that +1 from the Wandering Trainers. So a completely different game from what we saw from Safa in game 2.
All right, I like it. I mean, it's certainly, the Sorcerer's getting a little bit of a push back into relevance with their nerf being reverted. Of course, the Visionaries are already up at full capacity, though, which means Uso will take the L. As we look on the right-hand side, we can see, again, Lusher continues to be undefeated. The HP bars in the lobby are starting to shrink dramatically. Coco, Cambis, Clemeno, they're all in the danger zone already.
And I don't think Chuso is far off here. I was just talking about the Aquan choices, and Chuso is actually not on Coronation and is max cap. They're very similar icons, unfortunately. And that is, to me, always a little bit of... I am already in not a great spot. I'm now locking myself into that level 7 max level 8 units. So I don't love that situation for Chuso for now, but hopefully he can make something off of it.
It's got to be painful this early on in the competition to be making decisions, hard decisions like that, to say, you know what, I'm having a really rough start to this one. I want to have an amazing game 3 to reset everything, but it's just not happening. I need to make the best of what I can because Lusher is here and he is running roughshod. I think we might be. I don't want to curse it too much.
Don't say it.
But we've got 2 German players on win streaks at the top. Lusher, 3 stages undefeated. Could this be happening?
He has not hit his Zeri 3 though yet, and he has rolled down pretty much all his gold, so that's not a good sign. But everything else is good. I agree with you, Peter.
Well, it's okay. She'll just be in the next shot when we get our anomalies. I am always very nervous when on 4-5 players have only like 5 gold left to spend to maybe find a good anomaly, but hopefully all favors will be on the side of Lusher as we're now going into anomalies.
Streak in place. As you said, our players, this is going to make a huge difference here if they can find a relevant one early on. I mean, Lusher's already got the Radiant Gunblade in there, so maybe he doesn't need any more power for the Zeri specifically.
Especially with Gunblade, where you're kind of playing between one main tank and one main carry, in this case with Scar and Zeri, I think the frontline anomaly will be better here on a Scar. Ideally, some of the big HP ones will be ideal. Only 3 stars here, so really I think it's not really the game plan here, but only 7 gold to work with, Mink, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Is this good enough? Yeah, it is. Just some extra time with Scuttle Familiar for Zeri to ramp.
There she is!
There we go.
Did I say it or what? Oh man, everything's coming up makes in this game.
Wait, this whole time, Lusher pulls the mask off and it was Makes all along.
I'm just happy I predicted it right once again. But with that, Lusher just got a whole host of power upgrades coming to his board here. And I'm curious if anyone can throw something in his way. Double has reached a lot of the potential of that family board. But we're taking a look at Canvas, who was trying to build out the Akali 3 that we saw in previous games do so well. One copy short of it did not come into realization for him. This might just be the end of him.
Even with Warwick Hyrule fully itemized, not able to really fight at all into White Jungler's board here. So not a good sign at all for Cambis. Unfortunate elimination, unfortunate 8th place in this game 3.
And Cambis have been doing so well. Coming into this one, he's one of our 2. In fact, we got both of our regional champions, the only 2 regional champions in the entire tournament in this game. But Cambis was the one who came in, barely making it in overall. He had been doing very well, 11 points. The 8th, that's going to be a blow to the morale. It's going to have to fight back doubly hard as Lusher will maintain, as I said before, the full win streak, 3 stages. Nobody else in this game is allowed to build up any kind of streak.
I mean, you can build out a loss streak. It's just not going to be good for you in the long run. I think we are done with the loss streaking, hopefully now. Checking in with Nettle, though. Currently, one of the players at the very top of our leaderboard would like to lock that in.
Oh, TF, come on. Come on.
Does not come around.
Might still be 2 lives though, depending how small this loss is, if he's able to lose by just a single unit.
Oh. That's supposed to do a quick remake on the tail end, but goes against Lusher. I don't feel like Makes this is the board that can take down Lusher, but maybe I'd be wrong. I mean, you've really just got the 2 units, of Zeri and the Scar, dancing through the battlefield so hard to do enough damage to either of them to take them down until the rest of the board is gone.
Yeah, so in favor of Nelmich is that Zeri has been stuck on the enemy front line for quite some time, but it will not be enough, and that will be one more loss. I believe Nelmich should survive this one, even though just barely. Yep, that's exactly where we're going to be landing for him. And now we're at Desperation Station, right? Gets another upgrade. Is not what you were looking for, but Twisted Fate does come online finally.
And for the left side, we saw Chuso getting the win, now on a 2-win streak against Lakoko. Lakoko's a player who we mentioned had to have this kind of all-in game plan at stage 4, trying to stabilize with a scrap board. Again, all-ins with picking up a very risky 3rd augment, and ends up going with the triple hull crushers, reforges, and then has 3 split-up artifacts on different units. Not really the ideal game plan they was able to execute in stage 4.
No, I did have higher hopes from the scrap board, but perhaps it was still not to be. Those nerfs maybe still too effective. The Sorcerer's up against the Visionaries in this round, though. Although it's got a little win streak of its own building up. Shuso could afford to take the L, but would drop his own streak. As you see the Morgana itemized in the backline, rips through the board, and oh, Swain at the very tail end, though, cleans up nicely, and that's huge for our Spanish player.
Honestly, I was kind of hoping for something, not this, but something like this to happen for Chuso, as Nelmich is unfortunately eliminated here in 7th after great 2 first games. Chuso being able to bring the Sorcerers back into contention to show up how strong they can be on the back of a Swain 3, Nami 3. A little bit of a different variation here together with that Sorcerer and Rose emblem he got from the Golems. I've been seeing a lot of questions, just a quick mention. The calling card on Wet Jungler unfortunately procced a Quick Striker emblem, so not the full 3 emblem that Enforcer that maybe he was hoping for, but still, you're going to be taking the extra Enforcer.
You gotta try for it though, don't you? Because the 50% chance you get it is absolutely worth it. And you can still work the other side though. Lusher will get his next challenger. Coco's in trouble. He's down to a single life. So if he can't be the one to stop Lusher, then his run, at least in this game, stops here. But the scrap shield, I think that spread shield might be enough. And there we go, Lusher, 17 wins in a row, and Coco's the one to stop him.
It was just enough, I think, especially the Elise stun in the middle of that fight was really, really important. Stop the Zeri from stacking the Rayleigh for just a few seconds, but maybe just enough time to get that Scar down and then eventually get into the backline quickly.
I will take no responsibilities for that Mr. 100 attempt being broken, just for the record. But it was a great run while it lasted. I do believe that some of the other boards are ramping up and looking crazy strong as we are moving into this one. And Lakoko, one of the players that will just get more and more ramp from his anomaly.
Yeah, as I said, the infectious spreading around, and I think that's a really good point you made before, David, about having the Elise be the difference maker in the rounds to allow for the scrap early power to really shine. A second Val being dropped in to make sure that Elise casts very, very quickly. The Wet Jungler, the 8 Enforcer in place, it will not be a 10 Enforcer game. Have to make do with a Caitlyn 1 up against Double, whose board looks real scary.
Picked up a Mel as well, has perfect items on his Caitlyn with a blue buff, so could this be enough? We'll have to find out for Wet Jungler here. And we're seeing why Nelmich took so long to find the TF, with Wet Jungler playing the Enforcer line, also playing for Quick Strikers in some capacity. And it looks like it's enough for now. Take enough upgrades for Wet Jungler to convert this loss streak into a win streak. Or a win, at the very least.
Not just Nelmich. Canvas was also on those Twisted Fate Akali Quick Striker lines. So 3 players kind of holding hands, all going into the same direction. Wet Jungler, the only player that has made it through the trenches, is still alive here in stage 5 as we are getting towards the end. And hopefully we'll get some benefits of making it through, but has lost some HP, of course, from holding out. But here's a little bit of a check-in with a Double, and that was a board that we expected at the very end, very beginning, to turn out like this at the very end. Still missing some upgrades in that front line there, but has been losing the last 3 rounds, goes up against Akoko.
And this one is so important. If he wins here, he can go 9 in stage 6, and you can add in his Darius 3 back in. So at the very least, has to lose by just a few units to be able to stay alive on 16 HP, considering we are in stage 5. but this Rumble is doing so much work with the Seeker's arm guard. Is that going to be enough? I think he just barely will be alive here.
Oh, and Coco is... I mean, we've had low HP across multiple players for a while. We now go into stage 6 with Wet Jungler, Double 61, and Lococo. Huge names in the competition, all on a single life. The battle for top 4 is going to be very, very hard fought.
It will be, but players got one more shot at maybe making their boards come together. You can see that Lusher, Double, Coco all sitting on some economy at least, while Chuso and Wet Jungler don't have too much to work with right now.
I have to say, Max Trap is a funny augment. I think it's the essential, quintessential bailout augment where your game is doomed and you hit max cap and you have so much gold to work with. You're like, okay, game saved. Back in like the... I don't even know what set it was now, set 8 with Country and Urgot, Samira. It was the same exact thing. You stayed on 7, you had so much gold to hit all your 3 stars, and then you just took over the game. In this case, Chuso had to give up on the idea of playing a very, very capped comp if he's able to push levels. It has to stay on 7 instead. But the immediate power in stage 4 allowed him to stay strong enough and stay alive for long enough to become now one of the menaces in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, 60 gold is nothing to be sniffed at. And I think, honestly, based on where we've ended up with, it seems like absolutely the right call to make. Lusher, of course, makes you noted one of the players who has been hoarding his goal after his initial period of 3-stage dominance is over, so he's definitely looking towards the later game. Right now, we can see the board's still not getting run over, even if other players seem to have caught up with him somewhat.
Oh, I think we saw a melt proc there that might have been...
Oh my goodness.
But look, Coco loses this so close with 50 gold. You can see that this one was not what he expected there.
Especially considering that came down to photo finish in terms of the Zeri moving position right as Elise casted the very first time, and the Zeri was not stunned there. Whereas if she had been stunned, the fight would have gone completely differently because it would have been 2 Elise stuns potentially onto the Zeri. So challenger level AI from the Zeri, and such a close fight in the end there.
Wow. Of course, Coco coming in as one of our favorites for the event. It's definitely, getting a top 4 is something, but still... Only 6 points coming into this game. I think Lusher, though, is going to be a big winner. However this one plays out, 12 points coming in, way ahead of anybody else left alive. Wet Jungler on the right-hand side of your screen is doing his best to hold on against the Sorcerer board. We'll see. I think this time Jungler will be just strong enough.
Wow, and that is all on the back of getting this Mel, getting this Caitlyn with the blue buff, still sitting on 1 Kate for Wet Jungler, had everything riding on this comp in the middle stages already and still not upgraded. But on the left-hand side, we're seeing some moves. Lusher has reached level 9.
Found a Victor as well, big upgrade, just a very good quality of life, having a major stun happening after those 8 seconds are up.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the perfect piece to come across this point. The Zeri comp just taking time to get there, and you're buying yourself a second and a half to get yourself further online, though. I'm impressed what we're seeing on the left-hand side. This Swain has been amazing at closing down rounds, getting that one big cast in. Even if we're max capped, Chuso, I think, has still got a solid chance of making top 2.
He definitely has a solid chance of hanging in there. Not the same can be said for Wet Jungler, so I'm looking towards the right-hand side as he goes up against a freshly upgraded board from a Lusher here, but it will not be enough as the backline scrambles. Wet Jungler taken out, and Chuso survives.
And he has decisions to make, Chuso. He just took 2 losses in a row. He maybe has to switch this board up. He's stuck on 7. He can't obviously fit in more units, but does he want to swap out of 6 Sorcerer? He has a Warwick and at least 2 on the bench. It would activate Black Rose as well. We have to consider here. Obviously, unfortunately, no extra emblem for Chuso here on the carousel.
It would have been such a big bailout, but honestly, again, Chuso came into this one as the lowest points player overall, and he's done exactly what he needed to. He's made the hard decisions to take the max cap and say, you know what, I can put together a good board, apparently better than we would have expected.
Drops from 6 to 4, adds in higher quality units, adds some invaluable CC in these late game fights. We'll see if that'll be the difference maker coming into this, what could be a final fight.
Yeah, I am so scared. Is it actually possible for Chuso to turn fate around here. A lot of gold sitting on the bench that might have been able to translate into that Trist 3 just to get a little bit of an upgrade as he goes up against Lusher's board. In comes the Victor stun, takes everything up in the air on the side of Chuso, but his back and front line still alive. Zeri trying to heal up her team, will not succeed. With that, Chuso serves one blow to Lusher, but many will need to follow.
And really heads up play from Chuso, hedging his bets. Sion on one side, at least on the other. If Zeri casts and moves and zooms to one side of the board, all of a sudden she's in target for at least, and that's exactly what happened here.
We do see that Lusher has got still capacity to get stronger. While he's drained his bank account, the Twitch tube to come in. But Yuso can put the 3-star Tristana in place, but Lusher's has got the one big thing that Yuso is missing, which is HP and time to maybe find a little bit more strength on the board.
I mean, you have to realize Chuso is a level 7. Of course, Max Cap, we talked about this augment as well. Lots of power in the immediate pick. But now you're going up against a guy that's level 9 and has a lot of upgrades. Can he keep winning these fights against the board that Lusher put together? As of right now, it looks like Chuso saying, yup, surely that's exactly what I came here to do, and will continue to do so as everything comes down on the Zeri. We're going to be going into Drakes.
Damn,
no Victor cast there.
Close.
There's no Victor cast, and there was no Elise cast on the Zeri, but that didn't matter in the end because of the no Victor cast, I think, just being more impactful. And Zeri, despite getting some damage from the Swain splash damage, she does have the Gunblade, so that wasn't too relevant. Tristana 3 is also a relevant upgrade at this point in the game as well.
I guess the thing that concerns me most makes, as I've liked both these guys, honestly, I've got to kind of see both of them win. The Lusher's main carry being the Zeri here, we don't see a great item coming out for Twitch. I wonder if there's enough single target damage to ever really take that Swain down, even if we get to the 1v1.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of this. Of course, when the anomaly came down for Lusher, also going for that frontline anomaly, even though you already had a lot built out for healing this board. You have the Radiant on the side of Zeri that helps Scar survive, that helps that frontline survive. So then the anomaly also picking in that same order. I think what we're seeing now is the lack of additional damage, like you pointed out, and a big part of why we're seeing these losses. But it could turn around any moment.
Interesting consideration from the item picked up there from Chuso. Goes for the second Warmog on Garen. Had the option for a Vow, maybe on the Elise for the earlier cast, or just a cast at all. In that case there, she does cast, but no Zeri stun. We'll see if that'll be a difference maker coming into this fight. So much damage coming up. There's nothing wasted, Swain.
Yeah, there's enough units left on the board that maybe this could do it. Lusher has been trying to tweak the formula again and again. This time the front line stays up for a good amount of time, and the Swain is gone! Chuso gave us a hell of a run, but Lusher, he's gonna dance his way to victory. He was feeling it from the beginning of the game right to the end. An absolute masterclass from him.
Honestly, there is only one word that I can use to describe this game, and it is cinema. Absolute cinema from both of our top players here. But of course, we do have an analyst desk that will tell you more about what exactly went down there. But Panda, Golems, really that bad? Did you not have fun seeing Chuso there in second place?
Once I saw his combination on his Wandering Trainer, I approved the Golems. They can come again as long as they're blessing my bias picks. Otherwise, not anymore, Makes. Thank you.
All right, we will be hearing from our analyst on how it all played down in this crazy game of TFT. We're going to be going into a quick break, and then we will be right back with our analyst desk. And after that, more games, so stay tuned.
I'm gonna show 'em.
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony, hear me now. Finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser
gonna show 'em.
Welcome back, everyone, to the TFT EMEA Golden Spatula. Stuart and Alan here to analyze that crazy last game. I guess we weren't the ones that were allowed to get blessed with trainer golems. The other casters had to instead, Alan, but what a crazy game that we just witnessed.
Man, Golemic, always fun to watch, not necessarily fun to play, especially when you don't have some sort of gold or prismatic augments on stage 2, stage 3 for those giga prismatic type of traits. And that's exactly what have been the case for this lobby.
No, I 100% agree with that. I think the trainer golems in general can really switch up players' play styles, but I think in this one, going from trainer golems into silver meant that we didn't really see them crazy vertical comps that we're expecting to see when it comes to trainer golems. Only really Chuso, the player that was able to make use of 2 of the emblems in general, but I mean, Lusher in the end winning out that lobby. But I want to go back to the crazy call to chaos moment by Lakoko, Alan. I mean, straight to top 4 in the end. And to be honest, if it wasn't for that reforge on the triple hole breaker, it might have been a different story for him.
I mean, yeah, but he didn't get that good. The Seeker was definitely nice. The Light Shield was a complete whiff, and the Gamblers on the GP also meh. So like from the prismatic argument standpoint, I think that was overall a low roll. Getting like even gold or XP there, or even random emblems would have probably a better hit for the Coco than the triple Hairbreaker into Reforge. However, he did end up going top 4, and the Mel kinda screwed him up a bit because it procced for the jungler, keeping him in the top 3. And then there was a complete fight different. Like, this fight was so unlucky for Coco not to win it, as Zeri just messing up a bit with her targeting and ending up targeting the backlane before the Elise.
I mean, that last fight was crazy to knock out Lakoko in the end. I mean, that infectious anomaly coming in clutch as well, even after the bit of a nerf that happened in 13.6, I think making a big difference in damage. Lakoko was even able to beat out Lusher a few times as well. So I think Lakoko was in prime position in the end, but wasn't able to, unfortunately, win the next round against Lusher. But in the end, this battle between Lusher and Chuso was just insane. I think in general, we were talking about it before, that Zeri might have been lacking a little bit of damage because Lusher wasn't able to get the damage anomaly onto Zeri because it took him so long to hit that Zeri 3, Alan.
I mean, yeah, at the end there was a positioning diff, either Scar is getting targeted or not, and how much can he tank. The Scar needs to be tanking, needs to be getting the value out of the Firelight. He cannot be on the wrong side, which was the case for some of the fights. And also the 6 cost diff, like getting Victor Cass is important, getting like Warwick executes. We've seen one of the fights where Chuzo actually won was just Warwick getting ramping up and executing pretty much everything on the board, leaving only Scar and Zeri alive, which mattered a lot. However, we had very close attempt at the prismatic trade from the wet jungler.
No, yeah, definitely. As we take a look at the leaderboards, you can see that near the bottom of the standings, these players near the bottom, we're just going to go over the halfway point now of today, and these players playing near the bottom need to start thinking about what they can really play for. But at the top, that win for Lusher breaks him up into the top 2 right now, but Jedusor in that first place, not by a lot, to be fair. I think the standings near the top are pretty close, with Horror X also sitting in amongst them as well. Travis and Stinky Abuser, your Polish relatives there, Alan, no, still sitting pretty comfortable with the top right now.
I mean, I'm happy to see that. Just keep it up. Keep it there until day 2, then keep it up until day 3, and then keep it up in the Tactician crown.
I mean, we'll have to see if they can keep it up in the next game as well. We're ready to head into round number 4. So casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, you two. Honestly, I think that's a good game plan that Ellen lined out there. Just keep it up. Just keep winning. It's very easy. Just 5 hat, just win. Personally, I haven't considered it like that before, I must say.
It's a revelation. But one player, of course, who is going to be giving us even more revelations is, of course, our players up at the top of this lobby. Noel coming on 17 points. Tamano on 19 points. Currently 3rd overall. He's doing extremely well for himself.
Yeah, checking in with Experian, one of, I feel like, our most interesting players in terms of form per set, because at the very first set that we worked on, Experian actually won one of the Tacticians Cups. Back then they were called Golden Spatula Cups, but that shall not matter right now. And then for a long time, we didn't see him, and now he's back in a great form and a great shape here at TFT Esports, and I'm really, really excited to see how long he can go this set in his respect. But let's see what we are going to be getting here at the very beginning. Maybe some direction already. He's definitely considering visionaries with the units he's been getting thus far. Another tier would probably lock that direction in.
Curious to also look at High Pikachu and his game plan and just how he performs in this game 4. A player who we mentioned started off really, really hot at the very start of this tournament, start of this day. He's one of the players that comes from the TR ladder. We also have Kankitade from the MENA ladder. So curious to see how these players do with how stacked this lobby is.
It is gold subscriptions, so we've certainly seen this before. I certainly was expecting mates to see gold subscription really push our players towards just going towards the fast 8, fast 9 kind of approach. But we have seen even in this portal the reroll is still a relevant factor.
It absolutely is. We saw gold subscription in, I believe, the very first game today as well, and it definitely favors either those crazy rerolls or those very, very high cap kind of games. So I'm quite excited for what is in store, but we're going to be getting a little bit of a dampener with some silver augments at the very start here. Any strong direction that players can find early on is always good.
Ooh. We haven't seen too many hero augments across the day, but it won't be the pickup, unfortunately, for Sepho. Goes for over encumbered, and Sej is just a very strong augment in terms of playing a very slow tempo stage 2, but then having a big spike in stage 3 and 4. And there's quite a few comps that really want to have extra items going to stage 4 that have 2 or maybe even sometimes 3 carries.
Oh yeah, getting those online, but Bensak has made a commitment early on, so the superstars in place from the beginning. So at least we've got a pretty good idea of what's coming. I think at least getting, picking your lane here and saying, because we were talking about right back at the beginning of the show, so to say that there are enough comps in this land of TFT right now that you don't need to contest. This is a very clear message to stay out of family.
Usually family is welcoming in. I think you got that wrong, Peter.
Not my family.
That's not how family
families are very
works.
different mix. Especially if you played the first patch of this set. Yeah, that was.
I mean, everyone was family there. That proves my point.
I think it was Mortdog who said, TFT, it's about family.
He evidently said that because he put it in the game, but let's have another look across boards. In the dark there, you can see High Pikachu almost lurking. For a second, I thought, why is there a black screen? But is one of the players we mentioned earlier that has come in through the Turkey ladder and has been performing really great. Here and right now is angling maybe a little bit in an AP direction, considering sorcerers, hopefully not based on what we saw from Chuso in the last game, because a lot of that cap was carried by Max Cap.
A bit surprised as well, Mix, considering High Pikachu. I mean, you'd think High Volta, you think Pikachu, you think, brightness, light bulbs, but clearly the exact opposite.
Nah, he's ramping.
It's
charging up.
It's a free association.
I'm working on my improv, Peter.
No, I'm here for it. I just wasn't expecting it necessarily. Experian, though, we expect to see him going up for the big swings. He's on 14 points right now. He's got himself the Pandoras to make sure that we've got some decent items. I think, honestly, across some of these silverwoods we've seen coming in, a lot of items or item selection being picked up by players, as I mentioned before, to get, hopefully, some stronger rounds yet to come.
Well, you mentioned Experian there in passing at the very beginning. I thought, okay, maybe it's Visionary. And then back to back, he picked up 2 Enforcer 2 stars. And so I am expecting him to do quite well here in the early stages on the back of that. Has both Step and Maddie upgraded, as well as that Pandora's. So lots and lots of power for Experian in those early rounds. Checking in with Ken, though. Be taking a look at this board as we are currently sampling a little bit of everything. We have a scrap in place just for some extra power here, and that should hopefully work out here against Bensak's board as well.
Oh, this powder is gonna have to do some work. I'm not sure if she's making it to the next cast.
Come on, here it
Big win
is.
for the potential fight win. No,
Yeah,
just barely.
easy.
The monkey gets there in time.
Ken didn't react at all. He was 100% confident. Oh, spatula. Oh, rather frying pan, my mistake.
Close enough. I still call it spatula. I'm sorry, but it's an emblem. I'm old, okay?
I don't like new things. It's Bensak who ended up getting that spatula, so... Oh, sorry. Oh, no, I call it the spatula again. Get the frying pan. Oh, no, I'm just getting completely knocked off the planet here. So let's see. So Bensak is the... Oh, of course, Bensak is the player who was building up towards that superstar family board, so I'd imagine that's going to be a pit fighter emblem coming in to help push a little bit of extra power into the family.
Will help just make yourself a bit stronger in stage 2, stage 3, going to stage 4, preserve some HP, and then have a bit of a higher cap later on as well, with not having to chase that Civica and the Vi very quickly in stage 4 to hit 6-8 fighter.
We'll also have to take a look across our boards here too, because while we are having a battle between the 200 HP players and someone's streak is going to get broken here, at the bottom we also have 2 lost streak players trying to build those out. One of them is Tartman, and Tartman is a player I just love watching because he's very emotive and reactive whenever you see him play, so I hope we can get a look at his board as well as we are moving across fights. But experience says, nah, this one is mine, and takes it away here from Ken. Will remain on that win streak.
Both of those streaks coming to a close, actually, or at least 2 out of the 4 streaks. So Experian holds on to the win streak, Tartman holds on to the loss streak, 1 round ahead of Krugs coming in. So obviously pretty good news there. For Ken Kentadi, of course, on 6 points you can see coming into this one, is our lowest points player in the lobby by almost a factor of 2. So we need, if we're going to see him be an ongoing concern and stay out of that bottom 8 that get eliminated at the end of the day, he will need likely a first place finish.
And Experian, I'm wondering with the items he's slammed already, both the BT and the Titan, if he's going to be looking to going for a speech reroll game. He is holding Camille's on his bench and the powder as well, so that's my clearest indication. Could be in a vertical enforcer game with the right augments at stage 3 and stage 4, where you have Vi as your main carry until you find that Caitlyn though.
Yeah, I had the same thought. First I thought, oh wow, it's crazy to see somebody prio those Vi items, but I think you're spot on. We also have a Rennie on that board, so probably open to maybe go into that Smeech line instead. Will got perfect items on the back of that Pandora, so that kind of solidifies it for me. He really clearly picked those items willingly, so probably a more likely version of how that story is going to be ending out here. But we are seeing 2 nice little win and loss streaks there at the top and at the bottom. A lot of French players in this lobby and a lot of practice partners in this lobby as well, from our younger French scene players coming together once more here in our finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's, obviously, for any folks who are coming into the sort of esports side of TFT, maybe not familiar, for us, very much, I think, reasonable to say, the heart of competitive TFT. They've had so many incredible tournaments, so many LANs as well, giving them some very good LAN players overall. But we talk about, again, of this lobby, highest points player at the moment, so expecting big things from him. His loss streak means that he's got a lot of money coming out of this one. Do remember, of course, it's gold subscriptions, so all of our players were getting that extra cash injection, though this time it's a smaller one.
That's all right. A little bit of money still adds up, right? That's surely a phrase that's real.
Kind of. Yeah, sure.
We are going to be getting our next set of augments after this fight, so this will be something to look out for. But checking in with Tartman, who I was just talking about earlier, we are seeing already a Rage Blade being slammed here by him.
I don't think it'll be Tristana reroll, considering probably doesn't look like it's a board that got that many stacks in stage 2 and going to stage 3. Rage Blade is one of the best items to slam early because it just fits into so many comps, even AP comps with things like Zoe being able to hold it in Rebels, for example. So still, I think, very open in terms of what he can do after the stage 3 augment.
I mean, having the Kingslayer in place means that you're dropping HP at this point turns into a massive amount of gold going forwards, even in a gold flush lobby like this one. I think that's going to be huge for Topman turning the corner. But with you there as well, it doesn't seem like we're even getting, a stack per round. I don't think we see a Kevin Parker style turnaround in this game for Topman.
What we are going to be seeing is Silver Augments rolls away the restart mission, says that is a not for me, as we hopped on over to Enzo Bensack. Okay, production, keeping me on my toes here as we are moving through players. But we are getting some of these upgrades on our right side of the screen already. I'm just looking to see if there's like any strong directional indicators, but it doesn't seem to be the case just now. And of course, with Silver, always a little bit harder to get those.
Immediate Rage Blade Slam here now onto the Draven. Draven was one of the units to get a nerf in the 13.6 B patch. It's one of the ways that the developers were trying to address the strength of family reroll as a whole. And Draven is still definitely worth building around, and you're kind of secondary carry after the Violet most of the time in this comp.
Oh yeah, when you can see, very focused the damage. You can see the line with Draven being lined up behind the Violet to try and make sure you get the individual units eliminated, because we're still trying to keep the loss streak going. Enzo, of course, another very long-term player in the TFT scene, has had some amazing tournaments before. Currently kind of sitting roughly in the mid-table. Will hand out another loss to Bensack to keep him nice and toasty. But towards the top of the table, Experian, looking to try and do a lusher if he can, maintains his win streak.
Well, we're still far from maybe calling this a Mr. 100, but he definitely looks strong as of right now. If it does end up being Smeech, I suspect we're going to be seeing him fall off a little bit as soon as those upgrades don't come in immediately. But another player that has a long competitive history has to be Noel. And little known fact is that Noel tried to sneak into our EMEA finals. He was playing under a different name. And we were like, hold up, COD, who are you? And, well, he unveiled his real identity to us. And I'm really, really excited to see him back here on, well, not yet the global, but the pan-regional stage.
We're seeing Enzo here again. I just quickly want to mention, once again, TF, Quick Strikers being played for the 4th game in a row. So already a very clear indication that this is definitely going to be one of the meta comps this weekend, with players very open to commit to this game plan, especially with Brick Shop here. Makes it much easier to hit the 3 cost especially, which is one of the hardest things about this comp, hitting all your 3 stars with both Loris and TF being very expensive to 3-star in stage 4.
Yeah, I mean, we can see already, even at this point, it's proving very, very effective. The TF is such an interesting unit with the way the multi kind of splits cards effects. Very, very powerful towards the tail end, but Experian, the moment mentioned will lose out on the streak, but Sappho will move into pole position. That visionary ball from before is starting to pick up steam. Did pick up Glass Cannon as of the 2nd augment, so even with this being relatively early on, Sappho in a good spot.
Big pickup from Enzo here as well. Picks up a very early Anvessa for the 4 Quick Striker in stage 3, hopefully turning that 1 win into potentially a win streak throughout most of this stage 3 and 4.
I'm curious about Bensack, because last we heard there was a pan still available, but Enzo, all right. Yeah, see, still hasn't slammed anything.
So he's got the Reforger. I wonder if we might be in the area of reforging this and turning it into a family emblem.
The family emblem is stronger than Pit Fighter. It just adds way more power to the comp as a whole, and you're not getting any extra interval on the trait with Pit Fighter right now in stage 3 with only 2 Pit Fighter in, and the comp being so inflexible at level 5.
Having a look at the opposite side as well. We're currently seeing a Zeri on the side of Noel. We saw what Zeri can do in the previous game from Lesher, but this to me doesn't signal that we want to go for the Zeri reroll on his end. Definitely looking for some higher out options towards the tail end of this game, but somebody we will need to check in with is Tartman. Keeps bleeding, 8 losses now. Bensek not far off with the 7, but they will need to find new direction. They will need to find a stabilizing point very soon.
Yeah, so Tom, we were wondering if this was going to be the Tristana comp. It's looking like from what we've got so far that it might well be, because we're certainly re-rolling around this kind of level 6 level. You know, the 2 costs coming in by a decent amount. We've got Leona up on the front line, managed to find a rogue Alari as well, but I don't know. I'm a little worried about Tartman. He certainly comes in with the most points overall, but this feels like risky territory for him to tread.
The win when we saw him from KP was kind of similar, right? Where you had some early snowballing on the stacks, but very far away on the econ perspective from hitting Tristana 3, and then suddenly he just had Tristana 3 after the roll down with Kingslayer helping get a lot of extra econ. That could be just enough for Tartman to come back into the game, and we saw how strong Tristana can be if you're able to snowball into that stage 5 and 6, where he just has infinite stacks and so much AD to work with.
How are you feeling about Sappho's board here, Panda? Because Renata reroll was not necessarily something I had on my radar, but honestly, I don't hate seeing it.
So I sent a few players that I'm close with a couple questions this morning, just to get their, an idea on what their read is for the tournament, what their game plan is. And Sappho was very rude to me. He answered, I think, 5 of my questions with a single word, and that word was visionaries. So I think this may be him starting to execute on that game plan, and maybe it's a comp or just a line, a tree of the different comps that he's able to just be very comfortable on and know all the ins and outs, knows all the different text, and can find success with it.
It's a small orchard, we might say. You know, if you keep growing enough visionary trees, you'll get visionaries coming out again and again. I did see Sappho posting on Twitter saying, "Quitters never win, winners never quit." There's some fire in his belly coming into this competition. And I think, given that we've talked about this before, people are generally not going to be contesting each other. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing if you've just got one composition that you know how to get into from every different possible angle.
So I will just say, while you guys were yapping there for a couple of seconds, Sappho just got a bunch of upgrades that suddenly make me more enthusiastic about the perspectives of this comp. Has found the Heimerdinger. We transferred those items over. Now the Renata has been put in her place as a nice little extra carry for now. And then ideally later on that Malzahar will get those items. Of course, still looking for the upgrade on the Heimerdinger too, but I am now much more confident on Sappho's behalf here.
It's really clean play role from Sappho. He really wants to obviously play for this win streak. It's just very, very big. So he knows that maybe the Heimer 1 is a bit stronger than Renata 2 for now, transfers the items because you have so many extra removers nowadays in TFT, where maybe once he gets Renata 3, he retransfers them back to Renata for a bit, and then he can later in the game decide if they'll stay on Renata, if they'll go on Malzahar, as you're mentioning. So just trying to play in min-max in a way where he can prolong this win streak for as long as possible.
Well, we are getting a look at our prismatic augments. I was considering Genius there as well, but does not want to go for it. We're also seeing a Call to Chaos on Pikachu there. Seems to be, a 3-star Blitzcrank that he got for free and will maybe need to fit into this comp, as the 3-star Twisted Fate also comes online for Enzo. I did want to talk about someone entirely different because I am dumping a bunch of information on you guys, and that is Experian. We were talking about this board early on, got that Enforcer lean. We were saying, it's kind of weird to go for those Vi items straight away, right? That's not usually how you see this board played. Maybe he's looking for Smeech, was holding units, was holding items, trying to maybe angle for that, has found the Vi, and I am happy to report back that we're in a straight Enforcer line for Experian.
Nice. I mean, straightforward and working. I'm so fascinated by seeing how Pikachu going for something very different, though, because I mean, as much as we expect to see Enforcer in most places, Dominator is one of those compositions that we're seeing being brought out in a different variation than before, the reroll variety. But let's take our stock here. So we've got actually going to see some re-itemization being put onto there. So the Hull Crusher as well, and also the Spectral Cutlass. Experian is fishing for round wins here by plonking that Vi directly on the opposing carry.
And it's an interesting development, right? He got them from Call to Chaos here after holding those perfectly picked Vi items for so long. And now he's like, well, I have something better now. You get new items.
see what the Vi can do here. And the moment I saw the second Titans being built, I think I readjusted to it not being Smeech free roll, because Vi is really just the best holder of Titans in the set right now. And she can use 2 still effectively, but not looking so good right now. Still Maddie holding the Caitlyn item, so maybe trying. I would have hoped to find one Caitlyn on this massive level 8 roll down. Not the case for Xperian, and that might spell a bit of a loss streak throughout this stage 4.
I think that's
Now
one of
you're
the boards
also-
that was...
Go ahead, Peter.
Well, I was just going to say that I think that was one of the boards where it was going to be tough to pull off that Vi assassination plan. When you've got a TF3 in the opposing corner, he's just got too much HP to be able to punch through in time. But Max, what were you going to say?
Well, I was saying with 3 completed items currently on his bench that he's opting to reroll with the Pandoras, you are also losing a ton of power every single game that you are not putting these items onto your units. So he's really hoping for some very lucky rolls on that Pandoras, and soon as well.
Let's find some extra frontline with the stone plate, but not sure if that'll be good enough. And look at Noel here, one of the players that has been falling drastically in the standings, but he has an out. He has the French bench, despite the Hungarian flag there, and has a chance to maybe go for a very sneaky rat move on the rat himself. Twitch 3 potentially in the cards for the Hungarian player. No one look. Everyone start whispering.
I love how he's hiding it over there, like, yeah, I'm just re-rolling it. I don't want it. Don't look, don't look.
No crimes being committed here at all.
Goes up against Ken.
Yeah, Ken's got the scrap on the other side of things. It looked like actually a pretty solid board. We mentioned before, Corki as a unit to watch. We can see with the gangplank there as well, proccing full power. I think Ken's actually in a pretty good spot. We can see he's just broken his loss streak in the middle of the table, and Noel is in some pretty major trouble.
I'm staring at the Twitch right now. Are we... Okay.
Oh, he's rolling it.
We're just
not going
giving
for the
up
Twitch
on
3.
it. Yeah, I was waiting for him
believer.
to do like a sneaky, rash move, but it didn't come together. Maybe looking for that upgrade in the front line instead to get that early. Can always come back to maybe finding that Twitch, as we are currently getting our anomalies, and most players picking really fast here. What does Sappho get? Hold on.
Picks up calling card, which guarantees the emblem, right? With Chem Baron emblem no longer being a possibility
Yeah.
after the removal.
Okay.
Oh, and after all that song and dance we did about it, ultimately it does turn into a pit fighter emblem. At least, as you said, now able to get up to the 4 pit fighter. So you've got the 3 stars in place. Remember that superstar Silver Organ from much earlier on, that extra damage amp based on how many 3 stars you've got in play. So these are some very hard-hitting units, and like as well having the Edge of Night to make sure that Vi stays up for as long. That Violet stays up for as long as possible.
Goes for the coronation onto this Raven. The one problem here is that just too little too late, looks like, for Bensack. You don't really have those super high roll win-out spots for the family with artifacts, for example. You don't have 3 items on the Violet even, so something has gone terribly wrong if you haven't been able to itemize your main carry coming into stage 5 almost at this point.
Yeah, players will really need to find something for Noel. Of course, there is still the chance of getting a miraculous upgrade onto that Garen 3 that he's probably hoping for at this time, but I think the chances were better with the Twitch, as you already had the 2-star there. Bensack also in trouble here.
As I don't think there's going to be a ton more coming. We have at least got a duplicator to maybe get ourselves an Echo to in play, but it's not going to be the difference maker. We really need gold in the bank. I mean, Ben's like at least be able to push our level coming into this one, but he's already one of the lower points players in the lobby. He really can't afford to go 8th place, but it's going to be between him and Noel as to who will go out first.
And Sappho had his streak broken, but still now once again winning. A player that Alan briefly mentioned in the Game 1 cast around the Chem Baron outs, and one of the lines that I think players are starting to become more and more familiar with, and both Spanish players talk to me about it, is the Heimerdinger Chem Baron Visionaries line that they think is very strong. You have all these extra little cash outs to try and go for Rennie 3, for example, as your main tank.
No lucky rolls for Noel. Will need to get through this next round on his own power. Can he rat it out by switching that Siri and that Twitch last second. Is that good enough to deal with what Tartman has to offer? Finds the opposite corner from that Tristana here. But on the power side of things, I'm just not sure this board can keep up.
No, we're wondering if we would see Tartman pull off what we saw from Kevin before, and it looks like it is the case. A Radiant Gunblade in there as well. This is Stana. She's gone from no stacks to absolutely ripping through everything. Noelle will survive. Bensak, I think, is in the process of being animation eliminated. So I believe... No, my mistake. It just hadn't updated. He did win the round, so still no eliminations.
Oh no, just one, Gary.
Yep. still need the 2-star to roll in his favor too.
But now you only need the 2-star to roll in his favor, so we're getting somewhere,
well.
little by little. Surely he has enough lives. With anger issues, no frontline items.
I am willing to take the copium you're selling me, Panda, okay? I am okay with that, but we're going to be checking in with Bensek. You did call out that he won the previous round. So let's see if he can do it again. He does go up against Sappho, and Sappho hasn't found the upgrade onto the Heimerdinger 2 just yet. So a chance.
He has got the upgrade, well, the enhanced Arcane, so if the round runs long, surely the Heimerdinger will get enough to do it. The Hextech Gunblade as well does do a lot of work, but Bensek holds on. We'll see if Noelle does as well, because we're starting to see more and more players dropping down to a single life, and we still don't see any eliminations with multiple other players now around the 20s.
This is a fine loss from Sappho. He is trying to go 9. Fast 90 basically at this point in time, which is the Heimer, so he's accepting that he should be losing most of these rounds to players who have already spiked and used up all their gold.
Yeah, definitely is. If you're at the top of the leaderboard, you can afford these. Bensek can and Noelle cannot. Tartman is on probably 2 lives from what it looks like right now, but all of these players on the chopping block. Every single round could be the last one, and between Bensek and Ken, somebody is going to get knocked out here.
We're going to see some of these low HP players facing up against each other sooner or later. I think, honestly, they'd all high-rolled staying out of each other's way, but it looks like Ken is actually the stronger of the two, and despite the superstars being kicked in at full effect, that's going to be a very, very big win. So Noelle will be out as well. I think we might be seeing, yes, double elimination from this round.
And really important reposition from Ken there. Had the core key in the front line, which is, I think, a tech that was discovered very early on into the set, where you're able to utilize core keys, repositioning off of his ult to maximize the value from getting the scrap shield and getting some value off of that. Last minute swap so that the Draven is not directly targeting the core key at the very start of the fight, and I think that was maybe not would have won anyway, but still a big part of why he won so dominantly in the last fight.
Yeah, definitely. Checking out our remaining 6 players as we do get a glimpse of everyone in the carousel here. I'm happy to report that a Caitlyn has been found for our Enforcer player, always that one unit that escapes you when you are on that trajectory. So for Experian, all things are lining up. And then both of our Call to Chaos players are still in the running. And honestly, I'm quite impressed with High Pikachu being able to get that Blitzcrank 3 on the board together with all of these Dominators. This was a comp we were kind of expecting to make a showing here, but it's the first time we're seeing it in our 4 games just yet.
We'll see how it does against Tartman's board, because Tartman has got massive single target damage. But Blitzcrank 3 has been, the unsung, well, I suppose the song hero about those who know the song sheet for the Dominator. He's so ridiculously tanky. He's giving, you see, an enormous amount of time. When you've got one, the single target damage is being pumped in, you're soaking so much time. Silco can't quite get enough damage done, though. It looks like High Pikachu is going to have to try and find a little bit more power to overcome Tartman.
And Blitzcrank has to feel pretty helpless after that fight. He locks in, takes, like 9 shots from Tristana. The moment he dies, 1 shot ricochets and kills 4 units at a time. He's like, where's the rest of my team? Just hard carrying that entire comp.
I had that same thought. He was, holding strong, buying his team time, and then he ultimately fails. Just boop, 1 tap, everything goes down. Quite unfortunate there on the side of our High Pikachu, but does have more HP in the tank to maybe make it back here. Experian and Ken do not. 11 and 10 HP. They need to find every single win here. Both of them are trying to do just that. Left-hand side, Experian with the Sabika 2 and the Caitlyn 1 trying to get that win in his direction after banking so much onto the Vi. Looks like he might be able to take down that Tristana. Yes, he will. But we are seeing elimination on the right.
I'm really impressed.
Hedging his bets as well with the Spectral Colorless, not trying to go for one of the corners and snipe the Tristana right away, instead going just up the middle, trying to get some value from it. Does hit the Ezreal early on, and in the end, buys enough time, even though Tristana was targeting the Vi pretty much the entirety of the fight, to survive off of the BT, the Hull Crusher, and stay alive till the very end there of the fight.
Blitzcrank pinging that Vi saying Team Diff. This is the DPS I was looking for.
So something which came up in the previous games, which was really interesting, was when we saw the Tristana players passing on bringing out more artillerists for the board. Because just saying, you know what, I can make do with just two. And we're building up for a secondary carry's worth of items here, but it's still a huge amount being put on this Tristana to just kill everything.
A lot of gold being rolled here for some of the players. Tartman sitting on 54 with 7 HP. We saw a similar story in the previous game. Hopefully he won't meet the same fate that we saw Lakoko find in that previous game. Is obviously looking to go towards a level 9, trying to hold on onto that gold to maybe make it there, but will go up against her Twisted Fate Reroller on the right hand side. Is that Tristana strong enough to one-tap yet another board?
Ellie's doing an incredible job in the tournament so far of being a kind of a pretend tank, but even that's not actually good enough, and that's going to be Enzo, I believe, being eliminated there despite having what was really an ideal version of what we got going from the TF reroll board. Getting knocked out there, and that means we will be moving close to our endgame. 5 players left in, 3 of them in precarious spots.
On the left, we saw a very quick fight from Experience side. The Vi went directly onto High Pikachu's Silco, and the moment the Silco was down, the fight was just a wash, going back to front and then just killing off every single other unit. So positioning is going to be so important for this top 4. Every player has to be scouting. Experience has to try and maybe even position the carries in the middle, just trying to dodge that Spectral Colorless Vi for as long as possible.
And honestly, this entire lobby is so close in total HP. So with that, Spectral Cutlass does find the backline, does find the Renata for now. The Heimerdinger clumped up like you mentioned there, David, but it will not be enough. Gets annihilated by the enemy backline. And with that, everything is written here for the game between Sappho and Experian. Both of them hanging in there. On the right-hand side, it looks like Tartman was able to take out High Pikachu, so solidifying a placement in the top 3.
Just to go back to the previous round though, that was so brutal seeing the Vi coming into the backline and just seeing all of the damage and your backline explode like that. It's always going to be a possibility in any given round, but it's a terrifying statement of intent from Experian. He's on 14 points overall coming into this one. Topman on 19 points. So it's very happy to make it into the top 3 at all. But I'm still curious to see if he can get any further. There's no HP left in the lobby at all.
So Tartman just went level 9 prior to this fight. And I was wondering if she has enough casts already, but we are getting word that she should protect him one more time. And honestly, that might be what this game does come down to with how low everybody else is, as a Tartman looks to maybe beat out Sappho's board here once more. That Tristana entirely untouched will go through the backline right now, right here. Find everything. The LeBlanc far away, but not good enough. And he still has the Mel available for the fight where he goes up against Experian.
If Heimer's on the opposite side, maybe it would have been enough, bought enough time, but the Triss lock onto the Heimer early on made that the fight was a wash halfway through.
Oh boy. I mean, again, this is a great game for Tartman. Again, 19 points coming in, a second place here. Again, puts him amongst the top ranks. I can't even say words anymore because these games are far too good. Top ranks of the competition. Experian in front of the 2-star Caitlyn though means that surely if he can land that Vi where she needs to be, this one will be over in a hurry.
Surely. I mean, if anyone can do it, I do think it's experience board, but keep in mind, we do have the Mel in place as well, so we could go one more game as well in the next matchup. And last second positioning movement on both sides here, trying to figure out how to beat the enemy board out between Experience and Tarkin here.
And they allow it by enough time here. And the Tristana kill off the Vi before she becomes a problem. She does warp all the way back to her own backline. Maybe that's going to be enough. The Tristana is essentially one-shotting everything that she targets at this point in time. The Vi buys just enough time to get the clutch kill and the almost elimination for Tartman.
The issue here, I think, is that the defense of Tartman was really, really good. You know, Vi had to spend most of the round working her way through, honestly, but I don't know where Tartman finds the extra damage or extra power for the comp. Maybe bringing in a little bit more tankiness to buy Tristana more time.
I wonder if we see the cubby second row positioning for Tristana last second and like the reverse, kind of like you would play against assassins sometimes in a few sets ago, kind of the reverse clump. But no, it will just be the corner clump in the backline with now 2 melee units protecting the Tristana.
I was really thinking that you probably would want to move her to the other side and try to achieve just that, but doesn't seem to be the case. Does he have enough damage to take down that Vi? She drops very, very low, but she is going to be going back in just a second. Tristana does find her, and with that, I believe Tartman will turn it around. In come the giant bombs from Tristana, and Tartman claiming a first place, Experience taking a second.
As said, coming out of that one, that's a huge victory Tartman to propel him further up the table. And honestly, I am not going to doubt anymore, guys, the Tristana loss streak into the turnaround isn't the way to go, because, good lord, that was craziness.
Yeah, Tristana kind of good.
The utility of Mel also kind of good. Would have been a top 2 there instead. Has that extra life, has a chance to reposition, fit in the Loris, have the double body block instead, and win off of that in the end. So really great play from both French players.
I will say it was also a great recognition from Tartman, being able to say, okay, I know I can hold the gold, I can go level 9 and then fit that melon to maybe save me when the time comes, but I'm sure Analyst Desk has more thoughts on that one. We're going to be going to a quick break, and then we will be right back with our analysts and more games yet to come, so stay tuned.
I'm gonna show 'em.
Forget the past, so you gotta learn from it. Heavy on the passion, let it burn on it. All the way you can outrun me. Ain't no way you can win this race. Ooh, when they turn the page to the white face down, paint them all in black. Ooh, just remember that when everything's falling, we built this to last. You can see it in my eyes, only want the best. And you ain't got it every night. To the sky, got me feeling blessed. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest.
I'm gonna show 'em.
Welcome back, everyone, to the TFT Golden Spatula, where we have another game of silvers, but this time the silver augments make a huge difference in this game, Alan. Especially from the start, Tartman taking Kingslayer, one of the augments that actually got buffed back in 13.6. I think we were talking about it as like, we thought it wasn't going to be good enough. And then suddenly Tartman gets so much gold from being bottom of the standings, hitting Tristana 3 and the extra gold, allowing him to go to level 9 to beat the rest of the lobby.
He did, in fact, slay a lot of kings in that lobby. You could even say all of them. However, his spot after rolldown wasn't looking too crazy. He had like 4-3 stunners, 30 gold left at 3-5. The fact that he hit everything pretty early on stage 4 was actually very impressive. However, before we go into the mid game, like early on, Sappho naturally pretty much Renata 2, Rel 2, while playing over encumbered, was such a high roll from him, allowing him to actually go furthest lobby and stabilize of that Heimer pivot. Really cool board, and as he mentioned, Visionaries.
I mean, Visionary sometimes is the key stuff for being able to get third place. I really like the synergy as well of the glass cannon being able to give Sappho this extra damage, but also had the gunblade by its side, the shielding from the Renata as well. So even though glass cannon has normally that fight back in terms of losing your HP, the extra shielding from Renata and the healing from Heimerdinger meant that the HP that you lose from glass cannon wasn't actually a downside.
Absolutely. We've seen also like things like double call to chaos, where for the Experion, while having Pandora items and Pandora bench, being able to reroll both, pretty much creating optimized type of board with optimized items, pretty much a wet dream for the new fresh players.
No, exactly that. I mean, Experian in the end doing the same as what Lococo did in the last game as well, getting that triple hull breaker from Call to Chaos, was actually able to reforge 2 of them. 1 of them was into Cutlass, which I think was such a big difference. You know, I know, Alan, you wanted to talk about, you know, the Call to Chaos, the reforge into Cutlass, how that benefits Enforcers and how it can be such a big difference in some of these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, probably this is the most impressive item for the Enforcers, given how it synergies with the Caitlyn and the Vi, where against Vi, against Countlights, the standard strategy is just to clamp and not allow the unit to go to your carry, and then the Caitlyn can benefit out of it because she just shoots the clamp. So pretty much it's counterintuitive, and like there is no good solution. Sometimes you have to just gamble the side and hope you hit the correct one, which it wasn't the case in this one, but maybe that was the correct angle to take.
Exactly that. As we take a look at our leaderboards, not looking good for Lalana, unfortunately. One of our players that won the Tacticians Cup, it's number 2. Again, just a reminder for players, after these next 2 games, the bottom 8 players will be out of the tournament. So only 2 more games now for players like Lalana, Digger, Sparta, Ken to try and climb back into the top 24 to try and make it into day number 2 as well. As we take a look at the top of the standings, Topman still sitting up there as well after that victory. Gedosaur up there. Horo X as well, a player that myself and Counterfeit has been lucky enough to cover for quite some time. A new player onto the EMEA scene, has done extremely well on ladder, but has never really had a tournament performance that really has that wow factor. It isn't really consistent when it comes to tournaments, but it seems like this is a tournament that he's shining and doing incredibly well.
Yeah, we see it's a pretty good variety of the countries in the top 16. Not all the France dominance, given how many players they have sent for this one.
Exactly that. And as we go into the next games, Alan, is there any compositions that you can think of in general that we maybe haven't seen today so far that you wanted to see? I think we want to talk a bit about Quick Strikers as well. I think probably been the most popular composition, which is really surprising.
I mean, usually we should see at least one of them. Last game we had the Enzo with Rigged Shop hitting really good board, pretty much on 3-2 full upgraded one, and just slightly falling short, even though hitting pretty early because it was like stage 5, everything was upgraded. But there's just some things in the lobby that were too strong, given one being Vi, having that Heimer pretty much hit with all the Visionaries pretty early on, and even though we hit, it wasn't fast enough, good enough for the lobby, given perhaps the items. Oh, I know what the problem was. I think he had like BT, red buff, Ambessa, which ended up being a slight an issue.
Yeah, I mean, they're not the most optimal items. I think silver augments in general has given these players more gold, more items was definitely a big factor. Normally that sort of board is strong enough with the Twisted Fate and the Loris 3, but unfortunately it wasn't. I mean, we talk about Call to Chaos, you know, High Pikachu as well, being able to get that Blitzcrank 3 when he was playing Dominators was very surprising indeed. But Alan, I believe you're going to teleport
towards the Dominators after getting the Blitz. I think he had just like some castle.
I think he had one Silco still, if I remember correctly. So maybe he was leaning towards it and he got lucky.
I mean, we take those? No, like sometimes you need a bailout, you get a bailout.
Exactly.
Manifest.
Sometimes you need the luck, but we are ready to head into round number 5. So Alan's going to teleport over to the caster desk, and we'll see how game 5 wraps things up.
All right, guys, welcome. Yes, Alan. It was hopefully the trip wasn't too arduous getting here, but as Stuart says, this is the moment. We are jumping straight into game 5. So, gentlemen, we now will see over these next 2 games the path laid for our first eliminations of the tournament. Whichever players cannot stay out of the bottom 8 will not get to see day 2.
Before we get into all the action, I just want to take a second here to say, Alan, a pleasure to be casting with you. We have a long history in different games, so happy to be with you officially on a major TFT tournament. I thought it would take a little bit longer for you to retire and become a washed-up caster, but I guess you just didn't have what it takes to compete at the highest level, so understandable.
You are calling me already washed-up caster or a washed-up player as a caster?
You have to embrace it, Alan. Just embrace it. The quicker, the better.
Okay. I mean, okay, fair enough. Like, we all get there. After age of 30, we all become washed.
Exactly. Now you're understanding.
Well, I'm glad there wasn't really too much argument on the subject, but unfortunately we've got plenty of people who are still not washed quite as of yet. So coming into this lobby, we didn't get a chance to glimpse the scores because we're racing along here, but it's worth noting coming into this lobby, Double 61 is leading the pack on 20 points for this lobby, at least overall, with Tartman in second place. Ken, of course, we saw from way before, languishing on 9 points behind. But honestly, given how far we are through day 1, it's still actually a pretty close pack for this lobby, at least.
Looking at the portal as well, the encounter, we just quickly skipped over it as we loaded in, but it's going to be a prismatic party, so what would you say, Alan, is the biggest difference maker for you when you're playing ranked ladder, you see prismatic party come up? What's your immediate thought in terms of how you have to adjust your game plan for this game?
Oh, the 2 other arguments. You see stuff like Living Forge. Oh, speaking of the devil, who's that? Perhaps some quick strikers? Yeah.
Oh,
a quick pick on.
Oh,
we got it.
Yeah, sniper focus.
Which range item do you want? Sniper focus.
Cheers!
Vote for choice.
We take those. I mean, I think there's some like expected unexpectedness is pretty cool one, given they buffed it a bunch of times, and now it has a pretty solid variety of choices that can like give you on 2-1 free cost 2-star, and if it ends up being some tank or like TF, suddenly you are just having a free 5 streak.
Okay, just keeping an eye out to see if anyone's gone for anything too wild. Just say we've got Living Forge, a couple of players. Experian are going to be going for the upgrades as well. Looks like we have got a split here between our players going more towards the later game propositions. As we see here, Dasik for the upward mobility will just be playing a very minimal board, trying to make sure that loss streak will be nice and clean.
Yeah, with the upward mobility,
oh, go ahead.
You want to maximize pretty much the econ. So you have gold to level up, and then you'll end up getting back the health, you'll end up getting some rolls, so there is no rush pretty much in terms of building up the board early.
I wanted to mention with Living Forge and just Forge Augment in general, because the meta is so balanced in terms of so many different diverse comps being playable, I think it's one of the best spots for Forge as well, because there's almost no dead hits. There's at least one good holder for every artifact in the game in most cases, and because the meta is so viable in terms of so many different strategies, it's very easy to lean into whatever you do hit and just commit to that and still find success.
Yeah, we've seen the Experial picking up the quality over quantity, however has no slumps. Ideal situation is if you have Sunfire shift components, like this is absolutely the giga busted combination you can get. Not the case here, but after the carousel, after the cracks, that might quickly shift.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what Experience got in mind here, because again, he's got some ground to make up with now in the tournament overall. Certainly has a lot of power to unlock, but Wet Jungler has, of course, got the power in immediately. A boy has no name, a player who there is very little known about at this point coming into this one, has been doing pretty well for himself, though. I believe 15 points overall, which is not too shabby at all in the current environment. See that he has decided to bring out a more powerful early board.
You mentioned little is known about this player, Peter. I think considering his gamer tag, he wants to keep it that way, trying to stay on the down low, trying to make sure no one is aware of his potential as a competitor. He comes from the CN region, but is studying in the UK now, so representing, or at least playing within the EMEA region. So interesting to see if he follows in the footsteps of Horo X. Very similar story. Is studying in the UK and now is playing for in the EMEA region and having a lot of success starting in set 12.
We see that he picked up the 12 purpose argument, pretty much a rare pickup from the players given its nature, and you need a lot of experience with the argument. Clearly he's not afraid of it. The usual strategy is to reroll some sort of free cost that caps well on level 8 and can get to level 9, and the reason why, because it's so easy to freestar a free cost with it. Every time, every round you push a level, you get pretty much some extra gold back for the first level up. And then when you are pushing actual level, you get so many rolls that it's just worth to go for some sort of freestar free cost.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see where this goes long term. It's working very well for a boy who has no name in the early going. Double 61 in a similar situation as well. That's actually rocked out the prismatic pipeline, so he's managing to keep his streak going towards the top of the table with very little help from his augment. Double 61, of course, looking to be one of our top players here today with no worries about getting eliminated. But as the boy slams more items in, I'm wondering if both of them can keep their win streaks heading out of stage 2.
We see the classic investment strategy from the Tomino. Usually you want to angle some sort of reroll, preferably if there's some econ either portal or econ opener. Given it's a prismatic party, the best case scenario is probably getting like invested on the second argument, I want to say, because it gives you both the HP scaling you want, and it gives you some rolls to ramp up and hit the upgrades sooner.
Yeah, I mean, given that we're in a prismatic party, we are expecting things to really punch through the ceiling of what you'd expect to normally be possible under the normal circumstances. Boys, your name has no name. It continues on the win streak. I believe Double 61 did as well. So we'll have one more round to see those win streaks against each other. I mean, so far they've both been putting out some pretty solid boards, and I'm not even sure which one of the two will be winning out against each other if it does happen.
Double in a very interesting spot where he ended up having 5 streak, pushed levels, having that birthday present, getting that blitz already 2-star, should be securing easily 5 streak.
Just a reminder, the birthday present was nerfed in the recent patch from 2 gold down to 1 gold on the level up, so it was a bit too good in terms of how much tempo and how much extra econ you had and how much you could snowball off of just those very strong upgraded starts. But still, seems to be strong enough for Double here.
Yeah, well, I mean, getting in the extra units is certainly going to work out long term. At least, yes. At least we're not necessarily looking for picking in the 6 costs later on. But, yep, it looks like both of our win streaking players and it looks like both of our loss streaking players are going to keep their streaks intact. Double 61, I think, feeling pretty comfortable with how things have gone so far.
Pretty fair.
Curious what Ken will be playing for this game. He's a player that's at the very bottom of the standings coming into this game 5, has to make a miraculous comeback, is now sitting on a 5 loss, so going to have to play that very risky 1st or 8th playstyle of trying to stabilize somewhere in stage 4 and mount a big comeback.
We see that pretty much 5 players remaining the streaks, which is very fortunate for each of them, and like the players like without either one is not very happy, because like you don't want people who are either in a very good spot or at least they are forcing a loss streak to be maintaining into the creeps that.
No, not at all. And I mean, we'll get to see, of course, our next augment being prismatic coming in, whether we do see any of those streaks being brought to a screeching halt. But you're right, Ken, definitely the player who is likely to be the big disruptor of this lobby because he has to get the strong finish. Right now, we have got ourselves a relatively good melee carry setup, but we've not, of course, been putting together any winning rounds.
Vander's big to get family in for the 3-2 Taylor, and this is one of the comments that can definitely win out Alan in terms of having the right artifacts on Violet, really so many different melee artifacts work to push this comp from a top 4 comp into definitely a comp that can win lobbies.
Like, given how experienced you are on the 1-cost rerolls, how deep do you often roll on the free 1 for your 1 costs?
The mathematical correct number is 33 to bounce back to 50 after the 2 next rounds. If you're close enough to hitting, and if you're rolling for more than just 1 or 2 1 cost, if your entire comp is 1 cost, it is justified to roll deeper, but you have to very clearly understand how much that will affect your econ throughout the rest of stage 3, and if you can kind of make up for that later on.
We're just taking a little bit more of the lobby to get ourselves the wider shield here. Tamino, I come into this one a little bit more in the terms of points than Ken on 15, running the Zeri Watcher board. It's going to be investing in getting its a little extra HP for those Watchers as our second Prismatic Augment lands. Again, we should be seeing some pretty big swings here.
Ooh, Dejik picks up the Belt Overflow. Pretty much instant pick for him, given that he's probably gonna be angling some sort of Garen board at this point. Can go for even a triple Warmog, which would be substantial front lane.
Can't help but noticing as well, Dasic with the Spatula left on bench. He's obviously got some plans for longer term, but yeah, as we get deeper into stage 3, both Double 61 and A Boy Has Your Name are still on those win streaks. They've avoided each other so far. Double 61 has been using that birthday present to get a little bit more money in before the upgraded Gwinsu's in here for the Ezreal. Surely this is the time for them to face each other.
It looks
no,
like
it will not be.
Boy Has No Name is gonna lean towards Rebels due to the items, and there was nothing really good to pick up from those Radiant Relics. There was a Sunfire, but it's a bit awkward when you're already slumped Morello.
We can see the disappointment and kind of how long it took to choose there. I think he would have loved to have a best in slot Radiant item for the eventual Jinx. I think his game plan is very much centered around, as you mentioned, going for that Jinx carry. Hopefully stage 4, I think going to be stage 5, but double Razorblade will be okay on the Zoe as well.
Alright, do you guys think we're gonna see from jungler the Exodia, Lucky TG into roll the dice into Piercing Lotus?
Oh boy. I mean, Wet Jungler's just broken the loss streak there. Double 61, I think very happy to see A Boy Has No Name removed as the direct competition, but Double, of course, with that birthday present, he has been pushing levels, which means his economy is a little bit weaker than before. He needs to keep this streak going up against the Zeri board on the other side. Anger issues are riding for, I believe that's Tamino. Means we've got triple Rage Blaze right now.
One thing to mention is that the component drops, and because he's trying to defend the win streak here, he did have to, or chose to slam the blue buff, which is a bit of a closed item in terms of how many good carries there are for the blue buff going to the late game. And with birthday present, you want to stay usually as open as possible to be able to adapt to the upgrades you get from the augment itself. So we'll see if that ends up biting him in stage 4, stage 5.
Absolutely. But I want to point out that Tomino getting investment strategy while angling Zeri and then finding anger issues is another, the high roll level of the jungler received with the Lucky TG and roll the dice.
Oh, Ken swooping in. I was wondering if we would see Dasic managing to put together a Tactician's item, but sadly it will be denied. But no, I'm with you there as well. Tamino definitely feels like is looking pretty good in the lobby with everything coming together. And breaking double 61 streak is a great statement of intent going forwards. So gentlemen, of course, we've got one more Prismatic Augment to come. We'll keep your eyes up for who's going to start climbing up the table now that we don't have those dominant forces up at the top anymore.
Looking at the Tarteman spot, having that Living Forge into Sniper, into the angling the Quick Strikers, and having on top of that Calculated Enhancement. This is gonna be extremely high cap board once he hits. Soon enough after this round, he'll receive another +1 artifact. If it's gonna be Fish Bones, I would say it's a contestant for a win-out whole lobby.
And that's going to be the big dramatic cliffhanger. Both Tardman and Ken on Living Forge will be hitting that second artifact, and we've seen some crazy combination of artifacts this early in stage 3 or even early stage 4 and just take over the lobby entirely.
We'll see if it's good enough to take down Tamino. I mean, we've not managed to get a full power of the board online. We can see the Nocturne already, even at the 2-star version, with only the 2 items, is already chewing through that line. I think this time round it's not going to quite be good enough. But Tamino being put on notice there that this board can get a lot stronger. And when it does, I'm absolutely with you guys. It's going to be terrifying.
Is it gonna be? Oh, go back quickly to the Tarte to see the anvil. No. No.
Dasik is not on Living Forge, but both Ken and Tardman are, and they have some big decisions to make.
Okay, there might be holding the decision to open the anvil until for 1 to exclude any gold producing augment artifacts. Like
especially
gamblers,
after the
like
loss for
Mongol.
both players. They're not defending a win streak. They're maybe fine taking another loss and having, you know, a pretty meaningful percentage better chance of finding those key augments. But no, it will be Gambler's Blade, just some extra attack speed for Tardman. And curious to see if Ken, as you mentioned, is holding or isn't. I think a lot of players don't really play with this enough in terms of how impactful it can be.
Yeah. And given that Tarte had an absolutely win-out spot if he gets fish bones, maximizing odds of getting one was the 100% correct. And it's not like Collector would be particularly good for him.
All right, so as we come to the end of stage 3, a lot of the streaks, as we mentioned before, have already been busted through. Dasik will keep his streak down towards the bottom, a lost streak, and that upward mobility threatening something more longer term. So we'll see the second part of the Living Forge arriving for Ken. So we've now got the Manazane coming in to make this powder a little bit more relevant of a unit. I mean, we've got of course, the frying pan sitting there waiting to be activated as well. What do you guys think about Ken's chances of being able to turn this game into the comeback time? This is game 5. He's fighting to make it to day 2 at all.
Oh, Ken gets here Reforger into the Family and then Family plus 1142. Yeah, GG's.
Early. Would hit the Draven 3, that would be a big upgrade. Manazane is going to be okay. Powder, I think, is usually the tertiary carry in this combo at this point in time, especially when you already hit that 3-star powder very early on. But if you don't find the Draven 3 quickly here and can start pushing levels, it might be quite difficult. We saw before from family players, if they fall behind on tempo, it's going to be very hard to end up on that 6-bit fighter board.
Okay, but like, we don't have any Draven items, to be fair.
Yeah, you can
and
just
we are rolling. Yeah, we are rolling for the Draven only, so trying to push levels now. Salvage perhaps a bit of the placements. Do you think Counterfeit that's a correct line to take?
I mean, I think Ken at this point is going to just hope it works out. I feel really bad for him that he's running into Tamino at this point, who is just continuing to get stronger. You guys were pointing out before, the investment means that the front line is extremely strong. Though it looks like it's just... No, not even enough. Not even with the extra mana for the powder. Tamino, I think, very happy with how things are going. It's going to be starting moving up to the table. He's also worth noting, Tamino with a ton of money in the bank. I feel like he's got huge potential in this game.
Having that much of a win, I mean, not win streak, that much HP, while having scaling argument is absolutely crazy spot for Tamino. And if he's not gonna go be top 3 in this game, I would be very surprised. But again, there is a big diff on the last prismatic argument.
Wow, Alan, good job. I didn't know you had already so much power as a caster, despite just recently promoting to washed up caster status. Has a piercing lotus here for wet jungler, so a very, very strong combination set up for this board in this stage 4.
Oh, you think?
just a little bit above average.
Okay.
I would say.
I'm gonna have to separate these guys because it's getting out of control. But Wet Jungler, yeah, he's absolutely pulled off everything he's hoping to. On 17 points right now, so another player who's looking to climb has definitely got all the pieces he needs. A boy as your name though has slumped from when we've seen him before. He's got no money in the bank.
Oh no, this is not very good. Call to Chaos Cash Out. Oh no. What's going on? Okay, Academy we can cook with the
Artillery we
Leona.
can cook with. Ezreal surely comes online as a 5th carry in the Rebel comp.
Oh boy.
Players today have been really chaotic in terms of their 4-2 augment picks. I think we've seen Cult of Chaos every single game.
I see what
with
you
some
did there,
massive
buddy.
low rolls for Lakoko, but some big up high rolls as well for High Pikachu last game, for example.
Hopefully we get a chance to see what Double 61's got in store. I'm with you that I much prefer seeing the players who are on the higher HP totals. You can maybe recover from low rolling their Call to Chaos. But yeah, Boris Name will have to try and navigate his way through. Double 61 up at the very top. And Tamino, they are both building out some pretty solid looking emerging win streaks, let's say.
When you are picking up the Call to Chaos, when you're having birthday present, like your dream is just XP or at least gold. So you just get spoon-fed fast 9, fast 10, boom, 2 5-cost 2-star, and you are good to go. Try to go for some 2-star 6-cost maybe at the end.
Oh, David, okay, well, it's not going to bear out here, but Tartman has done some rearranging what he was doing. He's close to hitting the Nocturne 3, and has also brought a little bit more damage in, so it feels like we're very close to seeing the Nocturne dream realized, but it's maybe not happening quite quickly enough.
A lot was going right for Tartman with his augments and his items and his artifacts, but he did fall a bit behind in terms of tempo, in terms of how many units he was hitting, and the gold he had to work with coming to stage 4. I noticed it early on in stage 3 where he just didn't have that many copies of his key units.
Started just like I was hoping that I am seeing here with the like my left eye bailout max cap on the Tarte, but it's just coronation, unfortunately.
Oh boy, yes, extremely similar, but it would have been absolutely massive to course correct.
I know it is max cap. No, it doesn't have the little shiny things around it. Yeah, that's max cap.
No, there is no shot. This is his board after max cap.
It is.
Oh no, he just spent the money. Okay,
he just.
Wait a second.
Everything's fine. I don't know.
Coronation has the sparkles.
Oh.
This is the way you never forget anymore. Max cap is just clean, and Coronation has little sparkles around the spatula.
All right, gotcha. But like,
Alan, is there a sparkle in Tartman's eye? Is this gonna be the board that gets him up from obviously a pretty dire situation? Only Dasik on lower HP.
look, I don't know what does sparkles look to you. That looks like more of a Pikachu face to me after seeing this roll down.
Well, we'll see how he does against Experian. You can see of course, the quality of a quantity board on the other side, which means we've got all manner of prismatic items coming through. And actually, even after all of that, after putting in every single gold piece you had and itemizing like crazy, still the Nocturne's not getting the job done.
And it's really heads up play as well from Tartman, because he is coming into this lobby as the leader on the entirety of this day one, 27 points. Just needs to play it relatively safe if he sees he's not really in an angle to win out. And Max Cap does exactly that. It's a bailout augment that gives you a ton of power in stage 4, and then you should be falling off into a third, a fourth, sometimes a fifth place in some cases in stage 5. But having taken so long to hit, that power spike did not come through really in stage 4 at all.
So given the limited amount of the gold Tarte has here, he needs to be very cautious about the anomaly selection, because at this point, he's the leader of the leaderboard. He just needs to play for like 7th, 8th, given of how big of a low roll he just hit. So he should settle at anything that looks remotely decent.
Yeah, I mean, just getting a little bit more damage is fine, I suppose. Ken down towards the bottom, the family player of the lobby. See, putting a little bit more power into the Violet. We mentioned, of course, the artifacts coming in to make her just a little bit more relevant. Her positioning is going to be massively important in this round because she needs to find priority targets quickly. I think this time, hopefully, she will be able to wrap and hit into that backline before too much time has passed.
I mean, you are telling me this is the triple prismatic board at stage 4-6 for family? You have only powder Violet carry? Wait, that's enough. Oh, okay, we're playing against Call to Chaos with emblems.
I think the bigger problem
right now. I'm with you there.
That 20 or 30 gold that was rolled started stage 4 for a Draven that was never hit, that just continues to have no items, and you could have just pump levels instead. You'd be essentially maybe even just level 8 already with that 6-bit fighter if you hit an early Savika, taking out that Tristana out. So that might be the crucial mistake that maybe lands a top 4 or a bot 4 rather for Ken.
We haven't talked about Dasik for a little bit, but he's bringing out the Emissary Sorcerer with, of course, a giant Spooder Queen. I think it was noted before, of course, the belt pile for Dasik being used to great effect with that Garen to maximize the amount of shared front line. I mean, right now, it doesn't look like Dasik has a massive amount going on in the back line in terms of damage, but in terms of tankiness, he's got everything he could possibly want.
And when production hovered over the Dasik board, I was like, Monka Giga, what's that? My god, the spider! But as you mentioned, a lot of front lane, not so much of a back lane, and just working towards itemizing a bit more of the back lane LeBlanc, but that will be just not enough of the damage and pretty much should fall to the any board. Perhaps he could beat Tarte, given that Tarte is still trying to play front to back and he cannot skip that kind of front lane.
Oh.
And they find each other, in fact.
All right, we'll see if, which one of these two gets to survive. They're both on a single life apiece. See, the tankiness is, I think, no, not going to quite be enough, I suspect, to deny. The Garen cast, of course, means that he's going to stay up for a very long time. And Nocturne again. How disappointing. You see, Tartman is very displeased with how this game goes. He put his faith in Nocturne, and that faith was not rewarded. The 8th place means he's out of there.
I'm not surprised. I think max cap into not even hitting your 3-star once you roll in all that gold, you end up usually with above 100 gold, is very upsetting. I think everyone's been there when you have this bailout augment. You purposely accept, hey, I'm not going to go for a first place one, instead settling for a 4th or a 5th, but then end up on an 8th. It is really tragic.
Yeah, he was hoping just for a bit of like 7th maybe, but to be fair, he was not beating anyone. Meanwhile, I don't know if Daisy beats anybody else in the matchmaking and has to just pray on Ken falling here to secure 6th place.
Double 61 with the birthday present board has managed to find enough Jaces to fill up this house with joy and laughter, but it's looking like actually we were not really feeling Ken's board, but it seems it's actually good enough to put double 61's board down.
It is now at level 8. It is 6th fighter. It is maybe a Draven 3 in the end, in the wrong order of operations, but he might make it there finally, and does find the Vire, the Savika in that case, to assemble the full board now.
Yeah, well, Experion board's looking kind of interesting. Hit everything, Emissary.
Big upgrade.
Except Corki, which just comes now. And look at those arguments. Calculated enhancement, quality over quantity, bulky bodies, buffing up all the... I wish we could see that Ambessa would be in the back row for the calculated enhancement buff instead of one of the Emissary units.
Yes, well, I mean, I guess we've got a lot of Infinity Edges and the like being buffed up here, but no, I'm with you there as well. It would be a little bit more powerful. See if it's good enough to take out double 61's board. Of course, we saw losing out in the previous round. The Mordekaiser getting cut down by the raw damage. Even a single Infinity Edge buffed up, as you said, by the enhancement is an absolute ton of damage. And double 61 takes the L again. Experian holds on. Ken is also fighting on 14 HP. We'll see if he survives the round. We are close to our top 4.
And ended up losing. I wonder to which board, because he was pretty strong given like all of the combat arguments he has while being online with 6 Pit Fighter already. Probably Tomino.
I just like looking at Tomino's inventory over the top right of the screen.
Oh, he has Zephyr here from the final polish as well. That's a pretty big one. And getting that extra rage weight as well from the component unbuild. Complete item unbuild.
Yeah, Experience
okay.
here, not really much more to do. Level 8, 0 gold, no longer has any chance for any key upgrades, and down to what could be just 1 life at this point of stage 5. We'll see now positioning will be extremely relevant, especially if he has Tomino in his pool, which he does. He wants to make sure that the Corki, for example, is not going to be Zephyred as this fight starts up.
Yeah, doing a lot of dancing of his units backwards and forwards. We'll see if the Zephyr is still being put to good use. Bear in mind, Tomino does have an incredible position. He's on a win streak, he's got the most health in the lobby, and he's also got 70 gold in the bank. We've got the Zeri up to 3-star, we've got the Twitch with the triple Ginsus as well. Surely this is enough, but no, maybe not. The raw damage is still gonna punch through, and the Zeri board will drop. Tomino's streak.
Wait, okay.
We've just had a cash out jackpot from Experion. Having component plus Giga Gold. Like that was like, what, 15, 20 gold?
Looked like that, around that amount. I have to say, with Zeri comps, or with this specific setup, with triple Rage Blade, you cannot say the fight's going to be over until the fight's actually over, because Zeri will sometimes just 1v5 in 1 second.
Also, very interesting the anomaly choice on the Experion side. Picking up Thorskin on the Garen, probably it was a gold issue, given he's still level 8, 20.
And he was missing the Corki upgrade as well until very late, so probably just said, hey, I have to hit the Corki. I can't really try and go for the best in slot anomaly, just have to settle for whatever.
Yeah, and I suppose we don't really have the defensive itemization with only the one Radiant Sunfire. We'll see up against the boy has no name, currently on a win streak. But so far, I've been really impressed with what we've seen from Experience Board. You can see on 21 points overall, he's the highest points remaining player still alive in this lobby. Of course, Victor's starting to come through here. We're buying a little bit more time, but oh my god, the Jinx Rocket rips the heart out of the board, and Experian goes down to a single HP.
We've seen how fight was looking pretty over for the boy has no name until that rocket came out, just completely annihilating a whole board, letting Zoe to just clean up leftovers.
Take a look at Double's board as well. We haven't seen too much of it before these fights start up. He's a player who was dominating all of the early game with a very high tempo start with Birthday present, but we'll see if he has an actual chance to find the Jace 3. I don't think he has that much tool to work with. He is level 10. He has 6 Jaces at the very least. He had 2 copies, 2 Jaces, 2 since very early on in this stage.
It's certainly Double the kind of player we'd expect to be able to pull off something quite that extreme.
He has 40 gold to work with, and still 2 lives.
Quick Jace 3. I mean, he does have 2 lives technically, so he could just wait one more run. And there's plenty of 5 cost taken out of the pool.
Yeah.
Kind of far off still. 3 off, no golden Nico. The problem is he has just not enough damage. He has just a lot of items he slammed early on for the tempo, but they just fallen behind because, again, he has a lot of econ arguments, given the Call to Chaos and Birthday Present, and one defensive argument and just lacking the damage.
Yeah, given that our main trait here is going to be Form Swapper, I think we've got quite a spread board, but it looks like enough time has maybe passed in this round for the Mordekaiser to go through and just kill everything. So I suppose that resolves that question pretty damn quickly. So that's Experian being just shut out of making it into the top 4. Double 61 and level 10. Time will tell, but he has at least got himself there. And hopefully this board can get even stronger.
We do have a Jace on the Rebel board as well. I just realized with the addition of so many different emblems from the Call to Chaos, there is a Jace with a Rebel artillerist in the front line here. Not your traditional Rebel board, I'll say that much. There's 0 chance,
yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think Double should probably cut out on like Blitz and just play second Jace, giving himself 4 Form Swapper Jace even for the front line. Given I think 4 Dominator might not be just worth enough to play over another good quality unit.
No, I'm with you there as well. It would make a whole lot of sense. If you see Tamino, who has definitely been our sleeper player in this lobby, he's been doing an incredible job. Still has 100 gold in the bank. Now has the 3 Guinsus in place. The stun was delayed, but does eventually come out. I don't think Tamino is winning this particular one. But still, Tamino's got the chance to go to level 10 and push even more power out of this board.
Tamino's still scaling.
Notice the boy has no name though. 7 win streak, 20 gold to work with. Has a chance to make it 10. Has already the upgrade he's going to add in. It looks like with the at least 2 potentially being that unit.
Double ended up selling the Jace just to roll further for the. Oh no, he does play.
No, it's the double Jace.
He did cut something. Yeah, he did cut Dominators. He did cut Mundo and something else. And now ended up selling the Jace to play Rai. I mean, that's an extra CC.
Okay. Yes, we're going to be bringing in a little bit more of the Pit Fighter side of things as well. See what it does against the boy with your name. Certainly one of Double's main rivals. Can see thoughtful about whether or not he can get any further. Double in this at this point 20 points overall. I think he's okay with the top 4, but again, we've got the scaling power of the Zoe on the backline, which is taking a lot of space as Zoe finishes off in combination with the with Jinx. That's going to be Double out in 4th place. Tamino winning that last round, leaving us with our final 3, and the boy has no name, looking very good.
There was a consideration that Double was maybe waiting out for a boy as her name to lose that streak and maybe lose HP and release those Jaces back into the wild, but that has not been the case. The complete opposite has happened, and Double found himself in a spot where, as you mentioned, Alan, he was kind of caught between the very high tempo start and then kind of floundered and wasn't able to really sustain that coming to stage 5 and 6.
Pretty much at stage 3 too, we knew that Jungler and Tomina has a spots for like being at least top 3 in the lobby, given they are just arguments at the boards. And that has been no surprise. However, A Boy Has No Name definitely did not look even at 4-2 that this looks like a good spot. Given that he cooked so well with those emblems, and now just being on the streak is very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, 8-round win streak at this point, given how close we are to the end of the game, is astonishing. We'll see which one of these is going to be the real deal. So we've got Tamino over on the left-hand side. The Zephyr has been doing incredible work so far, cutting Zoe out of the fight for a good part of it, allowing a lot of scaling time, but the CC, of course, back from the Rebel side of things, will equalize some of that, and I think, actually, Tamina's going to not just take a loss, but a heavy loss. Or I spoke too soon, David. You predicted it before.
What did I tell you, Peter?
Do not.
Do not call the fight before the Zeri actually cleans up, because she will win these fights in the end.
And Jungler did fall to the Ghost at the end there. 6 Sentinel, 4 Sniper. That's a pretty well capped board, while picking up also Firelight Emblem from the Carousel, I believe.
Yeah, that's amazing stuff. I mean, honestly, for both these players, they're both on 15 points coming out of this one, which is pretty much mid-table. This will be a significant finish here. Remember, there's only 2 more rounds left in day 1, including this round. We'll see how they face off directly against each other. Tamino on the early streak.
Beautiful usage of the remover to take out the Jinx, so she doesn't rocket too early into the fight. And the 6 Sentinel making a massive difference for the backlaners not to die from Zoe plus Jinx. And we see the Jinx did barely any damage. I believe it wasn't crit probably, because it was just a tickle, and that won't be enough to take out the A Boy Has No Name. However, there will be one more remover from the Dragon, allowing to Zephyr cheese once again.
We are moving into stage 7 with both players under 20 HP, so this should be the last fight coming through. Neither player has a developed Mel on their board, so there is going to be no last chance whatsoever. I have to assume the beginning of this win streak for A Boy Has No Name has to have been the finding the Victor and probably the Jinx 2, 2 stages ago, which is where that win streak really started. This is the comp that upper mobility allows you to play into Rebel because it fits the strategy so well, but you are still relying on hitting that Jinx 2 to hit the power spike that guarantees a top 4 and maybe even a win.
Yeah, and I think, which was pointed out really well before, is the extra defensive stats from the anger issues, making it so the corner carries who are furthest away from Jinx might actually survive that damage and just ramp up once again as well. The investment, the extra HP across the field. Tamino seems to be on the verge of getting the first place.
Can this at least stun the Zeri as well? That could be a big, little bit of relevance in the start of this fight.
And like if she can be followed up by the Victor, just getting that chain CC on the Zeri would be very good. And we see that Zephyr has been missed. Very good dodge from the A Boy Has No Name.
At least stun does come in.
Huge.
There's a Victor stun.
It's almost all the way to the line here, and I think, Tamino might have actually been stopped in his tracks. A Boy Has No Name dancing his units.
Don't do it again.
He did drop.
It again. Tamino.
Peter, I'm sorry, Peter. I tried to help you, but you clearly are not. You are too stubborn to listen to me. Huge win from Tamino. But a huge high roll as well in terms of the combination of augments and the comp he had, the setup he had for it already early in stage 2. You have to be open to these high rolls. You have to identify and know what combinations of augment and prismatic party specifically can really end up with a win like this in a game 5 that is so crucial for a player like Domino.
Absolutely, having that HP scaling. Pretty much he was greeding until stage 6. That's crazy. But we'll see what Analyst has to say about that game after a short break.
Yeah, we'll be right back, and we'll see what they've got to know.
I'm gonna show 'em.
just want to tell you it's alright. While I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind. And I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me.
I'm gonna show 'em.
Honestly, we were a little bit sad because both Stuart and I were really keen on getting a triple prismatic game to cast, and somehow we were benched on Alice's desk and we didn't get to cast it. But Stuart, we did see what those triple prismatics can do, really showing us some crazy high caps at the very beginning, already lined out by Alan there with Wed Jungler saying, okay, you know, we have the lucky gloves, we have the roll the dice, can we maybe also get that piercing lotus? And exactly like that, it came through. But there were even higher caps in this game when it came down to prismatics.
Yeah, I think the Exodia comms is the best way to describe them in this game. You know, we already know how strong some of these compositions can be, like the Zeri reroll we saw earlier with Lusher, but when you add in the investment strategy, giving all these units HP, which are going to be getting a lot of investment anyway, rolling above 50 gold, and anger issues on top of that as well. There is just so much extra stats that you're giving over to so many of these strong units, and you're playing the Sentinel version as well, which again, you're getting these extra armor and magic resist. And in the end as well, I mean, Counterfeit was like, oh, who's going to win? Is it going to be the Zeri? Is it going to be the Kale? Is it going to be the Rebel boards? It was close in the end, but I think the big difference being the ramping up of the Rage Blades being the difference.
Maybe it was also a difference of caster curses, but who am I to say that eventually? We did see that the prismatics can also serve you some more unfortunate hands, and I feel like we need to mention it here because while we are very excited about the highs of the prismatic lobbies, there can also be lows, and one of that unfortunately was showcased by Tartman there, finding that max cap, first whiffing on the Living Forge, then getting max cap, rolling down everything where usually max cap stabilizes you, and wasn't able to really get a board together. Obviously visibly frustrated here, and rightfully so if you're gonna ask me. So that is always the kind of cards that players will need to deal with. And that is something we'll see in our next game as well, because there will be eliminations after that very last game. So everybody that is sitting in that bottom 16 bracket will need to really look out.
It's a big win for Tamino as well, because Tamino was one of them players that was actually sitting in that bottom 8 before this game. So that win really shoots him up and really gives him that space and the gap between that bottom 8 and himself as well. But I totally agree. You know, the two Living Forge players in the end, unfortunately, both getting bot 4. Their first artifacts were very good, but the setting artifacts unfortunately didn't hit, and the roll downs as well. I think with just how much extra bonus stats that the rest of this lobby is getting, you know, where junglers, Exodia board, even the Rebels in the end, first time we're seeing Rebels having a very good showing here for a boy who has no name, just meant that some of these re-rolls were just unfortunately going to miss. But as you mentioned, a big massive game coming up soon for players sitting near the bottom of the standings.
I just want to point out, look at how happy Tamino is there over that win, and rightfully so. It's absolutely delightful to see how our players are reacting to some of these big wins that they're getting there. So very cool. But we do have our standings ready, and like we just mentioned, the bottom 16 are where you really need to keep your eyes on. If your favorite player is on this page, you will need to cross your fingers, press your thumbs, whatever you do for good luck, you need to do it right now.
And I don't want to say it, but Lococo is still on the brink of potentially being knocked out as well. Surely it doesn't happen. 3 times in a row for Lakoko, where he has such a good set with the Tacticians Cups and the ladder ranks, but when it comes to regionals, unfortunately just hasn't hit for him. But getting that second place in that previous game is very good. But yeah, as you mentioned, players like Dasik, Lalana near the bottom, Digger, Sparta as well. Anyone that you're seeing on screen now is in danger of being knocked out after the next game.
That's right, and here are the players who are a little bit safer, although some of them are on that same tiebreaker of 23. A lot of players around that marker right now. Somebody that seems to really be running away with this one has to be Jeru at the very top. We already saw him at the Macau Open say, "This is my set, I am doing really well," and that trend seems to continue here once more. Super, super strong performance. Not a single placement that was worse than a third place. Honestly, you have to respect it.
Yeah, I mean, Jedusor even in the previous regionals as well got top 3 in the last set as well. So carrying on that momentum of potentially making it to another Tactician's crown, as you mentioned, had an incredible performance at the Macau Open as well. So again, some of these players who have had the previous history of performing well, seems like when it comes to these open regional finals and so many compositions that you can play, some of these more experienced players can step up above the rest.
Honestly, I feel like I always say this when finals roll around. We have such a stacked roster of players here in this weekend, and I'm kind of in between chairs. I just want everyone to do well, and it's so hard for me. But I believe our casters are ready to take us into our final game of the day. So here are Counterfeit, Alan, and Impetuous Panda.
Thank you so much, mates. Prepare yourselves, everyone. Our final game of day 1 is almost ready to begin, and we'll be saying goodbye to our first batch of players. Gentlemen, as we come into this last game of day 1, of course, for our players who were in that elimination zone, knowing that their journey which can be very long one across the season, to even get to this tournament at all, knowing that it could be over at the end of this next game, what do you think they're thinking?
I'm gonna find Stuart if he cursed Coco and he's gonna not make it to day 2. I'm just saying, like, if something happens to Stuart, you can, I'm gonna be right-handed.
Well, the player I cursed, Chuso, made a comeback, so I'm safe from myself and from any Spanish players retaliating, so I'm happy to be in this position for Game 6.
Oh boy, it's high stakes for everybody, apparently.
Including the caster desk.
Yes, who even knows who's going to be making it out of today to tomorrow. So, gentlemen, of course, on the other side of the table as well, as was mentioned on the analyst desk, we are seeing, some of our French players who maybe weren't necessarily there at the start of the day, starting to re-emerge as top contenders heading out today. We won't be seeing the points reset coming into day 2, so of course, even for our players who are not fighting to be not eliminated in this coming game, still getting the most points possible is very important.
Absolutely, having the lead into the day 2 and having a good ground, not having to fight for your breath, to not get knocked out of the potential top 8 is such a good situation to be at. It's just, you have a clean mental, you are not sitting at the bottom of the bracket, and you can just chill, play your game.
I will say a little warning for Jedusor, if he's watching. Be careful, because there are curses that come with finishing and dominating day 1. We saw it from Volta back in, I think it was set 11. 37, 38, 40, something crazy day 1. Did not make day 3. Really had a terrible day 2. I do think Jedusor is a player who has proven he went from a true rising legend in our circuit to, I think, now being one of the favorites in the region, and definitely a contender for that S tier player from EMEA, among that top 4 or 5 best players in our region. So I think he has, at this point in time, the clutch factor to carry out this 34-point performance in 5 games into a potential day 3 yet again.
Well, as we look at our final on-stream lobby, you can see that a lot of our players here, particularly towards the top row, and even Clemo as well, are actually pretty close together in terms of points. So it could well be that these, at least 4 or 5 of these players coming out of this game could end up going into day 2 in pretty much the same position as each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see also, I'm really surprised that Panda didn't throw some pan towards the high Pikachu and the darkness that's been happening.
I did
on the
already.
screen.
You haven't been listening, buddy. I already did in like game 3.
You know? Oh no!
You are not locked in, Alan. You are a half-watch caster for now.
Oh my. Okay, my bad. I mean, regardless, still
Wait,
in
Noel
the
changing his name again, maybe to Hungarian Pikachu, considering he's copy pasting the camera angle and lighting situation.
Bro, listen. This is just a relation to the darkest performance back in the previous set.
Okay. It's a tribute.
You see Turkey as well?
Homage. Yeah, I like it. I like it.
I absolutely blew it. Well, as of course, again, we're heading into this one, so we'll be keeping our eyes out, as we mentioned before, situationally, for Digger Sparta and for Yobidashi, they are towards the lower end of things right now. So with currently, the current cut-off to not be in the bottom 8 is 20. So Digger Sparta in particular is pretty far below that line. So, you know, we could easily be seeing, if they do not have good games here, it being confirmed within just the context of this game, they will not be seeing day 2.
It's very possible Sparta cannot make it whatsoever, depending how other lobbies go as well. I think the cutoff will probably be around 24, maybe 25 in some cases, I have to imagine. But even Yobidashi will have to maybe play for a first, play that very risky playstyle we usually see in game 7s on day 3s, or even on that 12th game going to day 3 in a tournament like this.
All right, let's get things started then. Our last game of day 1 of the Golden Spatula into the Arcane. We'll see who gets to hold on. And yes, as David said, even if it's possible, Alan, no encounter for a final game, keeping the slate clean.
Listen, for some of the players, it's time to go for first. And like any pretty much comp selection, unit selection might be very risky. And like we see on the Diga side, already on the bench, he's at 15 points.
There's a Singed, has to play for a first. Usually that means trying to play for an econ trait, especially in this case. Now we know that a 500 cash out is almost a guaranteed win, although it is usually very, very hard to make it that far. You need to have perfect intervals where you find the 4 and the 5 Chem Baron.
Absolutely. Sometimes if you don't get early enough the 4, you need to roll down on 3-5 for the Silco, so you are able to cash out for 4-2 the 500. However, players opt to usually just go for the safer line when they want to just play for placements, not necessarily win out, which leads into playing some sort of smidge board, some sort of visionary board from the Camperon cash outs.
Yes, so as we said before, a lot of the players in lobby in kind of the mid-20s points-wise, so you would be expecting them to try and play more for that top 4 style, unless something outrageous comes a-calling, certainly without the encounter providing the extra confounding factor. That's going to be a little bit less likely. Well, of course, on 23 points coming to this one, we'll see if he's able to find himself one of those early advantages. Of course, a big difference as to what we'll be seeing coming out of our first augment, which will be gold.
Finally, some breath of fresh air. No more silver into prismatic. Rolled part is dummy. Oh no, bitch. I really wanted to see some Gamba.
We have a chance potentially for a shop glitch, one of the generic, fairly good econ augments for different rerolls. And there was the opening for quite a few rerolls on the bench here. For Clemu, we had the family angle, we had the Renata angle, we had the Zeri angle. I guess Renata not so much, more for Zeri with the Watchers. But it looks like family could be the option for now. I guess Clemu should be scouting, trying to identify with the units and augment pickup combinations for each of the players in the lobby, what direction they might go in, and if family is uncontested potentially.
Oh, wait a second. We got let down by a player before for not picking up the Wandering Trainer. I do believe Lusher has decided to go for it, so it's family and Sentinel for him.
Wonder what Lusher will play, but we see also there is a bunch of other heroes, because High Pikachu has too much value, Petik has Heroic Grabback, which you can play on 2 different ways, where it's either got a tempo upgrade free cost on 2-1 and just go off that, or it can be just a classic reroll.
Giga with Pyromaniac could go into Morgana reroll as well if he has the right components for a blue buff, for example. Maybe even just Swain later on in stage 4 if he wants to commit to Sorcerer reroll maybe.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot more players committing into their lines early on. So, of course, we've got Lusher with this, the family Sentinel setup, which is looking like it's going to be more on the Sentinel side of things. The Sniper emblem being picked by Yobidashi. And, you know, and for Noel as well, picking up Paint the Town Red. So we've at least got 3 players who've got themselves very specific lines to go forward. And I think more players who've at least narrowed their options considerably coming out of the first augment.
I mean, given that Lasher has the family and he has seen that shop glitch it was picked up by Clemu, he was like not likely to go towards the family and just go to the Sentinel +1 and treat it as a +1 without the unit that comes off with it. However, has the dummy that will be providing the extra tankiness, so it's not the end of the world just to go for the Sentinel instead.
I want to mention for a player that needs to go first in his game 6, I have not seen a more relaxed posture than the one Yobidashi is currently executing in this stage 2. Hopefully he locks in stage 4 and at least it's up a few, fractions of an inches to try and come back into this game.
No, David, you don't understand. This is basic human anatomy. Yobidashi has removed all blood from the rest of his body, therefore causing it to collapse in on itself. It's all the blood is in his brain now. He would not be moved for the rest of the game.
I see. Let me make sure not to take any medical advice from you, Peter, because I think that is a little bit far off of how the human body functions.
I play a doctor on TV.
Alright, on that note, we'll see that High Pikachu still remains in the darkness. However, he is quite aware what he's going to be playing. He'll be going for the classic Quick Striker reroll, which utilizes perfectly too much value until pretty much the end of the game, where you can just play that Rel, Leona, and Nocturne and Akalip, getting the 2 extra rolls per turn, which is 4 gold worth, which is quite insane given that it's a gold argument.
Yeah, I really like what we've got going on for High Pikachu here, who, again, is dead center in the middle of our players here. So, again, unlikely to be eliminated. As David said, the cutoff is pretty much where High Pikachu is right now. But if you want to have any chance of making it through to day 3, you need to be amongst the very top. And, there's going to be a lot more players going into day 2, who for that is going to be a huge ask.
Smeech is big for our Chem Baron players. If there is someone still trying to go for the lost streak, it will just be Clemu picking up the Smeech for the bow instead.
We'll see the Diga end up slamming Hurricane together with the red buff. It looks like some sort of Twitch game, which is one of the best comps to go together with Pyromaniac, where that Pyromaniac applies a bit more damage with the Baron, and then Hurricane benefiting on top of that, pressuring that back lane. So we're probably gonna see some sort of fast 8, either Twitch kind of experiment bruiser board, or 4 Sniper, 4 Watcher with just the Garen main tank.
I wanted to take a quick look at what Petic was up to, though, because managing to keep a solid streak going has actually cashed in those early lesser duplicators to bring a 2-star Loris online from the beginning of the game. He's using Rebels right now, but based on what we've seen before, I wonder if we might be seeing the Twisted Fate emerging again.
One dangerous thing with this kind of strategy is that you have to make sure you win every single round after doing this. The moment you lose your win streak and you lose that gold generation, it becomes very hard to be essentially down an augment, committing to something like just the Loris 2 for tempo. We see it more often, I think, with Swain 2, for example, being just this absolute Giga Chat in stage 2 that you cannot lose rounds with. Loris doing a similar thing here.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if you look at the argument, like, if you would compare it to, like, Raining Gold, it gives you pretty much the same gold, plus it gives you an upgrade, which will lead into, even, like, if it's mixed up streak, like, you do a win-win, loss, win-win, it's still more gold than Raining Gold if you calculate only, like, first 2-3 stages. So it's not the end of the world, it's still pretty good play, as long as it's a good unit. However, what he'll play will heavily depend on just the Krog's item drops.
Yeah, I mean, coming close to Krugs, we got 3 different players, Ziga Sparta, Petic, and Horo X, all on win streaks, so almost certain that one of them's going to be dropping that coming out of this round. Horo bringing out the Crown Guarded to get a little bit more power in against the Paint the Town Blue Rebel board. Looking like we've seen enough early slams here that I'd imagine Horo should be able to keep this streak intact.
Irelia with the upgraded Crown Guard is pretty strong, but every time now she just goes off, it's just so unstoppable. Should be pretty easy win for the Horror, or I have spoken too soon.
There is a lot of extra units for the
Vex
to go through.
Before.
And it's a 2-item Vex versus a one.
So I told you! No!
The double debate.
All good, calculate, buddy. Goes on you.
Hey. That means Tigaspada and Horror will be our two players who maintain their win streak.
2 players with a Twitch in their shop on level 5. One of those players is Pyromaniac Tigaspada. That's a pretty big high roll, if I may say so myself. A lot of upgrades here as well for Diga.
He's debating. What does he want to do? But like, it looks like it's clearly Twitch. I'm surprised he didn't take off Draven yet. It's Twitch is already better than the Draven too.
Yeah, I mean, he's already made his cash out on the first Conqueror breakpoint. It doesn't look too close to be able to get a second, but I have to imagine for both Tigaspada and Horror, they're hoping to keep their boards as strong as possible. So they should be facing each other sooner or later. Down at the bottom of the table, High Pikachu and Yobodashi in particular, managing to keep the loss streak in place. The Sniper Zeri board coming together slowly. But I think with these two players both win streaking, there's going to be more damage to pass out across the field.
And Clemouche should be rolling pretty heavily here. He is the family reroll player. Curious to see what kind of upgrades he's been able to hit. He did have already a win at the very end of that stage 2, so maybe going to try and transfer it into a win streak if he hits some early upgrades. Looks like he's still fairly far away from relevant.
That shop glitch wasn't too impressive looking at the bench. What we have 5 Dravens, 5 Dariuses.
Very far from Violet.
Yeah, I mean the next glitch should be better, right?
Surely.
It's gotta be.
The shop didn't glitch enough. We need some more glitches in TFT, more talk.
Players complaining about too many bugs. Now players complaining about too few glitches.
I mean, it's very hard to please ultimately. But Clemo, honestly, even without the shop glitch getting him exactly what he needs, does get the win there to start putting together some kind of streak. So starts moving up the table. Horror will remain our only win streaking player after that round as we come to a second golden augment. Remember, there's no encounter here. This is just happening the regular way. And it looks like we've got much more of a commit from Clemo now.
Ooh,
really fine. Maybe too early even in some cases.
I think you hold it, regardless. I don't think you, unless it's a bench lock. Wouldn't you? Master reroller.
Well, I guess we'll find out longer term. So let's check out what everyone else has got going on. We're just going to see a couple of people deciding to go down the Hurricane route. Lusher and Tigaspada both deciding they need a little bit more target spread. Lusher does seem to have a pretty good setup here for the Sentinel Tristana board. We have seen this board again and again get very terrifying.
Interestingly enough, Diga already had a Hurricane Slam, and now he got category 5 while having red buff double Hurricane. Like, imagine, and he has already Twitch. That will be such a scary board to face at stage 3 and even stage 4.
And for Lusher here, down to 20 gold means that I think he had to roll quite a lot of gold to find the upgrade on Tristana, most likely. Because it is a snowballing unit and a comp, you really want to hit at least a 2-star upgrade. Similar to like Camille back in the day with Loot Ambusher at 3-2. And we have to see if he comes back from it. Every single player we've seen playing Tristana, they looked like they had pretty doom spots econ-wise in terms of how far away they were from Tristana 3, and they still very easily came back into the game and top 2 or top 3. So
oh boy!
That's the case.
Alright, I mean, that seems like just the right amount of Runan's Hurricanes. I don't know even what you're implying, Alan, with their laughter.
Buddy, okay, that's like, imagine Ezreal with this. This is clear Ezreal Academy game, where we play duo carry Corki Ezreal. I can't wait to see the Ezreal on this board.
Oh, thank you for showing us.
Yeah, and Runan is the academy item.
It is an academy.
Oh
Runan's
my...
game.
What is this spot?
Alright, Diga, lock in, Diga. Wait,
He
15
does need
points.
to get all the way to the
Yeah,
top
he
of the
needs
academy
to.
get this.
Wait. The worst part is maybe 23 points is not enough to make it. So he might have the most high roll, crazy edge roll game of all time.
Oh.
And still.
Don't worry about it, buddy. Just quick at first, and then we'll worry about it.
Oh,
All right.
I'm confident enough to walk away from his desk after this round, saying, you know what? I don't even need to be here anymore. This comp will pilot itself for the time being. But yeah, Digger Smart, you're right. At least if he is out of reach and make it to day 2, be able to make an impression in the final game, particularly the final on-stream game, is something to leave the competition to hold your head high with.
Immediate Twitch pickup for Yobidashi, able to, further his chances of getting that 4 sniper online as early as possible with a sniper +1 at 2-1.
We see Horek still on fire after that crown guarded early on, leaning towards the Rebels, having pretty much slams either for Sorks or Rebels. But having +1 Sentinel leans towards most likely just playing 7 Rebel for Sentinel kind of board.
Yeah, I mean, Horror's in a great spot. The most points of any player coming into this lobby. Again, another place escaping out on camera as quickly as possible. Because, again, he's been doing incredibly so far. 28 points. Again, top of the lobby. Currently completely undefeated. And looks like he's going to be likely leaving this stage with even more wins. Again, doesn't need to keep his hand on the wheel up against Yobidashi, who is in major trouble. 8-win streak versus 8-loss streak.
Yobidashi going for that fast 8. I think he already slammed items for the Caitlyn. This is very ambitious plan from Yobidashi, but he does know that he needs to go first in the lobby, so maybe that's exactly what the doctor prescribed.
Does he get a few more kills? Maybe even a win here. It's gonna be the case.
No.
Twitch clutches up off of the gunblade there. Horo gets taken down, and the win streak finally becomes a loss streak right at the end of the stage 3. Early Zoe though, that's a price I'm happy to pay.
Yeah, looking pretty damn good for a UK player by way of China. Doing very, very well again and dominating so far. Petic, of course, a little bit lower down on 23 points at the moment. We've seen this ball come in for a little while. We've got the glass cannon in there as well with the nice synergy there with the Rebels to help set them off a little bit faster. You mentioned before the investment to get in the Laureus 2 from very, very early on. Petic has been biding his time since then.
And we're seeing Diga.
The Leona
He understands the mission.
From the Conqueror. Sorry, Panda, go ahead.
I was just saying, he understands the mission. The bench is very much looking like a transition into the Ezreal board we talked about, into the Academy angle. Once we see probably a roll down somewhere in stage 4 at 4-2 to try and match the tempo of this lobby.
Yeah, as mentioned, like he was farming the Conqueror stacks, and I believe he got that Leona 2-star as a cash out, which is definitely useful, given there is a bunch of other Sentinel players and just fighting even those small type of 2-cost upgrades can be rather meaningful and hard to do.
We haven't looked at Noel for a little while, of course. Locking down the Rebel line from the very beginning of the game. I'm certainly liking the backline isolation Noel's got going on here. We've already seen the Paint the Town Blue buying an enormous amount of time for your backline to chew through the opposing side just by throwing out tons of junk units to absorb shots.
I have to imagine Noel is not very happy with the way this lobby is panning out. Picks up an augment that completely locks him into vertical rebels, and then sees quite a few other players angling rebels, or at least playing the rebel line in stage 2 and 3. So I'll just see if, despite rebels not being played very often throughout the broadcast games in this day 1, we're seeing 3 different players having a rebel start on stages 2 and 3.
I mean, he knows that like he doesn't need all those cheap ass units. All he wants is just that juicy Jinx too, some Eloy too, and he's good.
No, I do agree that even just the amount of Sentinels being played in the lobby means that we're going to be seeing it being a little tricky for Noel to put together that kind of rock on the front line, the Alawi 2 later on. Over another side from High Pikachu, though, we can see that this is the player who has got what they're looking for. The Ambessa just ripping through the board. She's fully itemized, the quick striker going off. High Pikachu's looking real scary.
Are you a believer now, Alan?
A believer in what?
In Ambessa taking over the game?
It's a 4-1 Ambessa, too much value for quick striker with Epitaph. Best combat argument you can have.
Meanwhile, Ambessa is beating up on 1-star units without any item.
What?
Say no more, I'm a believer.
That's like asking 7-foot guy can take down a 15-year-old doll. That's not fair.
Wait, is Ambessa 7 foot?
I mean, don't worry about
it. Thanks for that lore. Thanks for that lore update, Alan. Surely very, very trustworthy source.
Let's look for. Ooh, finds the Eloy. That's pretty big with the reinforcement. I'm pretty sure Noel won't be very pleased about it.
Ay. Yeah, this is such a nightmare to be getting into. We know Lusher, of course, is looking to make the moves around, and Spada will be changing across and has found a Corky to carry those items for the time being. We are, of course, looking to see if we can make a little bit more out of this long term. Spada is down to no money at all, so this board really needs to start getting something going.
Giga didn't find a single Ezreal. How unlucky is that?
And also, Noel. Say hello to Noel at the end there. They did pick up the sisters to be able to, I believe the sisters.
Yep.
To be able to get the Jinx online quicker. You mentioned before, that nothing else matters but getting that Jinx 2 online. So at least that's one step towards making that happen.
Absolutely, even if that means not playing the Sevika on board, just having Jinx from the gold argument. That's how strong and important she is in the Rebel line. That you're gonna even pay a gold argument for it on stage 4. That is absolutely crazy.
Yobidashi's also sticking to the plan here, 1 Caitlyn away from potentially winning out, but despite this 6 sniper being very, very strong after the patch, the biggest problem is the front line. You have to have a strong enough front line to, allow for this damage to come through. Do you think this is enough, Alan, with just the Mundo as the main tank right now?
For now, this board is definitely good enough for stage 4, but it will fall soon out of the railway after the stage 4 once the players get a bit stronger. However, I already see with my eyes on the future there is Caitlyn on the carousel. Wrong carousel, sorry!
Oh, you were looking for next game, I understand. You're all the way through the day 2.
Mythical Game 7, Day 1. My favorite game of TFT.
No, you're not supposed to tell anyone that's the one we play off, just to try and keep everyone on their toes. But as we come to the carousel, the midpoint on stage 4, High Pikachu, our Turkish representative, who is on 24 points overall, is currently win streaking. I believe, looking at our secret source of the lobby overall, has currently got 6 Ambessas. So we could be in line for something pretty special from High Pikachu.
Oh, that might be foolish. Yeah, exactly. That production let me make fun of you. How unfortunate. But yeah, the cloning facility while having already Ambessa 2 on 7 with Epitaph, this is so much value.
We'll see if High Pikachu can defend this win streak going forward, as most players have now fully spiked their boards, committed most of their gold on level 8 to try and find those spikes to stay alive and relevant in this game, coming into stage 5 especially. And Ambessa's still doing so much work here. Despite the more upgraded boards, not just 1-star units, she is still cleaning up pretty thoroughly.
You can see Petty there with
okay. Hold up. There is a glass cannon. So, like, you see, the Petty decreased the amount of HP on his board, so Ambessa can actually do something there.
So Alan is a truly certified Ambessa hater. He has an excuse for every single matchup that Ambessa will dominate in. He will be ready with the excuse.
But.
All right, we've got the facts. But so far, High Pikachu is doing a really good job. Again, mid-pack, midway through this pack, 24 points overall, has a chance to put even more power into the Mbessa if he chooses to. Interesting that we didn't ultimately end up with a 3-star 2-cost in terms of the other quick strikers we're expecting. So we'll just go all in. Okay,
now she is 7 feet.
It's a
You
big
were right,
Mbessa.
Alan. Actually, Alan predicted her 7-foot growth thanks to the giant
gosh!
Genius move.
Can't be wrong about something at least.
I mean, but we still ultimately do kind of have a 1-unit board. I mean, certainly Twist of Fate is going to do his best, but we're still, despite having the extra rerolls per round, still not getting anything up to 3-star. Mbessa has done some really good work, but I have to wonder how far this can go.
I mean, Mbessa is doing a really good job of buying enough time for you to slow roll above 50 every single round. As long as she can, again, be a big part of why you have the 7, 8, maybe eventual 10 win streak. It buys you enough time to maximum greed and find that highest possible cap for quick strikers, with every single quick striker being a relevant part of this comp.
Yeah, we've seen majority of players actually miss on their backlaners. Like Liga struggles with the backlane as real 1 carry, Corki 1, Yobidashi is trying to with that. Did hit the Twitch, however, has still Caitlyn 1 only, Lesher Jace 1, or Reimer 1. So definitely some of the players are just looking to go 6 or 7 and not much else, just secure this extra few points from the placements.
Looking through the rest of the lobby, you can see Yobidashi, Noelle, out of that previous round, building up some strength. Noelle has managed to hit the 2-star Zoe and the 2-star Alawi, so we thought that might be more of an issue than it ended up being. Certainly seems to be the one positioned to try and challenge. The other player, of course, Yobidashi, with the experiment board, has got 2-star on the Twitch and on the Mundo as well. So we've got 2 big challenges for Hypixu to overcome if he wants to keep his streak going.
And there isn't another Twitch player in this lobby, so there is a potential for Twitch 3 to be a possible win con. It's always really been the case for this sniper board.
Big Orb?
Oh?
Lorge?
Oh.
Very early Victor.
Right. Victor. No!
No, in the bin!
Yeah, you cannot.
Check traits, not a sniper. Get out of here.
I mean,
everyone's a sniper when you've got a sniper emblem.
Well, apparently not Victor.
Redemption. Ooh. Trickster Glass? Another Caitlyn? Or just Sniper Focus? Oh no, Luden! Wait, I didn't see Luden. Hello? This is Luden angle. No!
No. Not aware.
He does not have the tag. Ay, caramba.
You're playing snipers, you see a sniper's focus, you're like, well, obviously. Lusher on the other side with his version of the Academy board. I think Tigasparta's be very sour about that opportunity. Of course, Category 5 picked up on both of our Academy players. As you can see, it's working relatively well, though Mundo is strong enough individually to shrug up a lot of damage. He gets a heal through, and Twitch survives to the end of the round, importantly, because Yobidashi keeps his streak going.
So you're telling me, Peter, that you have 300 damage amp, and you are looking at the Sniper Focus. Oh, bet! Give me another 20!
Yeah!
320 does sound like a pretty good number.
Sounds like a very efficient way to upgrade your damage.
I mean, I'm absolutely here for it, but I take your point, and Hypixu will actually drop down after the previous round, so Noelle and Yobidashi, who was lined up to beat the challengers, now have got Hypixu down to 44 HP. We're actually seeing pretty much the entire lobby be around 40 to 30 HP, with Petic being eliminated, and only Lusher and Digasparta left in the elimination zone themselves.
I have to say, this Ezreal 1 at this point in time is absolutely tragic. Like, it's just absolutely tragic.
What I want to say.
Something had to have gone terribly wrong in terms of decision making to still have an Ezreal 1 as your main carry, working with, you know, a full augment basically just for this Ezreal's damage.
I mean, we have Corki too.
Oh, right. Really?
Oh, almost.
Nice. He's the main character now.
Coming out of that round, Yobidashi is the only one to keep hold of his streak after that last clash of faces together. Digasparta, as you said, oh, it's so sad seeing the Ezreal bench, moving him around. I think that Ezreal on the bench is looking for other Ezreals, but he's not finding them.
I think the play was for Diga to wait until Lusher was eliminated so the Ezreals could go back into the pool to find an Ezreal to upgrade, maybe in stage 6. Clearly the game plan. Diga's out. Diga's had enough.
Yeah. I mean, can you blame him? Like, he's still at Ezreal 1. At stage 5-3. That's a really slow roll.
Facing off against... Oh, the Jinx Rocket does so much. And look at the Lowy holding on so much time. A very easy cleanup now for the Rebel board here. And Diga Sparta unfortunately taken down in 7th place. Horo X as well, despite the dominant start. 9 win streak in stages 2 and 3. Falls all the way down to 6th place.
Hi, Pikachu is just bullying the lobby with that 7-foot Ambessa.
Yeah,
thankfully
it somehow continues to work. Yeah, Horo, as you said, David, was running the Sentinel Visionaries board, but 28 points coming into this one. I mean, at least it's not an 8th, but it will mean High Pikachu, yeah, is ahead of the pack. Ambessa continues to be surprisingly effective. We've got the addition of the 3-star Twist of Fate and the 3-star Nocturne to High Pikachu's board as well, so he continues to be a major threat.
I think part of it is also just this lobby. There's been a lot of lulls in terms of unit upgrades, in terms of, you know, backlines being very squishy, where Ambessa can really thrive, where she gets these takedowns, and there just isn't enough damage to really pull her down, especially with the extra HP.
On the Kogu was just for the frontline duty for a second there.
Yobidashi doing pretty well, as you said, along with Diga Sparta, another player who may not be able to survive today, even if a first place is acquired. Has unfortunately got a Violet to the face immediately, so that's one of the backlines gone. It's going to be tight to the end, and this time I don't think it's going to be quite good enough. It won't be eliminated, but is in a major trouble. That puts him down. Lusher does get eliminated, so Yobidashi will hit top 4, but I don't think there's enough gas left in the tank for Yobidashi to get that first.
Just a quick Kate in next shop, and we are back. Could use a bit more of frontline, some Warwick would be handy instead of this Jace. Especially to go along with those experimenters.
And High Pikachu also has 50 gold to work with, so just really taking over this lobby, has a chance to continue capping the board out.
All right, gentlemen.
Lemu has such a good spot, given his initial shop glitch wasn't very glitched, but he ended up getting to 9 with a pretty solid board.
And Noel on the other side has got a solid enough board of his own. But you can see that it's going to be a right clash between the middle. The Jinx isn't quite enough damage to punch through, but ultimately Noel, despite being griefed by lobby, is back up in commanding position as Yobidashi will be eliminated. I believe that brings us to our final 3 of our final lobby of the day.
Not surprised Clemu lost that one, to be honest. It is a Powder and a Violet versus a Vi and a Jinx, so makes sense to me.
Okay, that's so clever. You must be proud of yourself, huh?
So, gentlemen, heading into stage 6. Clemu has got no gold and no HP either, but our 3 players, Noel, High Pikachu, Clemu, they've basically got the same points. So heading out of today, this could be a big difference maker in terms of who ultimately makes it into the final 8. What's each of your prescriptions or diagnosis of what we should be seeing, particularly between our top 2 remaining?
It's just a matter of the Clemu can't really cap higher. He has pretty much everything he could have hoped for, like Vi 2, Sevika 2. This is as high as it caps, maybe with some 6 cost on 10, but it doesn't go beyond that, and he's never going to 10. On the Noel spot, it's just either Jinx 2 or no Jinx 2.
Exactly.
That's pretty much it.
He can still hit the Jinx, but only on a singular Jinx right now. No pair whatsoever, and has rolled down that 20 gold he was given past that PvE round. So we'll see if this will be enough up against this quick trigger board, up against the Ambessa. The Ambessa is being targeted very early on. Jumps back to safety, heals back a tiny bit, and is still putting in the work, just barely staying above threshold where she would have been killed off. Can the TF clean up is the question. The answer looks like it is yes. Jinx 1 cannot do enough here. Dominant game from this Ambessa from start to finish, it looks like.
All right, we're down to our final two. Noel, it's fun the upgrade, even if it's not fun the Jinx, that's a little bit more damage. Last round, Alan, it was so close to seeing Ambessa dropping. Surely with the damage amp, that would be a kill.
The problem is, we have here Epitaph on top of the Quick Striker shields. Even though she was pretty close to middle when the rocket came in, it was just not enough to take her down. And again, all the shielding on top of the Sentinel buff and all the Titan stacks makes her actually pretty tanky unit when you put Anomaly on her on top of that.
This should be the last gasp here for Noel. The upgrade of LeBlanc, we'll see if it's enough of a difference maker. Keep your eyes closely onto that Ambessa to see if she does get knocked down. She's about half health right now. The rocket comes in and she survives it. She soaks it. She walks through and the Jan Lady will be able to crush the competition. Hi Pikachu, our only Turkish representative, ends out the final lobby on a 6-round win streak, securing himself the best possible seed heading out of day 1 and into day 2.
I think Noel cannot complain. Jinx 1, top 2, I think is very good news, especially considering, a reminder, going back into the end of stage 3, if you scouted your opponent's boards, there was like 4 or 5 players with Rebel units on their boards. Very, very scary thought for Noel there, but managed to still catch up and get a top 2.
I mean, also, Hi Pikachu, can't be a complainer. You wake up with the Ambessa 2 on the 4-1, while being level 7 with triple solid items. Maybe not bees, but like definitely cannot complain. And then followed up by Summoning Clone with Epitaph. This is just some egregious high roll.
All right, well, hopefully we'll be seeing high rolls across the tournament. But gentle friends, day 1 is almost done, but not quite. We'll be headed to break, and our analyst desk will be back to reveal who's making it through to day 2 and what condition they're in, as well as, I believe, having an interview with one of our players as well. So stay tuned. We'll be back as soon as we can be, possibly with our analyst desk to end out day 1.
I'm gonna show 'em.
We're so high off the good vibes. Yeah, we got it so good, baby. This good life, yeah, it's all mine. Ain't nobody gonna take today. Breathe it in now, baby. Feel it in the air, we're free. Breathe it in now, baby. Feel it in the air, we're free. Do your thing.
I'm gonna show 'em.
Welcome back here at our analyst desk after game number 6, but we have still more action for you guys because, of course, we're going to be talking about our game first, then we're going to be taking a look at our standings and see who's eliminated after that game, and then I heard we're also getting an interview, so lots and lots yet to come. But there was one thing, Stuart, you and I were both in agreement with as we looked over this last game, that 1 was crazy, and 2, there was a hope for a Runan's reroll into the Hurricane, and it was smashed to bits and pieces, unfortunately.
It was nearly the dream for Digger Sparta, I feel like, but as you can see, that lonely Ezreal at the end just being 1 star, that is so unfortunate because, you know, we were both saying, you know, if he gets that scenario of getting to 5 Academy, that Academy item being the Runans, he already built double Runans at the start, so it was kind of crazy that he was already going towards this position finds category 5 as well. So it's like all the stars were aligned for Digger Sparta. And then he rolled down to only find an Ezreal 1. So a crushing way for Digger Sparta to go out the tournament, but it was nearly the dreams were aligned for him.
Honestly, I was in our caster chat. I was saying, like, all aboard the train, like, Digger Sparta, take the wheel. I'm ready to let you. But it didn't work out, unfortunately. We also saw Horo after a great early and mid game, then unfortunately falter to not being able to get the Visionaries all up top there with the extra Sentinel in play. So a little bit unfortunate about that one as well. We did see a little bit of love tweeting right before that game from Tanner. So maybe some cross-continent caster curses going on. I'm not so sure what that was about, but definitely not the ideal. On the other end, though, we did see Quick Strikers come back and once more show up really, really strong. And Hi Pikachu just showing off what that comp really can do to its full potential.
Yeah, I feel like Quick Strikers is definitely the comp to talk about today. I think it's been one of the most popular comps today. There's many different variations that you can play, whether it's the Nocturne with snipers that we've seen with the +1 range, or Twisted Fate as well. I think too much value gives you a lot in terms of free rerolls, being able to allow you to get the Twisted Fate, the Nocturne, and even a Kali. And the crazy thing was, Ambessa was found before stage 4 even begun. Ambessa 2 was found in stage 3. So incredibly insane, I guess, tempo changer in the end, but to turn that around was crazy.
It absolutely was. Honestly, I'm getting more and more excited about our standings by the second as our highlights are kind of rolling out here, because of course, while we do say bye-bye to some of our players, we also see how the rest of the day turned out to be, and that is always a super exciting moment to see who's on top, who has fought their way through. So let's take a look together at our standings right now.
In the end, Lalana makes it through on 25 points. A first place for Lalana in the end makes it through, but we'll have to say goodbye to players like Enzo, like Bensek, Petic as well. A few really, really big names going out here makes in day number 1.
Yeah, very, very sad to see some of them go. Of course, with Digger Sparta during the game, the math was already kind of looking like it might not be enough after yet another loss, but a big 07 in chat for all of our players. We loved seeing you, and we hope to see you once more in our next tournament. But look at that French wall on that front page of our standings, coming in hot.
I mean, there's so many French players just holding hands between 9th and 14th, but there's only one French player that can stand tall, and that's Jedusor at the end of the day. Not getting below a 3rd place in every single one of his games today, an incredibly dominating performance. And the important thing to note is that the points do carry over as well, makes into day number 2. So Jedusor already having a strong performance today, just needs to carry on that momentum tomorrow to try and make it into day 3.
Yeah, it's honestly, I'm really excited to see a lot of these names on there, and I promise it's not just because there's 2 Germans in the top 8, but also a lot of names we're familiar with from, at this point, years and years of TFT esports, and it's just so great to see them once more show up and show off as well, showing us what they can do here on the stage. So super cool to see all of those names. And one of them we could convince to join us here on the broadcast today. Here is Noel. Welcome. Can you hear us all right?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello, everyone.
Ah, perfect. So you had a great performance here in our day 1 of the finals. Let me just remind the class on who you actually are as a player, because your history goes way back, and you even took 6th place at the TFT Vegas Open, which is a massive global stage. How have you been feeling about Into the Arcane?
Well, this is probably one of my best sets so far, like Kevin said it in a previous interview. Like, I made both TCs day 3, and I'm hoping to make Worlds this Golden Spatula Cup. So yeah, I like it so far a lot.
Awesome.
Noel, talk to us about your a little bit of a change, I guess, in the name sense. A lot of people were kind of a lot of people, I guess, were kind of confused in a way that your name change. Talk to us about the Feroxis. Is it Feroxis? Feroxis? Where the name came from, and what was the name change about?
Well, how do I stay diplomatic? I made the name change because when I was playing on EUNE ladder, I was having issues facing people who were trying to do some sketchy things against me, I guess. And so I was like, I will make a different account under a new name. Maybe it helps a bit to climb. Also, the name came from the name of my wife. She's called Roxana. So like Feroxis is somehow connected to it. Yeah.
Lovely.
That is very cute. I hope she's well. Of course, we met her at the TFT Vegas Open, so very, very lovely to see you guys. But, Noel, you are once more on the brink of maybe making it back to a Tactician's crown. How's your preparation look like as one of the players that are just consistently up there in that echelon?
So actually, this set, I tried to do something new. My approach was actually skip ladder and just qualify for Tactician Cup. And I actually prepped a lot with my study group. I think like 5 or 6 of us are playing in regionals. So the best week I was prepping like every single day, all night, all day, and I guess it worked out. I mean all the players in the star group are performing quite well, so I guess it's connected.
Study group diff.
I think people were definitely quoting this regionals as being definitely one of the most balanced regionals in terms of compositions to play and how flexible it can be. For you yourself, what would you say is your most comfortable right now, with performing so well in day number 1? Maybe not giving too many of your strategies away, because obviously there's still a day to come around. But what do you feel most comfortable with there being so many options open right now to different compositions?
Actually, I try to skip the meta pictures in my head. Like when I start a new game and approach the omen selection, I just try to always focus on obviously what's my strongest board, and whether it's like an A tier comp or even less. And in previous sets, I was probably focusing more on always playing the best comps, and it didn't always work out. So I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair enough, as playing one step beside the meta has led many to success before, so really, really good to see. Of course, Noel, you know how it goes. Before we let you go and focus on de-stressing and getting ready for tomorrow, is there anyone you'd like to shout out today?
Sure, yeah. I'd like to shout out, my study group, Kevin Parker, Raptor, Damascene Raptor, Losher, Suso, Basic. We even have more people. I'm just I can't name more at this time. And also my wife, she's supporting me a lot every day, every single week. So yeah, thank you everyone.
Thank you, Noel, and best wishes to your lovely wife. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow here in this competition once more, and hopefully on your way to that Tactician's crown. Thank you so much for the interview today.
Thank you. See you guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Oh man, I love talking to our players, especially the ones where we've been kind of accompanying them for so long, Noel, all the way back since he first made his mark on competitive. It's so cool to see how they develop, how they grow, and how they ramp up and always get better,
I think the big thing is the connection between the TFT community in general as well. In him talking about his study group there as well, so many different players from so many different countries as well coming together to help one another become better players and develop, as you mentioned as well. And it's great to see Noel back on top, especially after you mentioned the Vegas performance and potentially going to another Tactician's crown.
Yeah, that would be really cool. Of course, with that, there isn't much left in today besides me reminding everybody to follow us on the social media platform. Over on Twitter, it's at CompeteTFT for all esports news across the globe. And then on Instagram, it's Teamfight Tactics. On Facebook and YouTube, I believe it is still Play TFT. And then if you want to check out all of the casters, you can do so by writing !casters in the chat, and you'll find all of our handles there. So make sure you give all of my fellow colleagues a little lovin'. And then America's Golden Spatula will be starting in around about 1 hour. So you can just stay here, grab a little snack, and the action will continue in just a little bit. Thank you so much for watching today from both Stuart and me, and I hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
I'm gonna show 'em.